Not looking good, bruv. It's not looking good. Let me just quickly check this. Actually, let me do it like this. Stronger wall carry. Oh, big man Tings, yeah? It's not looking good, bruv. Um... +9 into stance. Big man Tings, yeah? It's not looking good, bruv. It's not looking good. I'm actually worried for season 2, but I need to watch the Tekken Talk first in its completion before I make my opinion. Let me just quickly check something. Okay. Tekken Talk, bro. I need to sit, get comfortable, type shit. Cause this one is gonna be a doozy. Plug in my lever list because I know there's gonna be a lot of things I'm gonna need to do. Also create notes. Okay, cool. I have it in the background at a very low volume. Okay. Hold on. I actually might need to turn off the sound. Alright, cool. So we have the Tekken Talk. This was the one prior to the one that we had today. So this was released yesterday. Very short, 15 minutes, Tekken Talk. They were talking about, I think they were reflecting on Season 1 and their plans for Season 2. It had a mixed reception. Let me just check. It had a mixed reception. But this one apparently was worse. Big Man Tings Yeah. It's not looking good, bruv. Alright, let's get started. This 322 string that King has, the fact that it's a wall ender as well. Yeah, I want to take it into feel fresh. More offensive focused. Up until this point, Tekken has been more defensive. Again, I will always reference this. The tweet that Hide Hightone said, where he mentioned how he understands why people were more defensive in previous Tekken games. This was mainly due to the fact that back, especially in like Tekken 7, every move was basically a counter hit launcher, right? So it's hard to want to engage with somebody at any point when you could get hit by the most inconvenient minor move and you just immediately blow up, you know? You try to run up dash, magic 4. 11 frame high, it's either 11 frame, 12 frame high into a counter hit launch. It's GG's, right? It's cooked. So that's why a lot of people were defensive. They were trying to move around, trying to create whiffs and all that type of stuff, you know? Because it was just too dangerous to be aggressive. So I understand that one. And that's why it was more defensive. Now that we're in Tekken 8, and they have removed many of the magic 4s and the counter hit launches, it was actually in a better place than Tekken 7, where you didn't have to worry about being blown up every single moment. The only issue is now you nerfed that one, but like you also nerfed backdashing and removed infinites to where they weren't truly infinite. So for me, it felt like if you're gonna remove the magic 4s and all that stuff, at least let me still have my infinites. Having an infinite with the wall, when you have a character like Clive, Victor, Lars, 3 characters that can full screen travel you from the beginning of Coliseum where you round start all the way to the wall, not really the best idea. You know, I'd prefer an infinite where that is not possible, but that's just me. Let me make a note of that though. Let's see, previous Tekken games were heavily defensive, and let's say reason being counter hit tools made approach difficult, so they want to focus. I want to say this. Yeah. They want Tekken to move towards aggression more. Okay? And then we're gonna list how they plan to do that with these bullet points. On one hand, because offensive play is strong, it feels like the game leans a little too much towards offense. Sorry. Yes. I want. Okay, fair.
っていう側面もあって、その部分は、結構まだ課題が多いな。
Still much to be worked on.
そのいい面と悪い面両方あるんですけども、そのシステム的な良さが新しく作り直せたってところは一個いい点だと思っているのと、それに伴ってやっぱ攻めが強いゲーム性っていうのは攻めのパターンを覚えると、誰でも楽しく上手くなれるっていう側面があって、新しいプレイヤーが非常に多く鉄拳の8から始めてくれたっていうところが、いろんなイベントでも鉄拳8から始めましたっていう人が多かったり、先日我々が参加したマスターカップでも
Getting hit with ads, man. Anyways.
It's time for the classic monster
Double?
pizza.
Alright, fine.
Penalties. Big on family, big on pizza.
結構今まで見たことないような、
若いよね、
若い人が、多く、大会に参加してくれたっていう点で、そのタイトルとして1年間見た時には、結構、成功した面もありつつも、課題としてシーズン2に持っていく部分もあったなって、収穫は非常にあったと思います。
So they see that some of their success comes from the fact that now they're having a larger audience in general, but also a larger women audience. Because I mean, from experience, Tekken was very much primarily a male-dominated audience. Shit, you barely ever, even now, see any women in high-level competitive tournaments like EVO, Tekken World Tour, EGX, whatever it's called. Like, you don't see any top performing women there. So I guess that's yet to happen now. Or maybe they just choose not to enter those tournament scenes. Could be either or. We don't intend on... okay. Let's see. Actually, no, there's no need to note that. So, actually, no. They also intend on keeping the aggressive nature, which is fine, just depends on how it's done.
っていうのは、やっぱりテケンとのアグレッシブっていうゲーム性の軸なので、そこはあまり変えるつもりはないんですけど、やっぱり一方でシーズン1は守ってる側が非常に窮屈だったり、ヒートシステムが一方的な試合展開を作りやすかったりして、その駆け引き。
Okay. Let's see. They recognize that heat system is too oppressive. Actually, not even was. Is too oppressive. Okay.
っていう面においてはちょっと守備的な面のバランスがあまりうまくいってなかったと思っているので、シーズン2においてはその 3D 格闘ゲームの横移動を中心とした守備だったり、攻めを仕掛けられた側が守る時の守りやすさとか、やっぱりヒートシステムは本当に攻めの起点となって爆発的に攻めが強くなる要素だったので、ある程度、そのプレイヤーだったりキャラクターの勝ち方のセオリーがもう出来上がってしまって、
戦略のセオリーだよね、
はい、みんながそれをやるのが正解っていうような状態だったので。
Oh yeah. For example, Jin's battle strategy literally was just activate heat, sidewalk until their back is against the wall, pop heat smash into plus 21. Plus 21, by the way. But was it plus 21? Yeah. Jin's heat smash is plus 21 on block with wall.
シーズン2ではそこの幅を広げるために、例えば、今1個やってることとして、自分がヒートの時に、地上で相手側にダメージをもらって、実ダメージの 30% が
Okay, so that right there is a heat buff. That's a heat buff. Being able to recover 30%. 30%! Hold on! 30%? Hold on. 30%. That's 54 damage. Yo. 54 health. From actual damage inflicted. When they say actual damage inflicted, does that mean non-recoverable health? I'll leave it in quotes to say actual damage inflicted. While grounded. That's
回復可能体力で残るっていう効果を加えています。でそうすることで、ヒート状態を維持して、戦うっていうような戦略が生まれるので、今まではヒートになったらヒートスマッシュを打つか、ヒートの固有の強化要素を使って相手を一気に畳みかけるのが正解だったのが、実際ヒートを維持することで、その地上での駆け引きがよりヒートじゃない相手よりも自分が有利に戦えるっていったような戦略の幅が広がるっていうようなことをやってたりします。
Okay, yeah, so being able to recover 30% or 54 damage of actual damage induced, whatever the fuck that means. Again, when I see actual damage inflicted, I don't know if that means like chip damage or if that means non-recoverable health. Because 54% from non-recoverable health, let's say I activate heat, I get launched, I get juggled, I get taken to the wall, Brian hits me with that tick, oh yeah! You know, now I'm on the floor, and I have heat. I pop it to recover 54 of my health after losing basically, what, 90? Using heat as a heal mechanic. Okay, with that one, I don't have a negative feeling about it yet. I need to see it in action. But also, 54. 30% is a lot of health.
あとは、
But I'll have to see on that
今
one.
回から一部のキャラクターでその構えの
You know what I think? I genuinely believe that the number of characters that are now able to use Heat Burst and Heat Smash from their stances as well. I think this is meant to accommodate not only Anna, but Lei Wulong coming out. Lei Wulong, I'm betting he's coming out, and this is to accommodate him. Because what, in Tekken 7, he could Rage Drive in all of those Divine Gates. You know, the different stances, the Tiger... No, this is Tiger. It's Tiger, Snake, Panther, Crane. Like, he could Heat Smash, aka Rage Drive, from all of those stances. So being able to Heat Burst and Heat Smash from this is also here to accommodate Lei Wulong when he inevitably comes out. Because it's not even a matter of if. I think Lei Wulong fits Tekken 8's identity so well that it's just a matter of when. So yeah, this is definitely going to help them out in that
スタンスを
instance.
取っている時にヒートバーストとヒートスマッシュっていうものができるようになったんですけども、こうすることで、構えを使って
You now have strategies. Let's see.
相手の攻撃を受け止める属性のヒートバーストが打てるっていう。
You can use Heat Bursts that stop an opponent's attack by utilizing stances. So that's like when I'm in Crane stance with, not Crane stance, Hermit stance with Leroy. And then I decide to pop Heat. Because I have no other defensive option. Except for sidestepping. Again, I don't know how I feel about that. Like, for example, characters like Zhao Yu being able to Heat Burst from AOP. Or Zhao Yu being able to... Wait, does that also include back turns? Does that... Being able to Heat Burst and Heat Smash from stance, most likely to accommodate... Thank you. Lei Wulong. Unsure if it. Mm, Back turn is technically a stance. That's what I'm saying. I'm not sure if it's going to allow you to do that.
駆け引きが生まれるので、人によってヒートの発動の仕方も変われば、発動した後にヒートをどのように生かして、攻めていくかっていうところに変化が生まれるので、そういった点で、シーズン1よりできることが増えています。
Ads, alright. Give me a second, let me just respond to this.
ヒート発動技を当てた後にしゃがみ。
I can make it work. Okay.
が選べるように。ヒート発動技
The reason why we made it so you could crouch after heat engagers was for characters like Anna who have two strong choices from crouching. Yeah, it's either crouching mid-launch or crouching hell sweep low. So it's launching mid or launching low. And they wanted you to actually fear that option.
みたいなキャラクターはシーズン1の立ち状態しか選べない状態だと自分のメリットストロングポイントを生かせないっていうことがあって、アンナ以外にももちろんしゃがみから、いろんな、戦略を仕掛けるようなキャラクターがしゃがみを選べないことで、自分の強みを生かした攻めができなかったっていう点を生かせる。
One thing I'm noticing is hold on. Let's say overall changes. Adding. Actually, hold on. Wait, changing the game mechanics to better fit future DLC characters instead of making DLC characters adjust to main game. Because this over here, full crouch mix-up after heat engage. So plus 17 into mix-up. Let's see, example. And full crouch mix-up heat. Okay.
まずしゃがみを作れるようにしました。
でもあれよね、多分みんな分かってないのはゲームを作る時にしっかりしたキーコンセプトがあってそれを守んないとまず面白いゲームにはならないからアグレッシブというものをぶれないようにしてる。でそれはある程度楽しさが担保されて
It guarantees a degree of fun. Do they think it's fun when Jin hits you with so many plus frames against the wall that is like plus 7 plus 7 plus 7? Do they think it's fun when you're fighting Kuma pops heat and he activates high crushing, full charge, power crush breaking, armor breaking, plus 9 on block electric? Do they think it's fun when he does that? Right? And you can't press into him because again his next electric will high crush, and if you use a mid he could probably hit you something with a frame trap because again he's plus 9. You're supposed to respect him. So do they think it's fun when Kuma runs around, activates heat, does plus 9 into plus 9 into plus 9 into heat smash, which against the wall is like what, plus 17 plus 18, something around there. If not plus 20, I'll have to double check. Into another mix-up. Do they think that's fun? Guarantees degrees of fun when that's what you have to deal with. Okay.
でそれでまあ理不尽なとこもあるからコンセプトしてるんじゃない？
At least they recognize that there are places where it can be in fun, so I'll give them a point there. They recognize that while aggressiveness is fun, unfair instances, yeah, so create unfair instances.
で理不尽なことを直せばいいってことですよね。
理不尽なところを直したりそれを弱めたりとか。
Oh, wait. That reminds me. Set game. Just chatting. Thank you.
ですかね、緩和したり。
だから0、1じゃないんだよね。
頻度を減らしたりって本当に。
0と1だとみんな思い込んでる。
で、いくつだったりとか。
いいバランスがあるって信じてるんだけど、世の中ってこんなうまいこといかない。どっちか上げたらどっちかこうなるようになってるので、じゃあ両方上がった状態って意外と中途半端なんですよ。そのいいところが逆になくなっちゃったりする。でどっちかを上げたらこうなるわけだから、その反応で見ると鉄拳8のすごく変化したところって意外と変化したことに対して。
Okay, they see most negative criticisms came from veterans. So that means I ought to say people who have been playing Tekken since what? Tekken 7 and before? Because I mean Tekken 7 is at this point 10 years old, right? Its launch came out 10 years ago. So I guess you could consider them veterans. Also pro players, so it's pro players and people who have been playing the game for a very long time. I myself am not a pro player, but I've been playing Tekken since Tekken 5, Tekken 4. So I guess I could consider myself a veteran, but not really type shit. I'm kind of there, you know? I'm an old audience, but I'm not like a hardcore, yo, this balancing shit is unfair, because I loved how unbalanced Tekken 5 was. I'm talking about original Tekken 5, not even Tekken 5 DR. But, you know, it's Steve, Devil Jin. I understand Paul. I understand the problems. They were busted, but I think that was fun back then. And maybe it's because I wasn't taking the one, there was no ranked for Tekken 5 not DR, so I wasn't taking it seriously. But yeah, that's just me when it comes to that one. That's just a little side tangent.
対しての否定的な意見は割とベテランの方が多いんですよ。長くシリーズをプレイしてる人の方がやっぱそこは意外と不満が多い。で逆に鉄拳8が面白いと思ってる人、その例えば初心者に優しいか優しくないかって話とは。
Whether or not Tekken 8 was easy for new players or not was a different story. I mean, I think this one is easy to just explain, where it's an instance of, okay, I have been in this game. I've been playing this game for, what, 10 plus years? Let's say for Tekken 7 players. I've been playing this game for 10 plus years. I'm used to a specific set of rules and systems, and now you are adding so much. You're changing what I'm used to so dramatically that's why you're going to hear complaints from people who are veterans, who are legacy players, right? Because they're used to one thing and then you're changing it so drastically. Unlike for new players who are coming into the game, they have no clue what previous Tekkens were like at all, so it's much easier for them to just pick up and learn and adjust. Not to mention how easier this game is for the average player, for newcomers, that it makes things so much easier for them. Now they have a comeback mechanic in the form of heat. They have a comeback mechanic in the form of rage arts, you know. They have a lot of moves that will just track for no reason. Combo execution is much easier, so they're just doing everything in their power to make everything easier for the newer audience, while the veteran audience is just like, what the fuck is this? Why are these moves homing? Why is Rage Art 8 plus an I8, an 8 frame, Power Crush breaking, homing, long range, you know, depending on how much health I have, takes away half of your health. Why does it do all of these properties at the same time? It makes no sense. You know, it's a save me tool, you know? Same thing with the heat. When you have people like Jin who have heat smashes that are, it's like I-15, high crushing, wall splats from range 5, plus 21 at the wall, plus on block even without the wall, does chip damage, forces mix up afterwards, wall break slash, is like, all these tools, you wonder, and then also breaks through shields and armor, so you can't even armor break them, you can't parry them and stuff like that. It's like, why do all these tools exist for one move that can be designated to pressing one button, you know? So veteran players look at that and we're just like, oh my god, why? It's so cheap. You know, it's a problem when LTG, of all people, is right. When you say you dumb down the game and you make it remedial, you have a problem when low tier god is right.
で全く別ね。全く別でその壁を越えてきて8が面白いと思ってる人は今回の8の仕組みがやっぱ気に入ってるのでだから
Of course they like the structure of 8 because it caters to them. It's easier for them. Like, let's not forget how easy it is now in Tekken 8 to hit a high rank. It's no longer a matter of skill, it's a matter of how long you're going to play the game. It's a matter of when rather than if, you know, with skill. Back then, I think it was like around Tekken 6? Was it Tekken 6? Where it was so noteworthy to hit the highest rank in the game that there was an actual news article when the highest rank in the game was first ever hit. That's how difficult it was to get to that rank. Now in Tekken 8, shit, even I, of all people, was able to hit God of Destruction. And it's just a matter of the way they decided to design the game. They decided to make the game extremely aggressive, but also extremely easy. So now you can just overwhelm people with bullshit, and this is coming from somebody that uses Eddie. So, hey.
なって言ってる。でこれをじゃあその駆け引きのバランスっていうのを、じゃあもうちょっとベテランの人寄りにしようってやったらもちろん8が面白いって言ってた人の満足度は下がるわけで。だここは結構トレード。
You know what it is? I think, one, Tekken 8 is a competitive game. It's a competitive game, so having balancing around competitive play makes sense. The casual audience can learn to adjust, right? Because you can't argue vice versa, and this is the reason why. When it's a competitive game where it's recognized in EVO and other like world tournaments where people are traveling across the country to play this game for money. They're spending a lot of money to travel to play this game for money. We need a balanced experience. We need something that's fair, that isn't busted, especially when there is so much on the line. The casual audience can learn to adjust to that. The casual audience will not die if Jin's down 2 is minus 15, you know? The casual audience won't die if Sneak 4 isn't plus 8 on block. No, sorry, plus 7 on block and plus 8 on hit. They won't die if you remove that. Or if you nerf these characters. They're not gonna die. They can still enjoy this shit casually. But the pro players need that type of balancing the most. Because they're the ones that are putting so much on the line for these games. That's what I think, at least. That could be an L take, but that's what I think, at least. And let's see, they are unsure of whether, who to cater to when balancing. Casual or veteran.
豆腐なので、まあでもそれにしてもちょっとここは極端になってるよねみたいなことをどれぐらいかってちょっと見ながらやってるってところが正直なところなので、あんまりこのどっちっていうか簡単な話じゃないんだよね。そのすごい細かいメモリというか の調整をやってるって感じだよね。e スポーツの結果から見ても、シーズン1通して見ても、
そう中津話したけど
意外と
期待してたその誰も知らない人が出てくるのが
誰も知らない今まであんまり活躍できなかった人が上がってる、もしくは知らない人が上がってくる。でも逆に言うとやっぱり上手い人は上位、
そうなんですよね。
やっぱり上手い人はちゃんと
位。
上位に来る。だけどちゃんと上手い人が上位に来るけど優勝してるキャラが意外と、あとベスト8のキャラ
いろん
がバラバラ
なキャラクター
になってる。
がどんどん出てきて
これ
ますね。
意外とセブンの
Let's see. Especially with 7, people like veterans mostly would question why certain characters or certain players kept winning. It's not that we're questioning it. I mean, I guess you could say we're questioning it. It's a complaint in the form of an observation. For example, shit, same thing happened in Tekken 8. Let's not forget Dragunov 8, okay? Let's not forget Dragunov 8. Dragunov was what, top 4 of top 8 placements in Evo? Wasn't he like what, top 4 out of top 6 placements in Evo? Like, it's not just like especially with 7, because we noticed that shit happened in Tekken 8 as well. Luckily they nerfed Dragunov, so now we're starting to see more variety in terms of who we're seeing. We're seeing characters like Brian, Dragunov, Nina, Yoshi, Kuma. Never thought you would see Kuma in a tournament outside of ranked shoot with Panda like on Tekken 7, but we're starting to see a lot more variety. John Ding always using Eddie. Shout out to John Ding, my favorite tournament player. We're starting to see Kazuya back again, because Kazuya is now more tournament viable than he was in Tekken 7. Hwoarang, I think I already mentioned Hwoarang. King with the John, although previously we also had Lil Majin representing King. Lee, also, not as much with Lee, but we are starting to see a lot more characters compared to last game cycle, where we had what, Kunimitsu, Zafina, Akuma. We never had Geese, funny enough. Kind of, but it was like Akuma, we had Akuma, Kunimitsu, Noctis. Actually, no, do we really have Noctis like that, or is that just VDX? Still, you know, we had certain characters popping up way more than others, and it just did make a viewing experience kind of mid, kind of boring. And also, let's not forget Leroy 7, you know? Launch Leroy in Tekken 7, like, yeah. Launch Leroy, Dragunov. Those are twinsies.
の時にベテランの人ほどこんな
Fang as well.
固定のプレイヤーが
Completely
こん
forgot
な
about him.
固定のキャラが勝つのはどうなんだって、ベテランの人ほど文句言ってたことが実は一番解消されてるのは8。
それは間違いないです。
結果から見るとそうなんだよ。8なんだけど、それでも面白いことに
That feels a bit disingenuous to say. People like veterans that are that complained are actually the ones who got the best resolution in Tekken 8. You're saying you can argue that? What the fuck? Oh, you can argue that now. Now, as we are in Tekken 8, you can argue that now. Previously, if we're talking like what? When was Dragunov 8? Hold on, let me check my Discord. That was like around June, July, somewhere around there. June, July. Yeah, it was somewhere around there. Dragunov. Okay, yeah, it was around the 8th month. August, yeah, around August. We had Dragunov 8. Look at this! Look, this was in July 23rd, when I made this comment, where it was like, there were 3 Dragunovs in top 6. 3 Dragunovs in top 6 was kind of... It was funny. It was funny. It was 3 Dragunovs in top 6, 4 Dragunovs in top 8. So, yeah, we basically had a Leroy situation back then in the middle of the year. It happens, though. But right now, I'd say, in terms of who's popping up in the tournaments, I think we're in a good spot. I think
ベ
so.
テランの人ほど文句言ってたことが実は一番 解消されてるのは8。
それは間違いないです。
結果から見るとそうなんだよ。8なんだけど、それでも面白いことに、ベテランの人ほどこのちょっと新システムが気に入らないって言ってるってこの矛盾が面白いんだよね。だからそれは
So they found veterans who were complaining about the heat system funny. They thought it was funny because we were complaining about the. Not sure how I feel about that one. Not sure how I feel about that.
地を立ったらどっちが立たないみたいなやっぱ細かいバランスで成り立ってるのを俺らは割と頑張ってやってるつもりなんだけど、でも e スポーツの結果から見ると結構いい俺らが思い描いた。
Looking at the results from esports, it seems to be going the way we imagined it. Currently believe Tekken is moving in the right place. Despite everything, they think Tekken is going in the right place. Okay.
だ通りになっ
Okay.
てるよね。割と。
勝さん話してたのが格ゲーにとっては結構いいバランスっていうのはキャラバンじゃないです製品としての。というのは周りの人たちでまだ鉄拳やったことない人がいるから入って、俺でも頑張れば勝てそうって気持ちに。
But this was also applicable in Tekken 7. Okay, hold on. This is also applicable in Tekken 7. I don't know why they're acting like it's a Tekken 8 exclusive thing. Made the game to feel like even a newcomer can win if they try. Which I think is a very dumb point to make. Because again, same thing applied in Tekken 7. All you needed to do was practice and apply yourself. And, yeah, I think it was a dumb change. Or it's a dumb way to look at it. Because even in Tekken 7, if you did not have legacy knowledge, you could still play the game, adjust, and adapt, and overcome. There were so many characters that allowed you to do bullshit. There was Katarina, there was Eddie. Yes, you could mash with Eddie. There was Lei Wulong, although you couldn't really mash with him, but you could definitely cheese with him. Yeah, there were a bunch of characters where you could just on your keyboard and get away with something. And if I actually try, even I can win. Yes, that was the thing in Tekken 7 with certain characters with Rage Drive. You know, with Rage Arts, it was definitely possible. And you just needed to work on your fundamentals much more in that game than you had to do it in Tekken 8. But still, it's just part of the climb. You have to learn. Like the fact that I can use myself as an example of how easy Tekken 8 was, where prior I was playing Tekken very casual, I was the casual audience from Tekken 5, Tekken 4, all the way up to Tekken 7, right? Then once I hopped into Tekken 8, I only properly learned backdashing and sidestepping and punishments once I hit Tekken King. 5 ranks away from the highest rank in the game is when I truly learned fundamentals. If that doesn't tell you how easy the game has made it for certain characters, or just in general, I use myself as an example. Shit, I know friends. My friend, one of my closest friends, was able to make it to Tekken King with Victor. Already enough to be like, oh yeah, what is Victor? He made it to Tekken King with Victor without knowing frames. He still, till this day, does not know a single piece of frame data outside the fact that a Hell Sweep is launch punishable and a Rage Art is launch punishable. That's all he knows. Everything else he just plays on a feel. And he was able to get to Tekken King. His sidesteps, not the best. He doesn't know how to backdash. And his punishments, he has none because he doesn't know the frames. But he made it to Tekken King. Again, 5 ranks away from the highest rank. All because of how easy Tekken has made the overall system. So, it happens. It happens.
でもじゃあ、そいつらがミシマスターに勝てるかというと勝てないじゃん。だからそのちょうどいい
絶対勝てるかってそうでもない。やっぱり ベテランの方がうまいっていう
パ
のは
ーフェクトは言わないけど、そういう
そうなんだよね。
なんか勝てそうっていうのがやっぱ大事じゃないですか。
そうなんだよね。
格ゲーを
Having the feeling you might win is important in continuing to play fighting games. I guess. I guess. Sure.
続ける。次やったら勝てるかもっていう。まあやっぱりその移動面を強化するのは、テッケンとのゲーム性でアグレッシブっていうものがあるので、その攻撃に対するやっぱ防御手段として 3D 格闘ゲームはやっぱ横移動によって相手の
The fact that they keep harping on the you can use lateral movement as defense maneuver to dodge attacks. Let's say they might buff backdashing. Long-awaited backdash buff. But we have to leave that in heavy question marks. Yeah.
技を避けるっていうところで、横移動、横歩きですね。横歩きの先行入力ができるってことで、
Oh yeah, that too. Buffer, sidesteps. And also being able to sidestep into the foreground from a crouch.
で相手の攻めに対して避けたりするっていうところで防御面の強化を図っているっていうのが一つと、あとはもう一つは、鉄拳シリーズずっとしゃがんだ状態で手前に横に移動できなかったっていうところで、鉄拳8から始めた多くの、新規のプレイヤーはなぜ横移動があるのにしゃがんだ状態から手前に横移動できないんだって、これ分かりにくい。遊んでいた自分からしてもなんでだろうっていう分かりにくいところを解消したかったところで、防御面の強化っていう点と、その新規にとっての分かりにくいっていうところを、改善してあげるっていうところでしゃがみからの横移動ができるようになって、レスポンスよく、キャラクターを動かせるし、防御面の行動も強化できるっていうところで、そういった変更を加えてる。
意図的にじゃなくて、なんかテクニカル面でちょっと難しかったものなんだよね。
俺と木本さんのごめんなさいな。ごめんなさいな。本当はそうしたいけど、
スクリプト的な感じ
昔は難しかったんですよ。
エンジニアの協力も必要で時間もかかるから今までやれてない。
でそれをもとにプレイヤーが戦略を作って、
そうそれが鉄拳というゲームにの駆け引きになってた。
例えば和也のかかと落としで手前いけないからこういうことしようとか、そういうことでしょ
っていうのは、横に行けるっていう選択肢が増えることで、守ってる側も相手の攻めに対して、どう、今までできなかったことを試すことで、防御面的な強化もされるし、攻める側はそれにじゃあどう対応するかっていうのは新しい駆け引きが。
だから50-50じゃなくなる場面が多いよね。
The AI waifu, one of the modern marvels of society. But did you know you can now install your own?
俺地味に鉄拳
For me, I like that nerfed kick from Dragunov we showed in the Tekken Talk. Okay, so he's talking about Dragunov Sneak 4. So he's also happy that Dragunov Sneak 4 is getting nerfed. Why it was like that in the first place? Hey, but if you're happy that it's nerfed, we're also happy that it's nerfed. So hey.
テッケントークライブで見せたドラゴノフの蹴りの弱体が一番気に入る。あんだけもうね、オンラインの一定の
All the players online would really spam that move so much. Yeah, I wonder why. If you give somebody a gun, I'm surprised. It's like, oh my god, I gave him a gun, he won't stop shooting. Yeah, that's what guns do, you know? And you had the chance to fix that, and then you didn't. Well, you did by removing the knockback, but you still kept the fact that it could hit grounded. So it was like, again, removing a bullet from the gun. It's still a gun at the end of the day.
プレイヤー層はあれしか出してこないから、いや本当あれ一番気に入ってる。
But hey, that one is a nerf that I am very happy exists. So I'll just make a... Actually, there's nothing else we see from Dragunov. outside Dragunov sneak for nerfs.
細かいところだね。
個人的になんかもう被害があったみたいな感じで。
いやいっぱい被害あってるよ。だからじゃあそれも言いたかったのが、みんな何でもかんでも俺が決めてると思ってるけど、
そんなわけないです。
じゃあ原さん、いや違うツイッターだよ、原さんとかね。でもそうじゃなくて、もうチームにね役割がある。で役割のプロジェクトの当初は中津ねアグレッシブのコンセプトを作り出すのはそうだったけど、今の俺の役割は割と結構プレイして。
In my current role, I play the game a lot and give feedback with the player's feelings in mind. It doesn't feel like that's the case sometimes. It's like, one, you use Nina, who's one of arguably top 2 characters in the game, so you can get away with a lot of bullshit, where you're not as affected by we are. You have a smaller hitbox, you have safer moves, and because you're a smaller hitbox as a woman, it makes it harder for us to combo you. And also, you have one of the best sidesteps in the game. So it's like, you have a lot of privilege that we don't. From just using Nina alone. But I can understand. I'm gonna give him leeway for that one.
でプレイヤーの気持ちに50-50だな、これはここひどいよ、中津なんとかしてくれとかで結構。
This is pretty bad if it's a 50-50 Nakatsu do something. That's like most of Tekken 8. Yoshimitsu's Oki is like Yoshimitsu, King. Oh my god, it's such a list. But
言っ
anyways.
てるじゃない。
まあ本当は言ってるよね。
だから俺PS5
That's why I buy both fight passes for PC and
の
PS5
シーンも両
and
方
complete both.
ファイトパス買って両方完走してて、でそれをもってプレイヤーの一部は
With that, I can go a portion of the players here are just being salty. Does he like turn off crossplay if that's the case?
これは感情的プレイヤー
But a portion of players might have a point here. What does that have to do with the fight pass? What does that have to do with the fight pass? Unless you're arguing, you know that Halloween pack, you know the Grim Reaper outfit that the males have? When you drench that shit in all whites and it's absolutely blinding. Maybe he's talking about that, but even then, they've never nerfed clothing. So, what does this have to do with the fight pass? I guess.
の一部のこういうことを言ってるのはまあ一理あるのかもなとか、そういうところでまあドラグノフのあればその
割と細かいところが出てきた。
なるほどね。
はい、
あとはちょっと調整とは違うんですけど、シーズン2ってやっぱり初心者だったりもっと見てる人にも分かりやすくしたいっていうところで、鉄拳シリーズで初めてバトル中に
Oh yeah, this one. Alright. This one was very controversial. Being able to see let's see, combo counts, damage, and what? Property indicator on screen is accessible in training mode and Tekken Revolution. Which I think it's unnecessary because of, and this is the reason why. Whenever you tornado somebody or you counter hit somebody, actually, no, we counter hit, you can make an argument for it. But whenever you tornado somebody in Tekken 8, you have two-factor authentication to know that you tornadoed somebody. You not only have the loud bang noise that happens once you tornado them, but then you also have the zoom in with the camera. So you have two things to help confirm that you have counter hit somebody. Game Funny, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Thank you very much for following. But like, whenever you tornado somebody, there's two-factor authentication. The loud banging and also the camera work. So now you need the loud bang, the camera work, and an on-text indicator that you tornadoed somebody. Feels a bit excessive, right? If these two aren't already enough for you to mentally know that you've tornadoed somebody, then I think it might just be a skill issue. Genuinely, I think it might just be a skill issue. aside from that, for counter hits, for some, can make an argument for. Like, for example, Eddie's down back 2 on counter hit has a different animation to when it's on a regular hit. King's down forward 2, you had to see. You had to have good eyes. But now, I think this change over here might just buff King's down forward 2-1. Because now, also depends on how open the window is for indicating that a move is countered. Because if King does down forward 2, and then you see the on-text indicator that says it's a counter hit, then he can immediately follow up with a 1. I think that might make him even worse than he is right now. It actually might make him busted. So, yeah, it's not looking good in that instance. Yeah, it's not looking good. Having the on-screen indicator of how many hits your combo was and how much damage it is, personally, I don't care for it, right? I think it's just too much visual clutter, so I do hope they have the ability to turn it off. Because I definitely would want to be able to turn it off.
何ヒットコンボとかカウンターとかパニッシュとか
I definitely do know that this is a thing that's in 2D fighting games. And I can understand the argument for why it's in 2D fighter games, because 2D fighting games are much faster than Tekken, right? You have moves that are coming out at 2 frames, 3, 4, 5 frames. I think like, some moves are coming out at like 7 frames. Visually, you cannot react to that. That's why if you have an on-screen indicator that a move is a punish or a counter hit, it makes a lot more sense in that game. Because it's much more fast-paced, and it's much easier for you to just miss what the fuck did I just do? You know? When you're playing Guilty Gear Strive and you get hit with a counter. I understand that. The game is fast. Right? I have a conversation with my friend Chris a lot of the time where I complain about like how fast a move is. Like I'll be like, oh, King has a 10-frame grab. He has a 10-frame grab that has a 1+2 break, but it has a 1 break. Right? And he's like, you guys are complaining about 10 frames? I play Guilty Gear Strive. The average move is like, what, 5 frames? And then when I complain about like break windows, where it's like, oh, sometimes break windows are ass. King, we have a 20-frame break window. He's like, 20 frame? You have like a 5-frame break window in Guilty Gear Strive. That's why I was like, I don't understand why you guys are complaining. I can understand these on-screen indicators of combo counts, counter hit, punish, all that stuff. I can understand for 2D games. Tekken is slower. We don't need that. Again, with tornadoes, we already have 2-factor authentication. With certain counter hits, we already have 2-factor authentication. Leroy's back 1+2, sound effect, and the camera. So, I don't get it. I don't know how I feel about it. With this one, I think it would be to each their own, to be honest. Aries Ace, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Excuse me.
プラクティスでしか出てなかった。
出てないクリーンって表示が出ることで実際この見てると今反撃できてたんだとかすごいダメージのコンボ決めてるとかそういう視覚的な変化が初めてバトルに出るようになったのでそこは結構意外と邪魔になるんじゃないかなとか。
I think, yeah, for me, this is gonna be a clutter to me. I want to declutter the screen as much as possible. So, like, shit, if I could play without being able to see the health bars and the heat meter, I would, personally. So we just keep swinging at each other, because one thing that definitely annoys me the most is when you have rage or when your health is low, your mental starts shifting. You start being more panicky in the way you play. It's either you're more careful or you're more risky. I would like to have the same mentality throughout my entire round, instead of having to, oh shit, I have 30% left. Now I have to be extra careful. Or I have to, and then you start making dumb mistakes. So if I had the opportunity to remove the health bar, I would. There's probably a mod out there for it, so I'll probably look into it. But yeah, that's just me.
なんかトーン&マナー的に出ない方がいいかなと思ってたんだけどいざ出すと出てる方がやっぱり見てて分かりやすいし自分もプレイしてても今うまくいったっていうのがパニッシュが決まった時とか気持ちいいんでそういったところは結構気に入った。
あれは堅くなにね堅くなに俺が絶対に出すなって言ってたんですよ。俺と木本さんが 大嫌いだった。
そうあえて
米森
プ
さんも
ラクティスじゃねえんだ
大嫌いだった。要は数値化すること自体がもうなんていうの、
難しく見える。
いや難しく見えるというか、それが全部それが全てになっちゃうじゃないですか。世の中って数値化しない方が自分で考えたりとか、だからコンボとかもだってもうコンボの数を競うようになってきちゃうと、もう限界数と最低限の数。
I agree with that one, right? Because then when you play, you end up becoming so enamored by the idea of your combo has to be the most damage dealing as possible. Honestly, that's the type of stuff you take to training. Where you go to training, you find out how much your combo does, and then you take it into rank. Thinking about that in the middle of the match can cause some mental clutter, in my opinion.
だけの世界になっちゃうじゃないですか。だからそれはなんか逆にこう分かんないところがあっても面白いんじゃないかだったんだけど、最近はやっぱり昔と変わってきたのはストリーミングで見るっていう、そう見てる人が何が起きてるかが知りたいだったりとか、プレイヤーと同じ気持ちになりたいとか、そういう意味でニーズが変わったので、もう今回からもういいよいいよいいよって言ったんだけど、今までは時代はやっぱ違ったというか、鉄拳なりのアナログな面白さを出したいってなんかちょっと思いが強かったからダメっつってたんだけど、もう今回からねオープンしてるからね、
はい、そこ結構大きいですね。1年通して鉄拳実はそのアーケードがなくって家庭用で一斉ローンチしたの鉄拳8が初めて、僕らも大変だったんですけど、シーズン1の中で実は本当にシーズン2ぐらいのボリュームの変更をちょっと加えなきゃいけないぐらいの調整をして 1.5 みたいな状態にしたんですよ。それでもまだやっぱりもっとよくしたい部分もあったし、ユーザーが楽しんでる部分と不満に感じてる部分があって、それは本当チームでみんなで市場の声を拾って、本当にパッチノートマイケルさんがものすごい数。
This is one thing that I don't like. Michael Murray is behind the patch notes. I don't like that at all. Why? Michael Murray is a heart-stuck Raijin. Okay? He's a Raijin Nina player. For him to be behind balancing feels very off. It feels very off for somebody who hasn't hit high level play or higher level play to be the one to decide what gets buffed, what gets nerfed, and stuff like that. Mainly because you haven't seen the worst. You haven't seen the best and the worst of characters. Bushin is not really much, bro. Bushin ain't it. It does not shit. It's not shit, unfortunately. Once you hit Tekken King and above, and then you are behind the patch notes, I could put a little bit more faith in you. But like, Raijin? Not even like this Fujin, Raijin, Kishin, Bushin. Raijin? That was the furthest you were able to amount to in a year of playing Tekken 8? I don't know how I feel about your opinion on balancing at that point. Because again, you have not seen the best, nor have you seen the worst of how some characters can be. Zhao Yu with heat at the wall, you haven't seen that. You haven't seen how that's like. You haven't been in the streets like that. So I don't know how you feel. Like, you can't claim gang life if you haven't been in a gang, bro. You can't claim street life if you've never been in the streets. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I don't feel comfortable with Michael Murray being behind patch notes for Season 2. Instead, you just have to watch how veterans and people of higher rankings complain about moves. For example, one complaint that I have always made is that heat engaging moves have way too much tracking. It's not the move itself that has tracking, it's because it has a heat engaging property that for some reason that move tracks more than it should. Leroy's 1+2, 1+2, 2. You know, that move. Lars is 1-1-1. Dragunov's 1-2-1. Who else? Law's 1-1-1. Like, Kazuya's down forward 1, down forward 2. That move is unsteppable. Brian's Requiem. There are so many moves in this game where, because they have the nature of activating heat, they get insane amounts of tracking. Fang's shoulder back 1+2. Like, it's just too much. They need to nerf that shit. Demon Paws. It's just, yeah. Something that needs to get nerfed universally. Same thing with Lowe's. Lowe's track way too much. And this is something I noticed back when I was still in red ranks. I've been complaining about it since Red Ranks. Since when I was in Shinryu, I noticed. I was like, yo, I cannot sidestep lows for shit. Lows have disgusting tracking in Tekken 8. No, yeah, in terms of like they track you way too much, not they don't track enough. At some point, I even questioned, why does Lydia have a homing low if lows track anyways, you know?
てるんですけど、シーズン2でやっぱりもっとファンの期待に応えたいってところで、真剣にいろいろ議論してよくしようとしたので、そこはバトルに関しては結構変わってるけど楽しい部分もたくさんあるので、ぜひ自分のキャラクターの調整を楽しむのもそうなんですけど、バトルのシステム部分の変化だったりとか、さっき言ったような UI の視覚的に出る情報の変化も含めてまた新しく楽しめるようにできているんで、細かい部分も含めていろいろと触ってまた意見もらいたいなと思ってます。
I don't know how I feel about that. Okay, so that's that one. And then this is the big Tekken Talk. 2 hours. Oh, wait. Oh, yo. Thank you. Oh my god. I don't know how I feel. Right now, okay. So, they want Tekken to move towards aggression more. They intend on keeping the aggressive nature, so they don't plan on toning it down. They recognize the heat system was too overpowered, making it hard for defense to shine. They recognize that while aggressive is fun, it can create some unfair instances, like Kuma. Most negative criticism came from veterans, which is fair. Forgot to put a bracket there. They're unsure who to cater to when balancing whether it's casuals or veterans. Currently believe that Tekken is moving towards the right direction, which, debatable. Very debatable. They currently think that Tekken, oh yeah, I already mentioned that one, made the game to feel like even a newcomer can win if they try, which I've already made my argument against. Michael Murray is behind the patch notes. This is very scary. Okay. Who the fuck is this? Nerf Tarada. Okay.
テッケントークライブ、シーズン2&アンナスペシャルということで、いつものメンバーでお届けしようかなと思います。
Ugh, I have to get subtitle. Either Michael Murray is going to subtitle for us, or I need subtitles.
Welcome everyone to the season 2 and Anna
Okay.
special. We have all the faces you're used to normally.
はい、私バンネラムコエンターテインメント。
We're just gonna act like okay.
よろしくお願いします。
Obviously, this is Yasuda that everyone's familiar with, and myself, Michael Murray, as always.
はい、テッケンプロジェクトの中津です。テッケンとゲームディレクターやってます。よろしくお願いします。
The game director Nakatsu.
はい。そして
You see, I think one of the things that bothers me the most about Tekken, which I have noticed very early on, is that Tekken feels like it's moving towards Soul Calibur style of gameplay. With like guard breaks and stuff like that. I don't know. It feels very Soul Calibur-y, which makes sense because a lot of the people that were behind the Soul Calibur development team moved into the Tekken one. But like, if I wanted to play Soul Calibur, I'd play Soul Calibur 6, you know?
皆さんおなじみの
最後の
はい、鉄拳プロジェクトのナーフ原田です。よろしくお願いします。
And Nerf Harada is here with us today.
さあ今日3月24ということで、
中津誕生日なんだよね。
はい、そうです。
It's Nakatsu's birthday today, actually.
ありがとうございます。
いくつになったの？
はい、46になりました。
Oh, 46.
ありがとうございます。
Wow.
はい。
Harada's 46? God
だい
damn.
ぶ今日原さんシャシャになってます。
なんかちょっと画面おっさんばっかりなのもちょっとどうなのかなって。
So, Harada, you look a bit different today. Harada saying, well, you know, it's just a bunch of old guys on the screen all the time, so I thought I'd change it up.
まあ海外に行かれてたのはそういうことだったんですね。
はい、じゃあ今日はちょっとこのメンバーで
はい。
よろしくお願いします。
はい。
So, yeah, this is the members for today, and let's get started.
はい。じゃあちょっといつも通りですね、温めていきたいなと思うので、ちょっと先にいつも通り告知系をやっちゃおうかなと思います。
はい。
はい、じゃあ
よかった、誕生日コメントありがとうございます。
So,
嬉しいです
thank you everyone for the birthday comments, is what Nakatsu
いやいや、ハッピーバースデーナウフと原田とか、ハッピーバースデー原田さんって書いてるけど、じゃあ今日
ある意味
お茶の
誕生日だね。
もう何でもいいや。
Yeah, it's a bit chaos at the moment, but bear with us. So we're going to start off, just slowly work ourselves into the broadcast with some products and some announcements there.
はい、今日も盛りだくさんでいきますが、まずはじゃあスライドの方お願いいたします。
And let's start with the Yasuda's famous PowerPoint slides.
Give me a second. Let's see, Armor King, Kunio, Garden Ryu. Summer will be Armor King. Summer will be Armor King? When is Armor King associated with blue? Let's see. So I say Tekken 7 Lei was the most broken, overpowered character. Tekken 7 Lei? No way. No way. No way, bro. No way. To say Lei Wulong was the most overpowered character of Tekken 7 is that's some nut shit. That is right there. That's just false information, bro. What are we doing? What are we doing?
今日は1ページあるかな。
はい、じゃあちょっとこれ原田さんの方から今日説明されたいっていうことは、はい、紹介していただけると助かります。
So Harada's gonna go through these for us really quickly. So let's get started.
今日個々にグッズの紹介する前に一つ皆さんにお伝えしておきたいのは、いつも皆さんがグッズ買ってくれたりSNS で紹介してくれたりいろんなことしてくれるおかげで新しい商品につながったりしているのでいつも皆さんありがとうございます。
So he was just mentioning that because everyone is continuing to buy these products and also showing off what you guys have purchased is very entertaining for us, but it also shows our company that there's people willing to buy that. So the more of these things that you pick up, the more we're able to create moving forward. So thank you for that, sincerely.
はい、早速ですが、メタルプレートですね、ディスプレートから、4月1日に新しいデザインが登場します。
1日、また April Fools です。
あ、そうです。
So from display, we have the metal posters. You've seen some previously. These are new designs coming out on April 1st. That's not a joke. It's actually going to be on sale.
はい、すでにいろんなデザインがあるので、ぜひサイトチェックしてみてください。
So check out their homepage so that you can see the designs they've already released and the ones coming out soon.
はい、次ですね。ゴーンボードから鉄拳のコラボのボードゲームが発売されます。
So next up, there's going to be a board game actually for Tekken from Go On Board.
詳細これマイケルから紹介をお願いします。
So the task was given to me to explain a little bit about this. So this is a brand new board game coming up with iconic challengers. You get these little figures that come with the game as well to represent your favorite characters. Also, some of the mechanics from Tekken, such as Rage Art, Heat, these kind of things, combos, have been actually incorporated into the system. Wall attacks and things like these. Each of the characters have their own unique attacks as well. Plus, there's some new twists that the board game people added to it. I think it looks quite interesting.
A Tekken board game? Get the shit off my screen.
ぜひ
Can we get to the good shit?
と紹介した。
New fan art for character panels. Okay.
Piece actually
今も君だ
have some more.
Oh! You see, finally we get one for Leroy and Eddie at the same time. This Leroy one is tough. Yeah, this is definitely gonna be my my get ready for the next battle header. Yeah, that sounds amazing. Anyways,
いいですね。
So next slide, please.
Steve, Asusena, Claudia. The Asusena one is really cute. I like it.
予定しています。
Heihachi, Jin, and
Gives off very much Akuma energy. This is cute with the devil. Devil Jin eating cake on his shoulder. That's nice. Okay.
はい。
Gives off very like 70s anime. 70s, 80s anime.
はい。します。
Yeah, Tekken having a collaboration with
鉄拳糸側でも通知
having a collaboration with another. See, don't care. I'll collect the items, but I really do not care. I can't be bothered. Okay, nice reference.
ということで、どこかで見たことがある、
見覚えがありました。
はい、見覚えのある。
Nice reference. Oh, and Harada switch back.
能力を使ってるんだ
he said being turned into a
通り
Bishoto
で
only lasts for a very short period for him. So
そうですね。いや、リアドで、
EWC 2025. Okay. I don't care about the tournaments. I want the balancing.
登録
and
で、ツアー、頑張りました。
So, one important thing to know is not the misspelling of starting, but actually this first check mark. So, anyone, regardless of where they live or their nationality.
Yo, Hopper, welcome. We'll be doing good. GG's Tekken 8. Bro, I am so... Bro, you do not want to play Street Fighter 6. Talk about throw loops. You want to play Throw Loop Simulator compared to whatever... Actually, that might just be a better option. Actually, pick up Guilty Gear. Guilty Gear might just do you better than whatever the fuck is going on with Tekken. Bro, I don't understand what they're thinking. Some of the nerfs are great. I love them. Nerfing Dragunov Sneak 4. Nerfing Jin's down 2. Then you get some nerfs that just don't make sense. For example, key charging. Why do you nerf key charging? It makes no sense. So now key charges no longer guarantee you counter hit, but they give your next move plus 150% damage. Like, why? Who was complaining about key charging in combat? Exactly. That's my question. Who is complaining about key charging so much to where that move of all moves will get universally nerfed? It makes no sense. And then what other move is getting buffed? Oh yeah, Jin is getting Lars's Den 2 or Den 3. Where he does a excuse me, he does the kick into +5. No, well if he goes into stance he's +5. Kick into +5 stance mix up. Why? It's like, oh, we're gonna nerf Jin's down 2. And we're gonna nerf his up 4 too. And then we're also going to nerf his 2-on-4. But then we're gonna give him this mix-up that makes him even more of a threat. Just cause. Yes, fuck it, we ball.
The tour this year.
はい、そして、道場
I don't know how I feel about it. I'm scared.
どこで開催
I'm scared. This one was the change that had me feeling the most iffy about. Where it's like, you're able to recover 30% of your health, or actual damage inflicted, while you're grounded if you use your heat. Which, on paper, sounds interesting. Where it's either now I use my heat smash to oppress somebody, or I can use it for defense, right? But it's also the thought of, what if I'm fighting somebody, they have their heat activated, I knock them down to the ground, and then they recover 54 health. 54 health is a lot of health to regain. Just because I was whooping your ass. It's like popping an Estus flask from Dark Souls. You just pop one and then you get back in the fight. What does that do? So what's that for? That also removes the uniqueness of certain characters like Lei Wulong and Yoshimitsu, who had the ability to recover unrecoverable health, but that was a gimmick for them, right? They had a risk for doing it, they were very punishable, and also didn't regenerate a lot of health. With Yoshimitsu, it was like, what, 7%? If he does the meditation stance into 1+2, he recovers 7% health. Lei Wulong, it depended in Tekken 7 on how many times he drank. But now everybody can just pop that shit and it's what, 30%? It's kind of dangerous, bro. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that one.
OK になります。
Also, dojo events can be held in any country.
はい。まあ去年のいろいろ
Alright, let's get to the more balancing.
で、
Just complete
I think the being able to heat burst from stance thing, I think that's a okay thing. It's pretty good for some characters more than others. I know it'll definitely benefit Eddie to be able to heat burst, especially from handstand. I don't care about being able to do it from Negativa. Being able to heat burst from handstand would be so useful. That'd be great. But 1,000,000% I think it's there to benefit characters, future characters like Lei Wulong. Because in Tekken 7, Lei Wulong had 13 different stances. Being able to heat burst from all of them would be nice. Although I'm not sure if you are able to heat burst from back turn. That's the one that's kind of confusing. Because back turn is a stance, but like it's also back turn. So why would you be able to pop heat from there? So that might be iffy. Like with Lei Wulong, he would remove 4 of his grounded stances and back turn. But then you'd have neutral plus the 5 gates, the divine 5 gates, and that's it. Yeah.
in the finals. There will be some
and drunken stance as well,
etc. That's just something that's out of our hands in many instances. So please check the rules. We'll be updating that for fine details, as it's quite important.
Hi.
Are we gonna get to like any balancing?
Because
I'm glad I not watched this shit live. Having to sit down and then witness all of this. Wait a minute. Okay. So Anna comes out April 1st. People will have 1 month, exactly 1 month, to get accustomed to the new system and Anna before they have to hop into Evo Japan. Okay.
The details for Tekken World Tour.
Okay. GG's.
Plan to
GG's
have
to
the-
tournament runners.
エボジャパンの後が、ブルセルチャレンジ、コンボブレーカー、ロストッパー、あとバルト。
Okay. Don't care. Coaching. Coaching is only allowed 1 time per oh wait, this is still tournament shit. Don't care.
先にないなっていう方にも。はい。
Damn, are they just gonna...
僕の設定が
Tournament settings. In game options, tournament settings set to default. However, use preset 1 for stream setup. I know that tournament mode is definitely already a thing that you can find in the settings, where it's basically removes your ability to skip intro cutscenes. Oh, maybe they're adding more onto that. I don't know.
Default.
はい。なので、一旦はまあ声
It'd be nice if they could add tournament mode for season 2 though.
Check it out.
That would be like so nice, especially for streamers that are interacting with their community. That would be great.
People are saying that.
今に今日迎えたんですが、で、今日はこの2つ上の
So for people who might have missed it, we talked about ranked match changes in the last broadcast last month. So please check out that archive if you haven't seen it and want to know more.
じゃあ、まずは1つ目のアンナの、情報から、まあ、一旦すでに皆さんご覧いただいていると思うんですが、それらの方を、ご覧ください。
So first off, to refresh your memory, let's check out the trailer.
Oh, we were rewatching the Anna trailer? Oh, yeah, actually... she has a I-14 heat engager.
I'm only interested in my inferior half. This won't take
Bazooka
long.
gives debuff.
Get ready for the next battle.
Makes all normal hits. Deal chip damage until...
Lovely Tom's craving for a good time.
It looks like she has access to 3 different stances. 3 stances, which is her neutral. It'll be like what? Neutral, bazooka, and the, what is it? Hop kick. The one hand. Whatever it's called. It's like chaos something. Chaos Judgment, that's what it's called. And I'm assuming she's gonna call the bazooka one Dirty Tom or something like that. So let's call it Dirty Tom. So she has a regular Dirty Tom and Chaos Judgment. Those are her 3 stances. Chaos Judgment has a automatic low parry which launches. Let's see. Chaos Judgment. Chaos Judgment has auto low parry that launches. But Dirty Tom has debuff effect that adds chip damage until she receives damage. Cool.
Nie mogłam się doczekać. Zaczynajmy. I hear you're quite the gourmet. How about a pre-meal workout? Time to play. Time to play.
Let me also. Oh wait. I-14 mid heat engager. And then right here, heat smash. Heat smash applies debuff. Bro, why are we in a game that has debuffs? Why does a fighting game have debuffs? That is something that concerns me.
I'd love for you to taste my cooking sometime. I'm going to make you pay.
Feelings mutual. I love that we're so close, little sis.
She also has I-12. Let's see. She also has I-12 homing high. Might be counter hit launch. It might be an I-12 counter hit launching high like Nina's. Let's see. In heat, bazooka low is safe on block and plus at the wall.
I'm sick of that face of yours. Serves you right. Time to say goodbye. Once and for all. You're done now, you dirty rat.
I don't think they're gonna add her boob jiggle physics victory. The That one, they're not gonna add that one, which is unfortunate because that was one of my favorite ones for obvious reasons. I wonder if she's going to have that interactive victory screen that she has with Lee, where she sits on him and then she spanks him. He might just.
来週の、PDT では、4月3日で、はい、
アーリーアクセスの人ですよね、
はい、オフィシャルリリースですね、はい、に来週、でアーリーアクセスの方は、3月31日が PDT ですね。4月1日日本とかヨーロッパは、4月1日にアーリーアクセス開始となります。これ後ほどお話ししますが、パスを持ってる人向けの、はい、72時間の、アーリーアクセスになります。
Since everyone's waiting for this Anna Williams, take note of the dates, being the 3rd or the 4th, depending on your region, for the official release. And those of you who have early access from the past, we'll get that on the 31st of March or April 1st, depending on where you live.
Wait, hold on. Can you still buy the pass? Okay, that's Clive Rushfield, that's the gate. That's the mostly negative for the deluxe edition. What's the difference between the ultimate pack and the season pack? Oh my god, bro. Okay, so the deluxe edition. Why is the deluxe edition $30? Why is it so expensive? Why is it $30? Okay, so you'd have to buy another battle pass on top of this. Cause right here it says playable character year 1. It's year 1 pass. So there'll be another season pass. But if that's the case, then how will people be able to play early access unless this... Huh? Am I tweaking? Am I tweaking? Hold on. Oh my god, bro, it's so expensive. It was like $30. Yeah, god damn, bro. Fuck it. Whatever.
はい。で、まあもう行きましょうか。皆さんだいぶ待っていただいているので。
はい、そうですね。
はい、じゃあ早速実機の方を見ていきましょうか。
中津の操作で。
Alright,
はい。
let's check out Nakatsu playing actual the game build itself. He's going to show us some stuff today.
行きましょう。はい、メインメニューもいつも通り変わってます。
changing to reflect the latest character at that point.
はい、では早速プラクティスでやっていきましょう。
Let's start off in practice.
はい、アンナですけども、一応衣装はこの4種類が用意されてます。
You can see the 4 different costumes for Anna.
で、 鉄拳7の衣装についてある、この髪型ですけども、
キャラセレの画面、
キャラセル曲
あ、そうですね、キャラセルの曲シーズン2なんでちょっと変わってますね。はい。
Just a quick note: some people might have noticed the music has changed for season 2 in the main menu. Sorry, the character select screen.
で、鉄拳7の髪型、
Oh, I didn't even pick up on that. I thought it was just the niggas in the background changing the music to okay.
にしたいって人は、こういう風に髪型変えることもできるんで、
If you want to
ご
change
安心ください。
the hairstyle to that of Tekken 7, you can do so as well. So
はい。一応今回は新しい方でいきます。
we're gonna go with a new style though. こっちの方が好き。
これ結構揉めたけど今見てたら好評だね。
そうですね。
コメント見てる
はい
よかったよかった
よかったです。
結構揉めたから
ね。
はい。では、
王に戻したければ
ジュークボックスで設定できる。はい。
音楽の話。
自分で曲は変えれますんで。
If you want to change it back to the original song, obviously you can. これは Tekken 3の song
はい、じゃあ、やっていきたいと思います。
Yeah, I'm not gonna. This song is a bit too. It's a bit too much for me, you know. So I'd most likely be one to change it in the main menu. I already have all my shit randomized anyway.
Alright, let's get started.
Get ready for the next battle.
はい。まずですね、アンナのキャラクターコンセプトなんですけども、3つありまして、近距離スピードタイプっていうキーワードと、多様な二択っていうキーワード、あともう一つが変形式重火器ラブリートムによるパワフルな攻撃、この3点がキャラクターコンセプトとなっています。
So there are three key pillars to the concept of Anna as a character. First being close-up speed. Second being various different 50-50 mix-up situations. And then also the third being her weapon, which changes into different forms. Lovely Tom. And she has some powerful attacks.
It's lovely, Tom.
はい、こんな感じで、小技も速い小技持ってたり、
So speedy kind of pokes and jabs.
はい、ちょっと設定が変わっちゃってるんで一回戻しますね。
26 frame startup. I think you can maybe mid check this or you at least sidestep this. Better have sidestep. Oh. Go back.
パワフルな攻撃、この3点がキャラクターコンセプト。
Her weapon, which changes into different forms. Lovely Tom. Her weapon, which changes into different forms. Lovely Tom.
No way. No way. No way. That's the input. 222. 222 for.
Her weapon, which changes into different forms. Lovely.
Okay, 1 2 1. 1 2 1 2 1 plus 2.
Tom. And she her weapon, which changes into different forms. Lovely Tom.
1 2 1. 1 plus 2. Let's see. So it's a high, mid. Okay. Do I even make note of that? I'm not gonna play Nina or Anna. But okay, that's interesting.
And she has some powerful attacks with these.
Fuck, man. What was it? She has a fucking I-12. No, it's I-20. Full crouch. Counter hit launching low. No, it's not even a counter hit launching. It's just a 20 frame launching low. Let's see, tornadoes. I do wonder how minus it is on block though.
こんな感じで、小技も速い小技持ってたり、
So speedy kind of pokes and jabs.
はい、ちょっと設定。
Okay, so that thing can be interrupted. I did say could probably down forward one it. The reason why I didn't say jab is because I thought it had the capabilities of high crushing. But okay, you can jab, interrupt, and sidestep. Okay.
設定が変わっちゃってるんで一回戻しますね。
And it's safe on block. -8 on block. Okay.
あとは2択はまあ
Mid high. That's a high? That looks like a mid. Okay. Okay, so her down forward 1-2. Oh my god, I need to sit comfortably. Okay, so she has 1-2-4. She has a 1-2-4, which is a high mid high. No, it's a mid high high. Okay, fairs. I have a feeling she can cancel it, and it's -5 on block. High mid high into. Most likely, this is gonna be a counter hit launching high on the last hit.
あとは2択
Let's see. Down forward 1, 1-2-1. Yeah, down forward 1-2-1. Oh no, 1-2-4. I-13. High mid mid. No, mid high high. Most likely last hit, counter hit launches. Like drag it off.
2択はまあおなじみの2択がありますと。しゃがみからの2択は強いですよっていう。
And the mix-ups are what you've probably seen before with Tekken 7. Anna's a very a character with good choices from the mix-ups.
あとはまあラブリートムによる、変形式の重火器の攻撃が、まあ、今回の特徴みたいですね。
The heavy weapon
重火器の攻撃が、まあ、今回の特徴みたいですね。
There's no way that's true.
変形式の重火器の攻撃が、まあ、今回の特徴みたい。
Okay, it isn't true. It isn't true. Alright, okay. If you press into that shit, yeah, you're fucked up though.
the heavy weapon
Look at that damage. Oh. Oh, fuck,
重
man.
火器の攻撃が、まあ、今回の特徴
That's I-15 mid.
みたいです。
the heavy
Oh, okay. I-15. Mid. 59 damage. Is this wall splat? Hold on.
形式の重火器の攻撃が、まあ、今回の特徴
And that's 222.
形式の
Is
重火器の攻撃が、まあ、今回の特徴
that's it's 222.
the heavy weapon
Has you sliding, you know, ass facing. So I don't think it's going to wall splat. I don't think it's either going to wall splat or wall break. Okay.
lovely Tom that changes during fighting.
はい、まあ、こんな感じでいろんな
Oh, these look like naturals. Okay, those are naturals.
Changes during fighting.
13 I-13 high. Okay, oh, whoa. Oh. I-13 high heat meter. Oh, and it's an elbow, so most characters can't sabaki that.
Fighting.
How fast is that? Wait, these are part of Dirty Tom stances. A lovely Tom. So, I'd have to take... Yeah, these two. Oh.
During fighting.
Okay. I-15 mid-high. I-15 mid-high. Is that a capital? No, it isn't. I-15 mid-high. $35 damage. I don't really care about the damage for all these moves, just certain moves. Like, if it feels like it does a lot of damage. Like this one, this, I-15 mid, that ends in the bazooka. That one, for sure. I could see. I needed to note down the damage.
はい。まあこんな感じで。はい。
Okay, her forward I-15 forward input. I-15 forward 3. Forward 3 input. Forward 3 to heat engage. Heat engager. Natural heat engager too. That's the crazy part. Natural heat engager.
まあこんな感じでいろんな技を持ってます。
So you can see all the different techniques she has at her disposal.
まあ特徴的なところで言うと小技ですね。まずはこのアパスト。ニーナと同じアパスト。これが強い。
So like Nina, she also has the uppercut with the straight punch as well, the cross.
はい。で、まあ、小技で展開を作って、まあ、カウンターを取ったりできますが、ちょっとお待ちください。
So you could throw out a few of these quick moves and look for.
Oh, it doesn't counter hit launch. It's plus 14. Okay. Let's see. Last hit plus 14 on counter hit. Into guaranteed butt slam. Because if it's what? Plus 14 on counter hit, that means the only thing she can confirm after that is her I-14 butt slam. It's like when Feng hits you with the what's this, headbutts into shoulder. Okay. That's not bad actually. That's not bad.
でアパストから、前に入れておくことで新しい構えに行けます。
By holding forward during the uppercut cross, you can go into a different stance.
これがハンマーチャンスっていう構えですね。
It's called hammer chance.
Hammer chance. Okay. Let's see. Down forward 1-2 goes into hammer stance. Oh, hammer chance, I mean.
こんな感じでいろんな技が出せます。
And you can.
こんな感じでいろんな技が出せます。
And you can have other techniques available from the stance.
まあ、カオスジャッジも
Let's see. Down forward 1-2 back goes into Chaos Judgment. Okay. That's not bad. Off of a down forward 1-2? I mean, I guess. Fuck it, I guess. But, you know, it's not bad. I mean, it's alright. This I-13 high... This I-13 high is a result of Hammer Chance stance. Is I-15 forward 4-3? No, this goes into her neutral. This goes into her neutral game. And okay. Mid high. This is part of Chaos Judgment. No. This is part of Lovely Tom. What is it called again? Yeah, I'll just call it the Lovely Tom stance, to be honest. When I saw that mid. The one that ends in the bazooka.
Key pillars to the concept, and being so the third being her weapon, which changes into different forms. Lovely Tom, and she has some powerful attacks with these.
はい、こんな感じで、小技も速い小技持ってたり、
So speedy kind of pokes and jabs.
はい、ちょっと設定が変わっちゃってるんで一回戻しますね。あとは2択はまあおなじみの2択がありますと。しゃがみからの2択が強いですよっていう。
In the mix-up
has I-20 I-20 full crouch 1. Heat engager to mix up with launching low. Okay.
ups are what you've probably seen before with Tekken 7. Anna's a very
Yeah, this 4-4-3-2 is okay. That's neutral.
Good choices from the mix-ups.
あとはまあラブリートムによる、変形式の重火器の攻撃が、まあ、今回何の特徴みたいですね。
The heavy
That's the one I wanted
重
to
火器の
check.
攻撃が、まあ、今回何の特徴
Okay, so this mid into bazooka, I thought would be a lovely Tom stance. Fuck no. This is part of Hammer Chance. I feel like I'm missing something here. This one, I-13 natural high heat engager. We haven't seen anything from Chaos Judgment yet.
The heavy weapon, Lovely Tom, that changes during fighting.
The mid-high is also part of Hammer Chance? Oh my days, okay. Okay.
はい、こんな感じでいろんな技を持ってます。
So you can see all the different techniques she has at her disposal.
特徴的なところで言うと小技ですね。まずはこのアパスト、ニーナと同じアパスト、これが強い。
So like Nina, she also has the uppercut with the straight punch as well, cross.
はい。で、小技で
Tozy Gaming, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good.
展開を作って、
Thank you very much for the follow.
カウンターを取ったりできますが、ちょっとお待ちください。カウンで、小技で展開を作って、カウンターを取ったりできますが、ちょっとお待ちください。
So you could throw out a few of these quick moves and look for fish for counter hits.
で、アパストから、前に入れておくことで新しい構えに行けます。
By holding forward during the uppercut cross, you can go into a different stance.
これがハンマーチャンスっていう構えですね。
It's called hammer chance.
こんな感じでいろんな技が出せます。こんな感じでいろんな技が出せます。
And you can have other techniques available from the stance.
カオスジャッジメントに後ろに入れておくといけることもできます。
You can also transition to chaos judgment as well.
で、アンナの長所3つなんですけども、使いやすい小技と
Okay, what's important from what I'm looking at here? I-14 mid heat engager, I-12 homing high, which is a back to 2. Her I-20 full crouch. I-20 full crouch 2, which is a low, which is in a mix-up with the I full crouch 1. Mid high, plus 14 into guaranteed butt slam. 1-2 can go into stance. 1-2 back can also go into stance. It's 1-2-3 hold back. Yeah, it looks like 1-2-3 hold back. Hey, 1-2-3 back, yeah. Okay. Okay.
ラブリットムでの、攻撃によって制圧力の高い近距離戦を仕掛けることが可能。
Oil? Okay. Is an interesting bug.
です。
And so she has some of these quick techniques at her disposal, but also some of the more powerful techniques using Lovely Tom to get the advantage on her opponent.
で、さまざまな場所から中段と下段の2択で攻め崩す手段を持っていて、ガードを固める相手に、強い攻撃方法が取ることができます。
And then other mid and low attacks to kind of mix up her opponents and open up defensive players.
あとはキャンセル特殊構えを使った絡め手だったり、専用のデバフ効果、後ほど説明しますけど、衰弱状態っていうものがあって相手のペースを崩しやすい戦い方ができます。
So you can use cancel some of these strings and go into stances, or she has a special unique mechanic that has like a debuff effect on her opponent.
はい、その分、短所としては2択が強い分、ローリスクな攻め手が少なく、読みが通らないとダメージが取りづらいキャラになっています。
So the kind of drawback of Anna is that she doesn't have any really good low risks moves to throw out there. You have to kind of commit to one of the choices, and if you aren't reading your opponent correctly, then it's tough to give damage to them.
はい。
Low risk? Low risk? What? Every move on this list that I've documented so far, outside it being a high and you can launch punish it if you duck the high, everything here is safe. Everything. Look. Everything here that I've documented is safe on block. with the exceptions of highs where you can duck them and launch punish them. I don't want to hear talk about, oh, she has to fully commit to them. No, nigga, that's like saying Dragunov is fully committable. Like, yo, I'm not trying to hear that.
似た腰掛けるために、しゃがみを作ったり、横移動をしたりと、一手
Although we haven't seen how launch punishable the I-20 full crouch low
の
is.
で、相手の出方を伺う必要があります。
So you'll need to crouch to start up some of these things, or start off from a.
伺う必要があります。
So you'll need to.
Sidestep 1 plus 2 minus 11 on block. Okay.
Crouch to start up some of these things, or start off from a sidestep position.
That's sidestep 2?
So you really have to look at start up some of these things, or start off from a sidestep position.
That is sidestep 2. Okay, sidestep 2, I-20 low. Sidestep 2, I-20 low. And 0 on hit. Speaking of which, sidestep 1 plus
You'll
2.
need to.
Yeah, it's alright, it's on block.
Crouch to start up some of these things, or start off from a sidestep position. So you really have to look at your opponent's tendencies and judge correctly.
で、あとは確定反撃と切り替
It's crazy that her sidestep 2 looks the exact same as her full crouch low.
えしが、ちょっと乏しいので、ディフェンシブな戦い方はあまり向いてないキャラになってます。
She doesn't have as many punishing techniques as other characters, or moves that can kind of change the tide of the battle.
You have an I-14 heat engager, and then everything else is I-20, I-20, I-20. You know what? That's fair. That's fair, because this one is locked behind stance. I'll allow it. Okay. Okay. It's either you punish with your 1-2, your 1-2 into stance mix-up, or your 1-2-4. I'm assuming the last hit, even though it's safe on block. 1, it can be jab interrupted. And then 2, it's safer, or it's better for you to do 1-2 into stance. Either you go into Chaos Judgment, or you go into Hammer Chance. Okay, fair.
Compared to other characters.
はい、じゃあ、アンナを使う上で、簡単に、4つぐらい技を覚えておくと戦いやすくなるので、それぞれ説明します。
So now we'll talk about some of the key techniques you'll want to start off with when you first pick up Anna.
まず、この前々 RP、ヘッドレスコーチですね。このホーミングアタックで上段攻撃なんだけど、プラス4フレームが取れると。
I-17 hard.
First off is forward right punch, which does, it's a homing attack actually, but it is a high attack.
Okay, she has 4-4-2. Where the fuck is my 4-4-3-2? Oh. Oh. Never mind. 4-4-2 homing high. I-17. I-17 homing high. Okay.
Though when your opponent blocks, it leaves you at a +4 frame advantage.
例えばこれをガードすると4フレーム有利なので、相手のジャブに対しては、バストで展開を作れると。
So if your opponent is going for jabs, you can lock them up with this move and continue your attacks.
はい。で、ヒット時に追撃もできる、優秀な技になっています。
Jin's while standing 2 is minus 12. Oh, his while standing I-14 launcher, yeah. Wait, isn't that I? It is while standing 2. Yeah, I'm right. His while standing 2 is I minus 12. Oh wait, it's no longer safe! I can take it.
If it does hit, you can. There's also follow-up attacks available.
はい。で、まあ、これを嫌がる人には次に紹介するこの前々 LKRP っていう技がありまして。
So for people who kind of catch on with that attack, there's some other options that she can use after that.
なんで上段を振って展開を作りつつ、でしゃがむ相手にはこういうのでヒート発動を狙うと。
So you can use the attack to kind of lock down your opponent, and then when they catch on and start trying to duck, you have this other option which ends in a heat engager.
はい。
That also hits mid if you can't.
ガードされても反撃できないので非常に。
Oh! For a second, I thought she was +7. No. She's -7 for her mid-mid. Okay. -7 on block. But forces crouch. Okay, -7 but forces crouch. Okay.
非常に使いやすい技になってます。
Also, another note is even if you do use this and your opponent blocks, there's no punish to that.
でまあ当然ウィリアム姉妹おなじみのアパスト、これは非常に使いやすくって前を入れることでハンマーチャンスに展開できまして。
Like her sister, you can go from the uppercut cross into that stance called the hammer chance, in which you have various attacks from that.
でこれを暴れてくる人にはこうカウンター取って両キックでヒート発動みたいなこともできます。
Her butt slam is just 1+2. One plus two.
And so, for people who try to interrupt your combination, you can actually choose to follow up with that kick and fish for.
Her full crouch low is. Her full crouch launching low. Oh, is -21 on block. -21 on block, no stagger.
For counter hits.
で最後もう一個、使いやすい技を紹介しますが、この 1RK ですね、ミストレスヒールっていう技ありまして。
I forgot what the English name is. It's called Mistress Heal in Japanese, but it's
1RK。はい。
So down back right kick.
これもハンマーチャンスに行けて展開を作れると。
And you can use that to get into the hammer chance to then pressure opponent with those attacks. And you can use that to get into the kick.
An I-17 low. Ooh, okay. I-17 low, so it's unseeable. Low, that is. +8 on hit. Can transition into hammer chance. +8.
これもハンマーチャンスに行けて展開を作れると。
And you can use that to get into the hammer chance to then pressure opponent with those attacks.
でこれがカウンターヒットすると、相手大幅有利な状態になって。
Oh my days. +13 on counter.
自分が大幅有利になってハンマーチャンス中の LP ですね、これが連続ヒットします。
If you do catch them with a counter hit on this, there are
Hammer chance I-13. So it guarantees hammer chance 1.
There's a guaranteed follow-up with LP,
はい
left punch.
なので、この技と失礼この技とアパス
The
と
high, the mid combination, uppercut, cross combinations.
使っていくと、結
Go
構
back to that slide.
こので、この技と
Oh, wall running 3. So this looks like... Wait. Yeah, it's wall running 3. Wall running 3 is a slide. So I-16 slide into rocket. I hope this can be low parried.
失礼こので、この技と失礼この技とアパス
The
と
high, the mid combination, uppercut,
この
cross
技
combinations.
使っていくと、結構アンナの主要な技で展開を作ることができます。
And the down back right kick are the moves you're going to want to look at first.
で、ヒート発動から今回しゃがみ帰着が選べるようになっているので、この辺も強いポイントですね。
And from Heat, from Season 2, obviously, you can choose to follow your opponent and then go into a crouching stance, which gives you mix-up options.
はい、以上が、立ち回りで使えるおすすめ技です。
So those are the techniques you'll want to look at in neutral.
で、ここから2択の紹介をしていきますね。まずアンナ、非常に2択が豊富でして、立ち状態はまずはこのアッパーストレートと、先ほど紹介したこれ 1RK が2択になってます。
So for the mix-ups, Anna's got lots of them. First, you'll be looking at the uppercut cross, and then the down back right kick he was just talking about.
はい、続いてしゃがみ状態で、立ち途中右パンチのリフトショットと
For crouching, we've got while standing right punch.
しゃがみ前進中のホールドブレードですね。これが2択の中段と下段になります。
Which is starting from a crouching and then down forward and right punch.
Stefan, welcome. Hope you're doing good.
Is a good mix-up from crouching.
はい、であと横移動、この両パンチのブラッディカオスと横移動中 RP カオステールですね。こちらが中段と
Her sidestep 2. No.
RP.
Okay, I was right. Okay. So her sidestep 2 is a low. 0 on hit. And plus 14 on counter hit. This shit better be like plus 14 on counter hit guarantees mid heat smash. If it's gonna be okay. I don't know how mine this is gonna be on block.
カオステールですね。こちらが中段と下段の2択になってます。
And from side step, you've got both punch buttons giving that mid option, and then あとなんだっけ、右パンチだっけ、下段。
右パンチ、横移動。
right punch while sidestepping for that low option.
この下段ノーマルヒットはプラスマイナス0ですけど、カウンターヒットするとプラス14フレーム取れるので、ここからまたこういった2択が
カウンターでいくら
プラス14です、ね。
So on normal hit, it's basically 0, plus or minus 0. But if you can counter hit them with that, you'll have plus 14 frames.
はい。なんでアンナを使う人はしゃがみからの2択をどうやって展開作るかっていうのが結構重要になってきます。
So if you want to play Anna effectively, you're going to be making a lot of use of these, from crouching mix-ups.
この辺も、結構コンボも簡単なので、これカウンターヒットしたら RP 連打して RP、LP、RP ってやると50ダメージとか取れますね。
So it's pretty easy. You can do mostly jamming on RP. Sometimes in the middle of that.
Rock Scott, welcome. Hope you're doing good.
To do
good
50
morning.
some damage. So for beginners, it's quite easy.
He just woke up. Yeah, man, we went through the previous Tekken Talk, and now we're going through this one, this big chunky one. Right now I'm just breaking down Anna's neutral, or breaking down Anna's moves to see which ones do I need to be most concerned about. Honestly, so far, Anna's I have no reason to be afraid of her, except for when she goes into crouching. Right? Usually there are certain characters, like, once they go into crouching, you're like, why am I afraid of you? Like King, right? King and Kazuya are two characters where the moment they're in full crouch, and Brian as well. The moment they're in full crouching, I don't get scared. They have zero tools that can make me panic in that state. Anna, on the other hand, thrives off of full crouch. Over here, she has a, where is it? She has a full crouch launching low. Here it is. Full crouch launching low. Full crouch 2. But it's minus 21. No stagger though. The only problem with her launching full crouch low is that it looks exactly the same as her full crouch 2. Or a sidestep 1, I mean. Sidestep 2. Which is minus 11. No. It's this one. Yeah, sidestep 2. Which is 0 on hits. And plus 14 on counter hit. So her sidestep 2 and her full crouch 2 look exactly the same. You just have to have an eye to see the difference. Otherwise, she's I-14 mid heat engager, the 1+2 her ass slam. In Tekken 7 it was like minus 17 on blocks, so I'm not really stressed about this one. The bazooka mid, although it does suck that it has a debuff, but not all the moves have debuff. So yeah, right now Anna's she's looking okay. I don't think I'm gonna be scared of her when she launches. Yeah, I'm not scared.
で、新構えの、ハンマーチャンスですね。
Unless she's in heat. Only time I'm scared is when she's in heat.
ね、この前と LK で出せる。こういう。
So for hammer chance, you can go directly into the stance, being by inputting forward and left kick at the same time.
はい、こちらはですね、ハンマーチャンス LP で、発生の早い上段ヒート発動技が出ます。
From hammer chance, if you push left punch, you get that kind of fast activating move that's a heat engager on hit.
で、リターンの大きい RP、LP、RP だったり、両パンチでこのガードさせても有利な状況を作れる技が出せます。
Also, if you want to go for damage, transition to the stance and then doing RP, LP, RP gives you some nice damage there. Or there's a both punches move in that stance. あれなんだっけ、両パンのはどういうところだっけ？
ガードさせて有利で削りダメージが取れる。
You can use that option to get plus frames on block and also doing a little bit of chip damage there.
I wonder if she can block.
さらに下段は
I wonder if she can block from hammer chance stance. Most likely she can. Yeah, she probably can.
ハンマーチャンス中の
It is. It's basically just a sway.
There's also a left kick option.
Hold on. Oh, +6. Hammer chance. This is the new stance that she has. So she has Chaos Judgment, which is the stance that she's had since forever. You know, the little one-legged stance that has the automatic low parry that launches you. She has Lovely Tom, which is the bazooka. And then she has Hammer Chance, which is this new one where it looks like she sways forward. She sways forward and then she has a mix-up from that one. One of the moves that she has from that is Hammer Chance 1, which is an I-13 high heat engager. Considering the fact that it's I-13 and it's a high and it's a heat engager, most likely it will have disgusting levels of tracking. So the only way you can really survive that one is by ducking. Or maybe if you're really lucky with your sidestep. But she can enter it from going down forward 1-2. That said, I wonder if her down forward 1-2 jails like Nina's one. I hope not.
Also a left kick option from the hammer chance that's low attack.
これもしゃがみになったりするので、ここからもしゃがみ2択に行けますよ。
And you can also choose to go from crouching mix-ups from there because you can return to crouching.
ただノーマルヒットマイナス3フレームなんで、カウンターとかから行ったりするといいかもしれないですね。
That said, it is -3 on normal hit.
Yeah. Chaos Judgment, Little Tom, and Hammer Stance. It's all documented here, but you guys can't see it. But yeah, those are the 3 stances that it seems Anna's going to have on top of her neutral game. And yeah, that's what, 4 total stances. Yeah, they're definitely adding Lei Wulong. They're gonna add Lei Wulong, give him at least 12 of his 13. I can see that happening.
So you might want to look for counters to press your advantage.
はい、以上が2択の、紹介。
I think the only stance they're gonna remove from Lei Wulong is that sitting snake one. That's the only stance I could see them removing from Lei. Everything else, I think he's gonna keep.
とハンマーチャンスから。
They might decrease the amount of moves he has, but he's still gonna keep all those stances. And then they're gonna change the properties of each move. Like, maybe his 4-1 might not launch anymore. His Phoenix 2 might not launch anymore. Launching Power Crush that's -12 on block. So, yeah, I'm not too sure about that one. Excuse me?
And that's the some of the mix-ups and some of her moves available from the Hammer Chance stance.
はい、続いてですね。これは見せたので、RPRP と、入力するとヒット時に新しいそのプレジャータイムっていう
これ英語何やっけ？
バズ、まあこの重火器ラブリともか。
Okay. So, it seems like Hammer Chance 2-2 puts her into Lovely Tom stance. And Hammer Chance 2-2 is like mid-mid, right? Yeah, it's I-15 mid-mid. Oh, it's this one! It's this one, alright. If you press 2 again, then you shoot the bazooka. So, I-15. This is Hammer Chance 2-2-2. Into... Oh, 2-2. Into... What? Lovely Tom stance.
バズ、まあこの重火器ラブリとも担ぐモーションを取ります。
There's another stance actually she has if you go into Hammer Chance, do right punch called Pleasure Time in Japanese. Sorry, I don't have the English.
It's called Pleasure Time? I'm not gonna call that stance Pleasure. The one with the bazooka? I'm calling it Lovely Tom, bro. If that's the name of the bazooka, I'm calling it Lovely Tom. I'm not fucking calling it Pleasure Time.
Directly in front of me. But you can notice she takes it out, the weapon out, Lovely Tom.
Hold on! Oh, my days. Okay. So... Yeah, it's called Pleasure Time. Fucking... Yeah, I'm calling it Lovely Tom. Anyways, Lovely Tom 1. 1 is, I-11... I-11! Hold on.
Called Pleasure Time in Japanese. Sorry, I don't have the English directly in front of me.
I-11!
Called Pleasure Time in Japanese. Sorry, I don't have the English directly in
I-11 mid! Okay. I-11 mid with debuff. Mid bazooka with debuff effect. And most likely it's safe on block too. It's safe on block. It's either safe or it's plus on block. I can guarantee that one. So she can either do okay. So she either has the I-11 mid with no bazooka, with no debuff, or she can do the one with debuff. The thing is, if I have one that doesn't have debuff and I have one that does have debuff, why would I ever go for the one without? Unless... Actually, no. Instant. If the debuff is already applied, then you can go for the one without. Yeah, that too. Damage. LT2.
Called Pleasure Time in Japanese. Sorry, I don't have the English directly in front of me. But you can notice she takes it out, the weapon out directly in front of punch.
Okay, boom! That's a difference in damage. Okay, so Lovely Tom 2, which is the one without the debuff, is 51 damage. The one, no, 61 damage. The one without the buff is like 53.
Pleasure Time in Japanese. Sorry, I don't have the English directly in front of me.
53 with debuff, 61 without. Okay, never mind. I can see why you would use one over the other.
But you can notice she takes it out, the weapon out, Lovely Tom, as a bazooka.
はい。で、まあこのプレジャータイム中 RP
If she goes into stance like that and you block it, you can interrupt, would make sense. I don't know. It looks like it would, one, do chip damage, and then two, be safe on block. I genuinely don't know how you would work around this.
で、貫通弾が撃てて
Sidestep, maybe? Yeah,
You
you'd
can
have...
choose to
Sidestep is your only option.
have piercing ammo.
LP で、まあ、この炸裂弾っていうか、まあ、相手にデバフ
Do you know what's crazy about this debuff that Anna has? This little purple shit. You know what's crazy about it? The craziest thing about it? It lasts infinitely unless you inflict damage on her. So as long as she doesn't take damage, as long as Anna doesn't take damage after hitting you with the debuff lasts infinitely. It doesn't have a cooldown. Doesn't have a cooldown. It doesn't, it lasts for like 5 seconds and then it goes away. It lasts as long as Anna goes untouched. And that's... Phew. Why are we adding debuffs in fighting games? It's not an RPG.
バフ効果を付与する、弾が撃てます。
Or with left punch, you can, it has a debuff effect on hit of your opponent. これガードでもデバフ。
そうです。ガードでも。
Even on block.
でまあこう衰弱状態になるとキャラクターにちょっと今弱ってますよ。
The fact that it debuffs you even on block. Oh my god.
っていうエフェクトだったり、キャラクターの
Street Fighter has moves that give poison? Yeah, that's stupid. It's stupid. I think you're talking about Aki? Yeah.
ハッドですね。キャラクターアイコンにも今。
And then also, was it Akuma or was it Bison? Where they put a detonator inside you and you slowly take tick damage and then you blow up. Also. Ew.
衰弱状態ですよっていう
RPG みたいな感じだね。
はい。鉄拳初のデバフ効果がついて。
First time we've done this in Tekken, but you can see the effect was on the character, kind of a rough, the purple outline. And then if you look at the character icon on the top right of the screen, you'll also see this notifies of being in that debuff state.
はい。でこの衰弱状態って一体何なのかっていうと、
So what is it? Okay, let's talk about it.
どんな攻撃をガードしても
I thought this
削り
is
ダメージ
11 frames.
相手側がですね。
Yeah. So in that state, your opponent will take chip damage from any attack, not just the ones normally set to do that.
こんな感じで相手の体力見てほしいんですけど、
Look at the life gauge on the top right.
アンナがヒートでもないのに
What does the debuff do? It basically turns all her regular attacks into attacks that deal chip damage. So no matter what, you're going to be taking damage after you get debuffed. And then the only way to remove the debuff is to hit her back. They're like, we're planning to improve the defense in Tekken 8. Also them. Let's add a character that can hit you with the debuff, even on block, that makes you take chip damage infinitely until you hit her back.
削りダメージが入っていると。
I got a great hit me, bro. Hit me. What's your idea?
So Anna's not in the heat state, but you can see the recoverable gauge being induced.
はい。でこれどうやって
So basically, her buff turns into the best damage. Best chip damage dealer in the game. Because Alyssa got nerfed. Leroy is up there, but Leroy's only tied behind Heat. So Anna just gets that shit for free.
解除するかっていうのをお見せします。
So, if you're the opponent, how do you remedy that?
失礼。
Doesn't know how to maneuver Anna.
ちょっと待ってくださいね。
Hold on a second.
They're trying to figure out how to debuff.
So now when the opponent is in the debuff state,
まあ、アンナに攻撃をヒットさせるとデバフが
You can use the bazooka to add it back, but it won't be infinite. Oh, wait, let me read that one before. Remove chip damage as a base thing, lower it down a lot in heat. Anna in debuff gets a little chip damage, decent on hits, but if she doesn't get a hit within 5 seconds, it resets. You know what? I can see that. Within 5 seconds is a long time in Tekken. But I can see that if she doesn't get a hit within 5 seconds. But okay, now my question is, what happens if she does get a hit? Then what? Does the debuff continue? Or is it just in general 5-second cooldown? Or 5-second lasting period, whether she gets a hit or not?
が解除されます。
if the opponent attacks Anna,
こんな感じで
then the effect is removed. ブロックじゃなくて
当てなきゃいけないですね。
So not on block, you have to actually hit her.
はい、なので、まあ、アンナは相手をデバフ状態にしたら相手がジャブだったり、まあ、そのローキックみたいな小技で、まあ、きっと解除してくるだろうってとこで、まあ、そこで手玉に取って、まあ、下段はカウスジャッジメントで
Extra damage, but a bit more debuff time, or heat recovery if in heat. But just a bit. Oh, how much more debuff time? That's the question.
まあ逆にいなしたり、まあ、ジャブを読んで、まあ、いろんな自分が得意な展開を作ったりっていうのが、まあ、この衰弱状態の、まあ、駆け引きになります。
So
15 damage move does like 17 or 18. That's a fair amount. That's a fair amount.
What happens is when you have your opponent in the debuff state, you know
2
that they're going to try to...
2 seconds per hit, max? But I feel like that can turn into a steamroll. That can turn into a nasty steamroll if that's the case. It could, but the likeliness of it, it depends. Lows don't count. So only mids. Bro, she has a 17 frame unseeable low. Where is it? I know I documented it somewhere here. Here it is. Her down back 4. It's I-17, right? So it's a 17 frame low. Plus 8 on hit. Puts her into stance. Into hammer chance stance. Plus 13 on counter hit. Meaning if you land down back 4 on counter hit, it guarantees a heat engage. Guarantees heat engage or heat dash afterwards. For an unseeable low. It's just an idea. I'd still have to refine it, but I think it could work. I think you could make it work. But we just need to like tweak out. Find some tweaks and fix it a little bit.
Remove that state by doing quick attacks. If that's a low, then you can go into Chaos Judgment. If you think they're going to do a jab, then you have your other options that you would do from crouching, etc.
はい。で、まあここにプラクティスにもこのデバフ状態を作る機能があるんで、まあこれで試してみて。
And there's an option in practice to set this on the debuff state, so you can practice different setups.
まあこれアンナのかなり特徴的な、専用の状態となってます。まあ、このデバフが、まあ、アンナしか今持ってない、まあ、専用の、状態異常効果になります。
And so this actual mechanic is something unique to Anna, so none of the other characters have it.
はい。
For now, guarantee. Like how long until we get? You know King's poison breath, the bad breath move. How long until they give a debuff to that move as well? Like, come on, man.
じゃあヒートの説明 しますね。
So next, let's go into the heat description.
So Anna is pretty much what expected, a dangerous mix-up character that looks like a better Nina. Better Nina? I don't think so. I don't think she's better than Nina. I think Nina is actually still better. The only, like, her poking and her sidestep, her sidestep cancelings, and all that stuff makes her infinitely better than Anna. Her chip damage, the only thing that's better in terms of Anna is her full crouch mix-up and the chip damage. I think that's the only thing that makes her better than Nina. Otherwise, Nina's still the better William. Oh, you mean in terms of design? Oh yeah, then I agree.
はい、ヒート中の強化要素3つありまして、1つがヒート中のみ使用できる技によって、相手を先ほど説明した衰弱状態にしやすくなると。
So one of the aspects of Anna when she's in the heat state is it's easier to...
Armor King was the one with bad breath? Wait, did I say King? I meant Armor King, my fault. Like, how long do we wait until they give Armor King the bad breath debuff when he gets added?
Inflict that debuff effect on your opponent.
これ
Easier
Oh,
to inflict that debuff.
Up 4-3-1. 20... Oh my god. Okay. Up forward 3-1. Which is I-23. Mid. Into debuff bazooka.
Buff effect.
+4 on block. Debuff into +4 on block.
On your opponent.
これですね、このQLKLP。
So up forward left kick to left punch.
はい、これを相手に触れればもうすぐにデバフ状態に。
And the problem is she retains Nina's back 2-2. So I can't even reliably step at +4 or at -4 because she could just hit me with the 12 frame homing high. It looks interruptible, I think.
Punch.
はい、これを相手に触れればもう。
No, it looks like the up forward 3 stuns you long enough to where you can't even jab into. I hope so.
To left punch.
Because it looks like, look at this block stun.
相手に触れれば。
Look at that block stun. Oh, like, yo. And look at that damage too. A lot of chip damage. I-23 is not even hard to land. I-23 is not hard to land. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Oh, it's not impossible to land. What, Jin's down 2 is I-23. So,
So if you can touch your opponent with it, then you can apply that debuff effect to them.
はい、攻撃の発生遅いんですけどガードされても有利な状況でプラス4フレームなのでここからまたアパストで攻めたりできますね。
It's slow, but it's +4 on block, so you can continue your offense.
はい、でもう一つが、ラブリートムによる攻撃がパワーアップして攻撃力がアップします。
Another is more powered up attacks using Lovely Tom, where the damage increases.
はい、ちょっとこれはヒートじゃない状態から見せますね、まず。
So start off from not heat, so you can have a comparison.
はい、前 LKRP って、スラッシュコマンドで出てる技ですね。これが
38 damage.
普段ヒートじゃない時に出せる。
So for example, the slash.
I already
kick with the
documented
left
this,
kick,
her wall running
and then right
3
punch following
on
it.
here.
That's the normal
I-16.
attack for her.
これがヒートになると
And during heat,
打つ球の数が増えます。
Whoa! Look at this damage! Whoa. For an I-16 low? Oh, it's wall running, so it's technically I-18, I-19. Still, this is an unseeable low into 64 damage and sends you full screen. But this is wow. I-14 into basically wall break. Basically. 64 damage!
がヒートになると
And during heat?
撃つ弾の数が増えます。
Yeah. I-16, 64 damage, full screen pushback. So, and looking at this is a wall break. This is a wall break. It's a combo ender and a wall break. Oh.
The number of shots increases.
ダメージちょっと見てほしいんですけど、かなり減りますね。
しっかり感じの銃攻撃が。
そうですね。ニーナと同じく弾の撃つ数が増えます。
So you can see, like her sister, her attacks from the firearm increase during the heat state.
はい、これしかもガードされても特に反撃がないので非常に扱いやすいです。
But when blocked, there's no opponent.
Look at the pushback! You can't even punish this! Oh yeah. +1 from full screen. Oh my god, I could do so much with that. Oh yeah, I could do so much with +1 from full screen. I-16 low that knocks you full screen. Wait, I-16 low that knocks you from full screen, which means it wall splat / wall breaks. 64 damage. And unblocked. This is by far the safest move in the game. This is undoubtedly the safest move in the game. You better have the ability to low parry this. I don't want to see no bullshit of like, oh, when she slides, she's considered airborne. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. I need it to be low parryable. Don't give it Alyssa's slide. +1 from full. Oh my god, bro.
Punishes or anything, so you're okay with that. 結構チャット欄がうわ oh my god って言ってるけど
Look at that! Oh my god, bro! It did the little wall bounce shit at the wall. So she's safe even at the wall. Look, I thought it would be an instance of like, oh, it's +1 with pushback, right? And then if you're at the wall, then she's like launch punishable or some shit. She's safe at the wall for an I-16 low. When last has that happened? Except for like Zhao Yu's little breakdance move thingy on the floor. When last have we seen a low that is not only safe on block, but plus on block? A low that is plus on block. When have we seen that? Hold on. Like, hi. I want to see the frames for this. Okay. It's -5. -5. Special low. Into the wall bounce shit. A -5 low. She's airborne? Hold on.
結構チャット欄が
No, it says crouching, standing.
oh my god
Standing.
けどでも
Okay. But there's nothing you can do anyways! I don't know, I'm saying okay. I mean, yeah, I can low parry it. A low that is -5 on block. Yo. A low that is -5 on block. Plus wall splat.
これヒット強化中だからね。
あんまヒットしないです。あとまあ横にそんな強くないので。
So, you know, obviously.
Hey, bro, if you could low parry the bazooka, that would be so funny. She shoots the shot, you grab the bazooka shot, and you lift it up in the air, and all of a sudden her leg is up with it.
It is during the heat state, so people are freaking out in chat. You know, please keep that in mind. And Nakatsu mentioned it is a bit weak to sidestepping as well. So.
No, it's not. I hate that. I don't believe Tekken no more. I hate when they say that. Oh yeah, it's weak to sidestep. What lows in Tekken 8 are weak to sidestep? I'd love to know. What lows in Tekken 8 are weak to sidesteps? I know a lot of people would say Kazuya is down 1+2. Bro, lows in Tekken 8 track way too much. Way too much. This slide, I'ma see the slide like I see every other slide. Like Nina's slide is supposed to be sidesteppable. You can sidestep it on fringe cases. I don't believe them when they say this slide over here, this bazooka slide is gonna be, oh yeah, this bazooka slide is going to be sidesteppable. No, I don't believe you. I don't believe you, Michael Murray. Eddie's forward 4-3 is weak to sidewalk left. True. Fairs.
Options.
はい。で3つ目のヒット中の強化要素としては、
The fact that they address the fact that everybody in the chat replay is probably screaming their head off, talking about what do you mean safe on block low? What do you mean -5 even? Like, yo, see you guys at season 3. Yeah, I had to. Focus on defense, buff chip. Yep. Yep. Oh, where is it? Let me see what people say here. Another option is that you could hop kick between missiles if the block stun is not that severe. Because it looks like it might have a severe block stun to force you to eat all of that.
なんでしょう。
ゲラン攻撃で、
はい。
ゲランパリできる。
このスライディング。
あ、そうそうそう。
これはできると思います。
Also, you can low parry that. Obviously, できる。
Okay, thank you. Thank you. You can low parry it. You can low parry the wall running 3.
このスライディング。
Is low parryable.
Also, you can low parry that. Obviously. Nice.
Minus, it's also... Okay, I was gonna say it's -20 on block. Right? So it's like, yay. But like, which Nina in their right mind would just stop it at the slide? It's like, -20, yes. But why would you stop it at the -20 when you can just ba 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 and then be safe on block? With pushback and a lot of chip damage. So it's like, I mean, I guess, but no.
はい、あとはですね、アンナの、コンセプトである二択能力ですねが強力になって相手の
The season 3 comments is not about Anna. Bro, I heard on St. Laurent's Discord server that they buffed King. So unless they add Lei Wulong in summer, GG's. Y'all will be seeing me in season 3 when they fix this fucking game. Because what do you mean they buffed King? What I've heard is that King now has a proper 50-50 mix-up in heat where his giant swing and his shining wizard are now homing. They're homing in heat. For what? For who? For what? And then he also has 3, was it 4-3-2-2? Or is it 3-2-2, which was a move that existed in Tekken 5. They removed it, and then they added it back in Tekken 8. And it is a mid. And you can charge up the mid. And if you charge up the mid, it's then +9 into Jaguar sprint stance. What do you mean? +9 into stance. Yo, bruv. This is why I have the title of my stream the way it is. Big Man Tings, yeah? It's not looking good, bruv. It's not looking good. What do you mean, +9? King is +9 into stance. If he charges it up. Big Man Tings, yeah? Yo, it ain't good, bro.
能力が上がります。2択は強力になるって感じですね。
And so she has better mix-up options during heat as well to open up opponents.
例えば、このコールドブレード、これが強力になりますね。
For example, a cold blade that while crouching down forward right punch.
これが今ちょっとカウンター後になってるんでオフにしますね。普段のコールドブレードがこう。
I know this shit's gonna annoy me. This shit popping up on my screen. I pray that there's a setting to turn this off. This is gonna annoy me. Because like, look at this. Not only do you hear the sound effect, you see the camera changing. Why do I need this 3-factor authentication to know that I tornadoed you? Was the sound effect and this not good enough? Why is this? Yeah, this thing is just clutter. It's just clutters. Yeah, I pray that we can remove this.
So that's the normal one?
Homing throws were a thing already, see, and they were removed because of how broken they were. Reina, Heihachi, King still have homing throws, so hey. They said King's RKO, the homing throw that everybody hates, let's add more.
ヒート中のコールドブレードしゃがんだ状態で 3RPLP って入れるとこう2段攻撃しゃがんだ状態で 3RPLP って入れると
Oh, but this isn't heat only. So her full crouch low mix-up has an extension.
And during the heat state, if you do input the move but then follow it up with the left punch, it's a 2-hit.
例えばこういうところからコールドブレード
Yeah, Harada said he was against the tornado encounter, and I agree. Yeah, I know that it was in Tekken Revolution. I made a note of that over here. Like, it's already in the game, accessible through training mode and Tekken Revolution, which is an old ass game. But like, I'm with Harada on deciding to remove it.
でやるとバックダッシュで避けられたりするときにこっちを出すと追いかけて下段をヒットさせることができて、リーチも伸びるしダメージも上がるといった、強力な技になります。
So for example, if your opponent tries to evade from with backdashes, you can actually follow them with that second hit.
Also them, we buffed defense. For them, we buffed defense. Also them. In case somebody backdashes your launching hell sweep, we gave you another extension. We gave you an extension to... Mari! Fuck, man! Oh, my days. So with already shit back. So in case they backdashed your full crouching launching low, we gave you an extension in order to catch them back there. You have to eat the mix-up. Rev, there's no escaping. But they buff defense, right? They buff defense.
And it does a little bit of damage.
はい。で、当然その2択が強力になるっていうことで対になる中段の選択肢ですね。
Next up, we're going to look at mix-up options for mid.
しゃがんだ状態で 3LP ですね、これ。
So while crouching, then you put 3LP.
3LP.
So down forward, a left punch.
普段はこれヒート発動技ですね。
It's normally a heat engager.
Which means guaranteed it's going to have some bullshit tracking. Keep that in mind.
で、ヒート中になると、ヒートダッシュでこう追いかけて追撃ができるので。
So since it is a heat engager, during the heat state, you can choose to do the heat dash.
Where did I put that? I made a note of that somewhere here. Full crouch 2. Yeah, that's full crouch 1. To mix up with the low. But it's an I-20 move, so it's either you take the I-20 low or you take the I-20 mid.
ヒートのメカニクスを使ってヒートダッシュするってことですね。
そうです。なんで中段も下段も非常に強力な2択をかけれるようになると。
So you can follow up your mid attacks to chase down your opponent.
なんでこんな感じで下段を攻めたり。
That's not even optimal, 62 damage.
So you can hit.
You can down forward run if they randomly go into crouch then? Yeah, basically. If I'm using Lei Wulong, I'm hop kicking every moment. I'm throwing out random down forward twos and I'm hop kicking. Every moment in neutral, you will see me in the air. Fuck this character.
With low attacks or then if they're just crouching, then you can choose to follow up with the mid.
中段のコンボも狙えるよっていうところで、2択能力がアップします。
So she gets a little bit better with her mix-ups during the heat state.
はい、こんな感じです。
So yeah, that's what it looks like.
はい、じゃあ最後にヒートスマッシュの特徴を紹介します。
Crazy how we're only halfway through.
About the heat smash.
これちょっとステージを変えますね。
So let's change the stage.
確かそうだったかな。
Just counterplay without making it useless. That's what balance should be. Fair.
ちょっとヒートスマッシュ特徴。
And then I just happen to use characters that don't have. Actually, no. Leroy has an orbital. That counts. Yeah, allow it. He has an orbital. It's fine. Eddie has up 4 3+4. What the fuck just happened? My hard drive disconnected. Reconnected. Okay.
的なところを紹介しますと、ちょっと一旦ハードウォールブレイクのところに持っていきます。
So now he's just setting up the stage with hard wall break to show.
エールウィズ。アンナのヒットスマッシ
ュ。Not only debuffs you but sends you flying through a wall.
こちら、from エールウィズラブっていう名前なんですけど、13。
So the heat smash is a 13 frame startup.
13! 13 frame!
13、from に持っていきます。
13! Oh my. 13 frame. Okay. Let me document this. I-13 high crushing, because I saw that animation. That animation is not going to lie to me and tell me it's not high crushing. High crushing, wall splatting, or wall breaking, and applies debuff. I wonder how is it on block 1? And then 2, does it still apply debuff on block? If it applies debuff on block, this move needs a nerf.
アンナのヒットスマッシュ、こちら、from エールウィズラブっていう名前なんですけど、13フレームの中段攻撃でしゃがみステータスが付与されています。
So the heat smash is a 13 frame startup and
So that means only 3 characters in the game have I-13 heat smashes. Kuma, what is it? Kuma, Anna, and Jun.
13の中段攻撃でしゃがみステータスが出始めになります。
With crouch status.
で、見てもらった通り、ウォールブレイクやウォールブラストを誘発可能になっています。
And it induces wall splat.
はい、ハードウォールブレイクであっても一発で壊せる。
So even if it's a hard wall break, she can break the wall with one hit.
はい、さらに相手を先ほど紹介した衰弱状態、デバフ状態にするっていう効果もついてます。
And debuffs the opponent. Heat smash ね。
はい。で、ハンマーチャンスだったり、
あ、そっか。
プレイジャ
そういうようになった。
Oh, this is just showing us that she
自分
can
のキャラが持ってる
heat
構え
smash
か
from
ら
any
ヒ
stance.
ートスマッシュっていうものが出せるので、このハンマーチャンスから出したり、このプレジャータイム
Speaking of which, let me just quickly check something. That notification reminded me I need to check something. A quick second. Okay.
から狙うことができます。
And since
There's been pressure from my friends, for me to put more time on Lydia. Why?
season 2, characters can now perform the heat smash during their
あ、ご
stances.
めんなさい、僕間違えました。
あ
ハンマーチャンスからは出せて、
Anna can do the heat smash during the hammer
あと
chance.
カオスジャッジメント中も出せます。
And also during the Chaos Judgment.
ただし
Chaos Judgment.
プレジャータイムからはちょっと出せないようになってます。
But not during the pleasure time. Sorry, I don't know if that's the English name or not.
ここからは出せないです。
出せないんだ。
ここから出せないです。
Okay, so she cannot heat smash with the bazooka out.
ちょっと構えてるんで。
Because she's, kneeling down with the bazooka and readying to
から
fire.
出せ
So,
ないです。
you can't perform a heat smash on that move. まあでもそうなんだらドーンって出すね。
はい。で、これ何が強いかっていうと、しゃがみ
It's crazy how so many people see the heat smash from stance thing as a revelation, like oh my god, this is so amazing. When Leroy and Eddie have been able to do it since launch. Like Eddie in handstand and negativa, neutral, he can pop heat smash, so it's like, For me,
ス
it's
テー
like,
タスがついてい
okay.
るの。
I'm more excited about the heat burst than the heat smash. It's because my Lydia gets better results. I wonder if that's because people don't know the Lydia matchup.
で、例えば相手のジャブを読んで出すとうまく当てることができます。
ヒートスマッシュ。
はい。例えば
デバフ効果で解除したい、ジャブ出したいっていう時
例えばここで、普段だったらジャブで割り込まれちゃってこの RK はカウンター取れるんですけど、これアパストガードさせた後に
You know what that just tells me? The option select for that is whenever she does down forward 1-2, you can dick jab afterwards. Yeah. Dick jab every single time she down forward 1-2s. I do play her better than Eddie sometimes. That's fair. Her forward 4-2 is busted as fuck. Her forward 4-2 is yo. But I can understand why you'd pick up Lydia. I'm saving up myself for Lei Wulong. No, my brain can only keep enough combos in mind.
感じで
Since it has that crouching status, obviously, when opponents trying to interrupt your string with a jab,
アパスト前でハンマーチャンスに行って
If you don't use it much, you should. It's a really good move. Especially for those people that love to spam Power Crush. When you have level 3, and you just forward 2 and you break through their Power Crush.
ここでヒートスマッシュ打つとしゃがみステータスで相手のジャブを潜って当てることが
you can go into the hammer chance
I don't like getting launched. Right, you play Eddie. It's a risk you should take.
from the
It's a risk that
uppercut,
you're supposed to
straight,
take.
The cross straight into hammer chance and then do the heat smash to go under the jab.
こんな感じで使うことができるので、かなりヒートスマッシュは使いやすくて、強力なので、アンナは使う方はぜひヒートスマッシュで、いろんなところからデバフを狙ったり、しゃがみステータスを駆使して、技を振っていくと、結構、うまく決まるんじゃないかなと思います。
So Anna's heat smash is quite useful. Also, the various different tools she has from crouching stance and that crouch status moves.
Okay, so he engaged her into while running move, her while running 3. Her while running 3-2, I mean. So he engaged her into while run at plus 17 into while running 1-3. Oh, while running 3-2, which is a 17 frame. So that the move comes out at 0. Literally, comes out at 0. Which enables a low launcher, guard break, which also depletes 1/3 of my health bar, and the opponent has to just sit that for 20 seconds, waiting and guessing. Defense buffed, boys. Low launcher and guard break. We haven't seen them advertise a guard break yet, so with that one, I'll have to see what they're talking about with Anna having a guard break. RIP Tekken 2025.
Might give you some ideas of what to try when you pick up a character.
I think the weirdest thing out of this entire Tekken Talk is the fact that they nerfed key charges. Like, what? The fact that they nerfed key charges will be the weirdest thing out of this entire patch for me.
逆にじゃあ弱点は
フィードスマッシュですか。
いやじゃなくてアンナの弱点
すげえ強そうに見えるみたいな。
基本的には、切り返しがあまり強くないので、あと確定反撃もそんなに強くない。
Yeah, the key charge changes
自分がディフェン
so
シブなスタイルは
like who invited
非常に向いてない
blood?
ので、
I kind of like it. Key charge used to my next move is guaranteed counter hit. In return, I can't block. Now it's my next move does 150% more damage, but I can't block. I'm not a fan. Imagine somebody doing. Imagine this. Put your mind in this. Imagine somebody doing key charge into heat smash. King, for example. King's heat smash does what? 65 damage? Like 60 damage? Yeah, it's 61, I think. So King does 60 damage plus 150. 60 plus 150%. See where I'm going with this? See why I think it's a problem? Key charge into heat smash. See why I think it's a problem? I very much prefer a counter hit property. Because now it's a race between you hitting me for something and me hitting you for something, you know? Instead of now, my next move, my down 4-2 is gonna do like, what? How much does down 4-2 do? It's like 26 damage? And now it's gonna do like somewhere around like 50? Plus perfect electric, down 4-2 into perfect. Yo, that's way too much damage. Okay, yeah. That key charge change was so unnecessary.
守りに、
Way too unnecessary.
立ち回ろうとすると弱いですね。
So Furado was asking, she seems quite strong from what you've been talking about so far. What's her weaknesses? And Nakatsu just mentioned that not many like low risk pokes from the low attacks, and then also not a good variety of punishers that many characters have.
She has a 12 frame counter hit launch. She has a 12 frame counter hit high. She has 1-1 into stance. She has a 17 frame low. That is crazy. Down back 4, plus 8 on hits, and plus 13 on counter hit. I don't think she is. I don't think she's pinching for punishments,
And also not very suited to defensive players, so if that's your thing, this.
So the character, why did I say it like that? The character that has an ability that debuffs you into taking more chip, a full crouch mix-up. She doesn't. Does she have a full throw game? I don't remember if Anna had a full throw game, but still, she has the throws, she has the bazooka, and then she has the full crouch mix-ups and stuff. How's her weakness turtling opponents? If she has a move that quite literally makes you take damage even from blocking, so it punishes you for turtling, how the fuck is her weakness a turtling opponent? Am I the only one that's confused about? Maybe that doesn't make sense to me. I'm not built for. Maybe I'm not built for Tekken like that, right?
It's not a character that suits your style, perhaps.
Not built for turtling. Not built for turtling opponents. But has a full crouch mix-up, chip damage, and a throw game. Wait?
はい。というかあとはローリスクな攻め手が少ないっていうのも弱みですね。あとは2択をかけるにはこの横移動だったり、
いちいちなんかステップを挟
まなきゃいけないので。
And also there's like one step added to the process when you want to mix up your opponent a lot of times because you have to go to the side and sidestep first or to crouch first or something like that.
はい、なんでアンナがなんか手出してきたなって思ってまずい。
I feels like the most fake weakness I've ever heard, bro. It's the most fake weakness I've ever heard. Like, for example, if you look at this wiki, right? This is for Lei Wulong, Tekken 7. His weaknesses was he has poor defense, a lot of fake mix-ups, which was true, strong moves gated by stances, which was also true. But at least those were his weaknesses. He had a lot of homing moves. Yeah, he had a lot of homing moves. So stepping him wasn't really a thing. You just had to turtle against him. Turtling against him, punishing him for it, and then forcing him to turtle was a weakness. That's how you really fucked with him. But yeah. That's how you fucked with Lei. Wait for him to waste his chance with the fake mix-up, force him into the defense, and then he starts to crumble. Anna, we'll see. We'll see. I can't say anything without finding her first.
So your opponent, you know, if they know Anna, then they can see things like a sidestep or a crouch and kind of have a good idea of what you're trying to do.
やっぱ角反が強力じゃないっていうのがちょっと最大の弱点かもしれない。
そうですね。そんなに強い角反は。
Also, not having very good punishment techniques is going to make it difficult.
はい。という感じでアンナをざらっと説明しました。
So that's an overview of Anna coming next week. 来週だね。
そうですね。1週間。
It's interesting how they barely touched. All they did for the pleasure time stance was give us the two moves, which were both I-11. Mainly focused on hammer stance and her neutral. We didn't get anything about Chaos Judgment, which I'm assuming Chaos Judgment is most likely going to be the same as it has been in Tekken 7, so maybe that's why they're not really elaborating on that one. They were showing us her new moves
使えるようになるんで、ちょっと自分が紹介したのを参考にしつつも、プラクティスにもいろいろ使い方はここに入ってますんで。
So hopefully that'll give you a few ideas to check out when you pick up the character next week. Like all the other characters, look into the move list for some tips as well.
And she has a hop kick too.
Okay. Well,
毒状態とヒートの削り被るかチェックしといた方がいいと思う。
そうですね。ちょっと自分もそれ見てきてなかったので。
What is this pushback, my G? What is this pushback? What do you do against this? What do you do against this? There must be an opportunity in the string for you to sidestep. There has to be. There has to be. Because that is a lot of chip damage. Well, at least it feels like a lot of chip damage. And then the pushback. +3 for her. Even with this pushback, she's plus. And then at the wall, it's gonna bounce you off. Yeah.
こんな感じで。
And it's gonna wall splat.
そうならないはずだね。
She has a really elegant looking down for it too. I like it though. Wee-hee. I like it.
なんか定山かかってたような気がするけど、ちょっと今正確じゃないんで
ちょっと最後の挑戦の時に見ようか。
はい、という感じで配信されたらいろいろ参考にしつつ遊んでください。
How close is the power crush?
で配信されたら
I-20 power crush. Okay. I-20 power crush. Not bad.
最後の挑戦の時に見ようか。
はい、という感じで配信された
Yeah, I-20 mid power crush.
らいろいろ参考にしつつ遊んでください。
Yep, so we hope that we've given you guys a few ideas for when she's released next week.
はい。じゃあ一旦スライドの方に押してもらいましょうか。はい、アンナの話を
っちのとは当日にさせてもらいました、
推測じゃなくて遊べて
遊びながら、
開発から
我々の意図も含め
なんで
てちょっと遊んでもらいたいなと思ってます、
And so Nakatsu just also mentioned that we have detailed notes on why we made these changes with the patch notes. So we really prefer that people have that game in front of them. They have the patch notes. They have the comments of why we did these things. All as one set. We think that's the best way to do it. So it's just a little bit longer for the wait.
はい。まあいい雰囲気にならないっていうちょっと言い方は確かに悪かったかもしれないですけど、そういうなんだろうなどっちかっていうと俺とか、マイケルもあるんだけど、とある例えばシューターのゲームとかいろいろやってんだけど、俺らもやっぱり言っちゃうからね。
そうです。
アップデートのまだ実機触ってないのにアップデートないんだけど、こんなん最強じゃんとかボロカス言っててで当日遊ぶとトーンダウンがすごすぎて、俺は発信はしないけど、やっぱりその発信する側にも影響は、ね、与えちゃうっていう意味では実機確認しながらやってもらった方が納得度はどっちにしたって絶対高いじゃないですか。
そうです。
でそこだけですね。だから俺らも自分ら自身もそういう経験しちゃってるんでっていうところですね。はい。
I was just mentioning, myself and him are avid FPS gamers, and when we see patch notes, as a gamer mentality, you think, oh my god, that's too strong, what are you doing? If you don't have the game in front of you. So when you do actually can test it, there's nothing better than that.
He's basically trying to say, like, for those that are complaining early, like myself, for those who are complaining early, actually play the game first when it releases, then you're going to realize that the updates weren't as bad. Listen, I don't need to take cocaine to know that it's bad for me, Some things, some updates are glaring issues even before I need to test them. Those are the problems, Some of them, yo, Foxes, thank you very much. Welcome, hope you're doing good. Some characters, or some moves, when explained, or when you witness them, can already tell it's going to be a problem. Giving Jin Lars's Den 3 into +5 stance, into Zen mix-up, and now his full crouch, what was it, full crouch jump for 4? I think that counter hit launches. I don't need to play the game to see that it's a problem, But some of these, yeah, you can argue. Like Anna, I don't think she's going to be as bad as I originally thought when she was first announced, because I had the reputation of how she behaved in Tekken 7. But like now that I'm looking at this, most of this isn't good. The only problem I have is Pleasure Time, the Pleasure Time 1 and 2, and also that low, the bazooka low. Those are the only two things I have a problem with. That and her heat smash. And up 4-3. And her I-17 low. Okay, it's a low. It's the low, up 4-3, bazooka, heat smash, and that's it. Those are the only things I have a problem with. Everything else, I really don't care for. Like, she's not as bad as I thought she would be. And then also the buff to stance. Like, this being able to recover 30% health of actual damage inflicted. This one, it's not, I hate it. I'm not excited about it, but I need to see it in action before I give my opinion. Yeah. And then everything else. And then also the UI thing. The whole counter thing. I don't like that. Me playing with it, pause. You're not going to convince me to like it. I just don't like it.
Nothing to replace that. So yeah, please wait. もうこれ引っ張りすぎだから。
Another stream up for Big Just Looking.
で、ただ今日は、
I hope you're doing good. And thank you very much. I am doing great.
いろいろ変化が大きかったキャラを中心に、中津さんの方で何キャラかピックアップしていただいてるんですよね。
はい、全体にかかる大きなシステムの変更点と、あとはシーズン1から大きく、変わったキャラクター、いくつか持ってきてますので、その辺を見せてあげたいなと。ちょっと時間の許す限り。
中津の好きなファランもその一人ですね。
ファランもはい、もちろん調整入ってます。
So, Nakatsu just mentioned that we have a few things in general to mention, and then he's also brought a few characters with him today that had some of the biggest changes for Season 2, perhaps.
はい、じゃあ行きましょうか。
そうですね。全体のポリシーはいいですか？
ポリシー軽くおさらいさせてもらっていいですか？
わかりました。はい。
はい、シーズン2のポリシーですけども、一つは、ヒートの戦術の幅を広げて、プレイヤーの個性が出せる状態を目指すっていうところが一つ目で、もう一つ、ヒートシステムの攻防のバランスを見直すっていう、主に守り面の強化ですね。あとはより遊びやすくするために、操作性の改善だったり、いろんな改善を加えるっていうのはこの3つが
I think the tornado and counter hit thing can be turned on
So
and
just to
off.
give a
I
recap,
hope
if you
so.
didn't see the previous
I really hope
Talk
so.
Live,
I will
three main
definitely
policies
turn it
for,
off.
Season 2 that we're focusing on. One being expand the strategic options of the heat system to allow people to have different options basically. Then also reevaluate the offensive and defensive balance of the heat system, mainly focusing on the kind of buffs we've made to the defensive side of it. And then also the various different things we changed, which is improved controls or more accessible gameplay experience. So we'll be touching on this more, but this is just to keep in mind.
はい、では実際の、プラクティスの画面で一個一個紹介していきたいと思います。
じゃあ切り替えお願いします。
Starting off in practice, we're going to go into the details.
はい、プラクティスで一個一個ちょっと説明する前に、ちょっとプラクティス自体も機能追加改善を行ってます。はい、リスタートセッティングに、このプラクティスステージってものが追加されてます。
So, and before that, we've actually made a few improvements to practice. So there is a new practice stage setting, the stage reset.
これ何かっていうと、リスタートすると、コンボチャレンジだってコマンド再生でおなじみのステージに移動できて、これ500メートルぐらいあるんですけど、かなり広いステージで。
Oh, this allows you to practice infinites without needing to switch to an infinite map. You know what? I'm gonna add that. I like that. That is a good change. Let's see. Yeah, this one is a really good trade. I love this one.
およそ4倍ぐらいでね、一番長いというか。So this new stage is about 500 meters, which allows you to practice a variety of different combos, etc. In case you don't know, that's basically 4 times the size of the biggest stage we have so far.
はい、でわざわざ
4 times the size of the biggest stage we have. What's the biggest stage we have? Coliseum. Yeah, it's Coliseum. 4 times the size of Coliseum. Yeah, okay. Okay. Approved.
ちょっとプラクティスステージだけ呼び出すのめんどくさいなって人向けにタッチパッドと上を押すと、このプラクティス専用ステージにリスタートできるようになってます。
Although I don't know why they didn't design this infinite. Look at me finding a reason to complain. I'm saying I don't know why they didn't design the infinite in here, like the infinite that they have in Tekken 7, where it looks like you guys are stuck to a fixed spot, and then it just looks like you guys are moving around. But when in theory, I think it's like the camera that's moving around. The camera that's moving, not the camera or the stage itself that's moving, not you guys. I forgot how Tekken 7's thingy works, but yeah. Yeah, I'm on times 1.2, 1.25.
And if it's a pain,
because these people tend to talk so slowly.
But to go into the options.
And since I'm not like diagnosing, I'm not analyzing the frame data of different moves now, I can speed them up a little bit.
And change that, you can just push the touchpad and up on the directional buttons at the same time to directly access.
タッチパッドと上で移動で、タッチパッドと横とか押すと、いつも通り壁際に行けたりとか。
And then touchpad and left on directional button gives you a position right near the wall, etc.
はい、あとはですね、細かいんですけど、反撃設定にですね、今までなかった、ガードだったり、しゃがみガードだったり、下段さばきだったり、相手の行動にダッシュとかバックダッシュとかこういうの設定できるようになってます。横移動とかね。はい。
And so for your opponent's counterattacks, you can select from now standing guard, crouching guard, back dash, forward dash, side step, low parries.
こんな感じで。はい。
Like that.
あとは相手の行動に、この受け身後の行動を設定できるようになってたり。
I found out based on how Huaring's bounce speed. What does that say about me? You're observant. That's what it says.
You can also now select what your opponent will do after ukemi.
この辺ですかね。移動、左横移動、右横移動、左歩き、右横歩きなバックダッシュなどの項目が追加されています。
So back dash, left and right, side step and side walk, various different options.
はい、なんで、有利を取ってから 3LP 出してみるっていった連携をやったときに、どういう展開が作れるかとか読み合いになるかが調べやすくなってますね。
So for example, you can try to get a frame advantage and then follow up with the left uppercut to see, and then use these different options to see how that plays out when your opponent does different actions.
はい、じゃあ、大きなバトルシステムの変更点について説明します。
So now let's go into some of the battle adjustments.
はい、これはですね、ちょっと攻防のバランスを見直したり、ちょっと強力すぎた、攻めの二択の緩和っていう意味で、気合ダメの性能変更。
Yeah, I do like that they're buffing, overall, like they're buffing training mode, or they're improving training mode. I like that one. For the life of me, I can't hate on that. I can't.
And to alleviate some of the 50-50 mix-ups that were a bit overbearing, we changed the spec of the key charge.
This is what I don't get. What was so dangerous? Who was the person on Bandai Namco who was suffering so badly from the key charge setups that they thought to nerf key charges, a system that we have had for over how many years now? Over 25. Definitely over 25. We've had key charges for well over 25 years. And they decided to change it now. Because I guess somebody at Bandai Namco got mixed up so badly. They were like, yo, this is a bit of a problem. Not to mention, there were only like, what, 3 characters that had a key charge setup. Lee, Huareng, Zhao Yu. I think that was it. Yeah, I think it was only those 3 characters that had a key charge setup at the wall. They nerfed the entire system over 3, Nick. Yo, it's gonna.
今までは気合ダメした後に攻撃が出るとカウンターだったんですけども、カウンター効果が、削除されてます。
So for those who've been with the series for a while, you know when you key charge before, your first hit would be attributed as a counter hit.
なので、カウンターで調べたいときにこのカウンターヒットをオンにしてもらうと、今まで通り、カウンターで。
So if you're someone like me who likes to do that to check out counter hit options, now you'll have to go into the menu itself and select counter hit from the property.
はい、なんで
That's so ass, man. That's so ass. I have to go into. You're making me do extra work, man. Fuck.
RK が連続ヒットだったのが気合ダメではこんな感じでガードできるようになっているので、コンボを決めた後に置き攻めで気合ダメをして、強力な二択を仕掛けるっていったような、一部のキャラでできていたような、ちょっと、なかなか攻めが強すぎたっていうところで気合ダメに変更が入っています。
And as you saw with what Nakatsu was just doing with that counter, with Hwarang and some other characters, they had very strong options. Like with Hwarang, you just saw it continued to hit on that first hit. So it was a very strong strategy to do a key charge when your opponent was down, as an okizeme when they get up to hit them with stuff like this.
ただし気合ダメの、攻めの効果を残したかった。
Again, how many people were victim to this for you to make a universal system change? Couldn't have been that bad.
ので、初段のダメージ補正 150% になっていたり、相手が攻撃がガードされた時に気合ダメが解除されるような変更を加えています。
But we didn't want it to have no positives to it, so the damage scaling was increased to 150 on that first hit after a key charge.
はい、まずこれが気合ダメの性能変更になります。
And so that
I get the idea, but I don't see it same. I don't. It's a funny change. Funny in a bad way. No longer guarantees counter hit, gives you 150% bonus damage to your next hit.
that's the changes regarding key charge.
はい、続いて空中コンボ指導技の軸。
At this point, key charge literally exists just to taunt. For me, it's a taunt at this point. I mean, it was always a taunt to me, but like at this point, it's now a taunt. Who uses key charge as a setup nowadays? Again, only 3 characters: Huareng, Lee, and Zhao Yu. Those are the only 3 characters I know that actually have a key charge setup.
直しっていうものを、シーズン2から
Specifically, key charge setups at the wall.
入れました。
And next up is adjustments to have your character face the proper direction. A lot of times during combos or aerial juggles, you would see the character kind of get off axis, and this is addressed to help that.
これいいよね。
はい、これは結構今まで鉄拳が 3D 格闘で、ちょっと横に少し移動すると、コンボが安定しないってことがよくあったと思うんですけど、浮かせ技が当たった時にちょっと待ってくださいね、向き直し効果っていうものを入れてまして、例えば順だったらシーズン1はですね、
So what he's saying is that
ここが当たらずにスカってました。
many of the attacks up until now, if you were just even slightly off axis,
Jun has an install! Oh my god! Oh my Days, man. Days, man. Waste, man. What do you mean, bro? Zafina and Jun are now getting installs. Locking some of her extensions behind install? Man. Big Man Tingz, yeah? It's not looking good, bruv. Cause look, there's a counter for it.
Some of the other hits after that would whiff. With June, he was just showing an example of one of the
ここが当たらずにです。
Like, she still loses health when she uses her magic abilities. So it doesn't matter, like, does it mean like, oh, when it hits 100%, she can finally do a move that doesn't take any of her HP? If so... Like, that's so inconvenient, bro! It's not inconvenient. It's such a nothing burger. That's what I want. It's a nothing burger. Adding an install just, like, the fuck, man? Also, let me add this. All launches realign. Like Leroy's down for 2. 1+2. This one is like, I don't know how I feel about the realigning. I mean, Leroy's always, his launch is always realigned. No matter what, yeah, it's great for Eddie. I think the person who benefits the most from this is Eddie. Because Eddie's idle stance has him moving so much that even depending on which side you are while you're in your idle, in your Ginga stance or your Ginga step, literally, if you press down for 3, depending on which side you are, while you're doing Ginga step or Ginga step, it will make the combo off axis. So the person who benefits the most from this is is Eddie. But the problem is, I think it only benefits Eddie because Eddie's the only person with a constantly moving idle stance like that. So in that instance, you could have just added the buff to him instead of making it a universal thing. Because now off-axis combos are gone, they're dead. I feel like that removes a lot of character expression, but that's just me.
So what he's saying is that
ここが当たらずに勝ってました。
many of the attacks up until now, if he were just even slightly off axis, some of the other hits after that would whiff. With June, he was just showing an example of one of the
like, I'm pretty sure Dragunov is able to do the same combo from all axes, right? He doesn't need to be front facing. So why would you need to change that to where now for him, like, it realigns, you know?
combos that would whiff during partway through in season 1.
はい、シーズン2からは軸直しってものが入っているので、割と正面に近い形で、コンボが安定して入るようになってます。
But for season 2, it was adjusted so that the character kind of recalibrates, and you're more consistent with your aerial juggles.
はい、でももう1キャラぐらいちょっと例えばリディアもあったんですけど。
It really feels like this only benefits Eddie. I don't use other characters like that, so I can't really give my best 2 cents into this one. But like, from what I've seen, it benefits Eddie the most. I think it's like characters that really benefit the most from this would be Eddie and Fang. It's literally Eddie and Fang. Victor a little bit, but even then Victor can make it work. He can make an off-axis combo work. I think also Lily. It's Lily, Eddie, Fang. Pretty sure that's it. I'm pretty sure that's it. Every other character has specific combos for off-axis. Like Lee has a combo for off-axis, you know? So I don't really... Yeah, I don't know. It's literally just those 3 that I can think of off the top of my head that struggle the most with that. Maybe Devil Jin as well. So that's 4 characters at most. You could buff those 4 characters instead of making it a sweeping change. Now where all character expression is just removed. Maybe Kazuya. 5 characters, right?
Get ready for the next battle.
So now he's going to show.
Go ahead, let me know what
kind
you
of the
think.
Same type of change, but with Lydia.
ちょっと横に移動した状態で、このライトみたいなのがあって、このジャブがシーズン1はかなり使ってました。
So for that jab in season 1, that would often whiff.
なんでもうほぼジャブが安定して入って。
But for season 2, it's
Okay, but this is why whenever you look at like a guide, I don't think this is the right one. Yeah, whenever you look at a guide, it often asks you to sidestep. Right? For example, this is Leroy's combo. Leroy's combo over here, QCF 2, 2, 2, QCF 2, 2, 2, 4, 3, 1 plus 2, 4, tornado, right? And then you dash inwards, sidestep right, back 3, hermit 2, 3. It made a combo more complex. It made it fun. Whereas like if you actually wanted the 78 damage, you had to work for it. You know? Instead of making everything easy, you had to work for this. I remember when I first saw this combo, I was like, I have to sidestep? Fuck, I don't want to do that. But then I ended up learning to do it. And now every single time I get my 78 damage, I feel like I earned it. I appreciate that. I don't know. Simplifying the combo doesn't feel all the best for me. Or from what I'm seeing.
It's pretty consistent.
It's just making the game a bit too easy.
Because
when it comes to off-axis, Eddie is the one who can't fully trust his combos. Most characters need a bit of adjustment on the combo run, but they work. Eddie is the only one who can get truly inconsistent. I agree with that one. That's what I'm saying. You could have added that buff for Eddie, where no matter in which part of the Gengar stance that he's in, his down 4-3 or any launcher of his would still have that consistent access, you know? Sidestep 3 plus 4, 1, 3. Whenever he does sidestep 3 plus 4, it would always realign. His down 4-3, no matter what in his stance, will always realign. You can make that adjustment for Eddie, very specifically. Only him. It doesn't need for everyone to, you know? Not to mention, Lydia's have already found ways to work around this.
Is that kind of
it's like, oh, the jab would whiff. Okay, they have workarounds.
Calibration to center the character.
こういった、遊びやす
Eddie's moving all the time. That's what makes him worse when it comes to off-axis than anyone else. That is true.
っていう意味での改善
1,000,000%. I have suffered from that, where I'll do sidestep 3 plus 4, 1, 3, and then I'll do like 2, 4, 2, 4 down, and depending on the character, or depending on the axis, the 2, 4 would whiff. So sometimes you have to do sidestep 3 plus 4, 1, 3 into 3 plus 4, or you can do sidestep 3 plus 4 into 1, 3 into 2, 4 into hold down 2, 4, and you know, it really depended. So yeah.
And this was done just to make the game more, user friendly.
Yeah, the route for sidestep left 3 plus 4 and sidestep right 3 plus 4 was very different. Very true, very true. So again, that change could have very specifically been made for Eddie only. I don't think any other character really needs it that bad. Like, it's just how the game works.
横移動でわざわざ相手の技をかわして攻撃
But hey, I guess if we make the game easier and some people can benefit from it, fuck it, we ball, you know? Why not?
うまいプレーしたのに
It's not a change that I hate. It's just one that I feel unnecessary. I know there are definitely some people that hate it more because again, the removal of character expression.
コンボがミスって
I've seen the most people that have complained about it were Lee mains. Lee mains were the ones that complained the most when it came to this combo, this adjustment. Yeah, and I agree. It's not bad, it's just weird.
なるべく緩和したかったので、軸によりますがかなり安定するようには、作ったつもりです。
This is because we noticed a lot of people that did something really cool where they were properly evading their opponent's attacks, but then their follow-up combo with partway through we felt was unfair, so we wanted to address that.
これなんか主に日本人が気にしてるんだけど、もともと軸ずれ前提のコンボあったじゃない、あれとかはどうなるんですかって質問が来てます。
かなり軸ずれてると、そこまで治るものじゃないんで、完全になくなるわけではないんですけど、ちょっと下ずれで安定しなかったところを手こ入れしてるので、ちょっとここは結構変わってるんで、一旦そのキャラごとに調べ直しっていうのも必要になりますが、我々としては、うまいプレーちょっと横を取ってコンボを決めるときになるべく安定させてあげたかったっていう意味でこの仕を入れてます。
So Verada was just saying the Japanese comments, a lot of people were wondering about, there's certain combos where people would do this intentionally using that off-axis. Nakatsu was saying when you're like heavily off-axis, it doesn't change it that much. This is just, in slight instances where people did it.
ずれすぎてると、そんなに
I mean, I guess that works. Yeah, fair. Let me add that to the notes. Um. So basically, once you're in the position where you can do like a side grab, that's when this works the best. They're trying to address combo dropping, and that's a good thing. But there's more stuff to that than off-axis, align off-axis. Honestly, I'm not even against it because it's like it's either that or you expand hitboxes. And I'm on the side that thinks hitboxes in this game have a huge problem. Way too many instances of phantom range where attacks will hit, like they'll hit in the game, but then visually it actually doesn't show you that the attack hit. So yeah, it's stuff like that. I'd rather have this than deal with demon phantom paw, you know? So yeah, that's just me though.
So if you're
heavily to the side, it's not like it's going to completely rearrange you to the front. But it is supposed to alleviate this a little bit.
はい。で次にまたより遊びやすく分かりやすいっていうところを、考えて、このプラクティスではおなじみのこのコンボ表示だったり、カウンター表示だったりパニッシュ表示が、対戦中に出るようになりましたね。こちらちょっと対戦の映像を持ってきたので。
Ah, fuck. Okay. I thought I got an email about the what is it? What is that thing called? The SSD. Nah, I haven't gotten one yet. When it's on shipping.
で、実際、どういう感じになるかを、ご覧いただこうと思います。
I'm most likely to get it before
You'll notice
Friday.
on-screen prompts for like clean hits or punish or these kind of things. And Nakatsu's brought footage of an actual match, so you can get a good idea what it looked like. エヴァの動画でもね。
はい、じゃあ行きましょうか。
はい。
踊ってもらおう。手加減いらんで。
Round 1.
これバーサスモードの映像になります。こんな感じカウンターだと。
You see. This bullshit is about this is an indirect buff to King. This right here is the most direct buff to King I have seen in my life. Holy shit. Do we realize how bad this is? I was like, oh, it's like a little tap and it just a count. You see the counter over here. Ah, fam. Nah, fam, I don't like it, bro. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. All it takes is King. Oh? Oh? Ah! Into power bomb. Like, that's all it takes. Literally, that's all it takes. All it takes is him just to, like, okay. And then he just follows it up. This down forward 1-2. This is the best buff he could ever ask for. This is the most direct buff to King I've ever seen in my life. Like, whatever. Just give me the ability to remove all of this and I'll be good. I know King mains will have this shit on 24/7.
出さないポリシーなんだと思ってたっていう人いるけど、
ポリシーだったんです。
その通りです。僕が
The colors are nice, but like it's just too much on my screen.
僕が堅くなに出さないポリシーを持ってた人だったんですけど、
これハルさんちょっとエボの動画でも解説してる。
Hello, what the fuck was that follow up?
出さないポリシーなんだと思ってたっていう人いるけど、
ポリシーだったんです。
その通りです。僕ね。
Hold on. The fuck was that follow up?
出さないポリシーなんだと思ってたっていう人いる。
That's a new move. Is that new? That's new. That's new. Right? Hold on. That's new. That sidestep move, that's new. Why does it look like it's homing though? It is new? Yeah, I had a feeling. Let's see, it's probably gonna be in here. Motion input? Forward. Nope. Yeah, it has to be in others. Sidestep 2. Sidestep 2 is a heat engager. Yeah. And sidestep 4. I've never seen an Asuka do this. A day in my life. I've never seen an Asuka ever do sidestep 4. Anyways. What do you mean homing? Hold on, let me show you. I'm not even... This is just Anna. Actually, fuck it, why not? Asuka. Power Crush. No longer heat engages. Sidestep. What move is this?
出さないポリシーなんだと思ったっていう人いる。
Sidestep 1-2. Sidestep 1-2. Don't know the frames, but mid. Wall splats. It's not homing? Yeah, it doesn't have the homing trails.
出さないポリシーなんだと思ってた。
It's that wind effect. When she did this, it's that wind effect that made it look like it was homing.
人いるけど。
To mention the fact that it uses both hands, that shit, it's either not gonna be, it's gonna be like not homing, but it's gonna have a lot of tracking, look like a mid-high. Right? Mid-high. And it looks like it's gonna have a lot of tracking. Feels like it.
その通りです。僕が堅くなに出さないポリシーを持ってた人だったんですけど、ここは。
ハルさんちょっとエボの動画でも。
Bro, what the fuck is that follow-up? There's no way that's
出さ
true.
ないポリシーを持ってた人だったんですけど、ここは。
ハルさん。
It's true. It's true. You said it was a high mid?
と思ってたっていう人。
Oh, you're right. It is a high mid. Thank you.
出さないポリシーなんだと思ってたっていう人いるけど。
Oh, yeah, it's a high mid.
その通りです。僕が堅くなに出さないポリシーを持ってた人だったんですけど、ここは。
ハルさんちょっとエボの。
What is that follow-up, man? Is that a while standing follow-up? I don't think it... I mean, it's new to the combo, but I don't know if it's a new move. No, because that's forward 4. Not forward 4, it's forward 4-2. Forward 4-2, 1+2 is now a thing. Forward 4-2, 1+2.
さんちょっとエボの動画でも解説してるよね。
そうそう。
I have never seen that move before a day in my life. Okay, new full crouch move.
思ってた人だったんですけど。
Forward foot 4 into 1+2.
ハルさんちょっとエボ。
And that's guaranteed. That's guaranteed.
エボの動画でも解説してる。
Oh wait, this is a mix! Oh, this is a mix! You know like how while she's in stance she can do the snake eyes, the snake edge I mean. Right? While she's in full crouch she can snake edge launch you. So now it's a mix between eating a snake edge or eating the launch this mid. Wait a minute, couldn't she already cancel it though? So not only does she can either do a snake edge, can do the mid, or she can cancel it. Allah! Oh, Allah! Oh my days is oh my. The kick looks very Reina-like. It does. It does. Looks like full crouch 3. Can be charged. Not sure it's guard breaking though. Allah, man.
ポリシーを持ってた人だったんですけど。
4421. This one is the one that looks the strangest to me. 4421 plus 2.
エボの動画でも解説してる。
I'm pretty sure Reina literally has the exact same move.
ポリシーを持ってた人だったんですけど。
これハルさんちょっとエボの動画でも解説。
Wait, I could just play this shit in slow motion. Just realized. Is this not Reina's movie? Is this not Reina's? This is stolen. It's a stolen move.
動画でも解説してる。
Bro, that's not even a charge. She didn't even charge. She just let it rip and it did this. It has sparks.
ねえ。ねえ。
A wall splat. Why didn't it wall break? Interesting. That's interesting. Wall splat but no wall break. Probably because of the range. No, it can't even be because of the range.
動画でも解説してる。
You see, usually from here she can do the launch punishable snake edge, or she can cancel it into a full crouch. And then usually what Asuka's will do is that they will get ready to do it. They'll cancel it into the launching throw. The 1 plus 2 launching throw. Was Reina blocking here?
動画でも解説してる。
She was holding back. It's an unblockable mid! No, 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 no. You're taking the piss. You're taking a piss. No, 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 no. You're taking a piss. No. Speaking of which, I gotta go take a piss. No, 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 no. No, you're not gonna tell me that Asuka. You're not gonna tell me Asuka is going to get a full crouch, unblockable mid. That wall spot. You're not gonna tell me that. For how much damage? I think the fight is staged. No, but like... It looked like Reina was holding back though. Does that not look like Reina was holding back? You see, this is something for Season 2. The moment Season 2 comes out, I'm testing this bullshit. Full crouch! Full crouch looks like down forward 3? Like full crouch down forward 3 or something like that. Full crouch down forward 3. Sparks, wall splats, looks like it's plus on block. Unblockable? Nah, G, nah. Nah. Wallahi, may that not be true, bro. Say it to Wallahi, bro. Say Wallahi, bro. Like, yo, it can't be, it can't be. Unblockable, full crouch mid. Say it ain't so. I'm gonna be back. I gotta go take a leak. Say it ain't so, bro. Say it ain't so. Alright, I'm back. I pray that I am overreacting. I pray that I'm overreacting. That this is not a... I don't even know how fast this move is. It looks fast as fuck though. Full crouch, down forward 3. Full crouch, down forward 3. Actually, no, considering the wind up, it might be in like the 20 something frames. This is literally Reina's move. Reina does the exact same move. Okay. I pray that this is just me seeing things, bro. Me overreacting.
ね、いろいろ実は理由あって今はごちゃごちゃ言わないけど、まあでもオンオフ実はできるので。
Yeah, this is definitely a new move. Forward, forward, 2, 1 plus 2.
そうですね、出したくないって人もいると思うんで、
Or a new
ゲームオプショ
extension.
ンの中から
Is that to avoid... Is that to avoid people from punishing their forward 1 plus 2 then? There has to be a punish for that. Can't be safe. Shouldn't be safe.
表示の
That was a new low for Reina. Hold on, let me make a... Reina... New low. Let's see what
そう
input
ですね、
this
出
is.
したくないって人もいると思うんで、まあ、ゲームオプションの中から
Was that stance? Did she go into Sentai before she did that? Like Sentai down 4?
オプションの中から
Is that like a forward new? She steps before she does it. So I think it's a forward
そうですね、
neutral.
出
Forward
した
neutral
くないっ
input.
て人もいると思うんで、まあ、ゲームオプションの中から
It's like forward neutral 3. Wait. Yes, forward neutral 3. Forward neutral 3, new low. And let's see.
から、まあ、表示のオンオフが切り
How fast is that move that Asuka did? 14 frames? So it looks like it's gonna be around minus 13 on block. Forward neutral 3, minus... I'd say 12 or minus 13 on block.
切り替えられるようになってます。あとタイマーの上に、バージョン表示のオンオフが切り替えしたくないって人もいると思うんで、まあ、ゲームオプションの中から、まあ、表示のオンオフが切り替えられるようになってます。あとタイマーのオプションの中から、まあ、表示のオンオフが切り替えられる。
Okay, that's side step 4. After I say I've never seen anybody ever throw it out, there she goes, throwing it out.
なってます。あとタイマーの上に、バージョン情報っていうものが表示されてるんですけども、こちらも、まあ、大会設定等でオフにできるので、まあ、シーズン1の通り、まあ、バトルの状況表示も出したくないし。
Oh, can transition into stance. I don't know the name of Reina's stances. All I know is Sentai. Sentai is the only one I know, so don't expect me to type what stance it transitions to. Is that not Sentai? Hold on. Wind God Step. Nope. That's just Electric Wind. Sentai. Okay, Sentai is a spin move. Deshi. Nope. Definitely not that stance. Just want to make sure I see these stances before I give my opinion. Ah, yeah, it's this one. Nsoku. Yeah, okay. Wait a minute.
表示も出しているので、まあ、シーズン1の通り、まあ、バトルの状況表示
Oh yeah, this is Sentai. Definitely, this has to be Sentai. Not this one. This is the one I'm looking for. Yep, Sentai. Sentai. Alright, cool. Into Sentai stance.
表示も出したくないし、バージョン情報も出したくないって人は、設定でオンオフが切り替えることができます。
So what I was just mentioned.
How come it doesn't consider Sabaki as a punishment or a counter or anything like that?
って人は、設定でオンオフが切り替えることができます。
So what I was just mentioned, it was a policy, as some people mentioned, that we didn't do that previously, but this.
That's a crazy punishment. The 442 1 plus 2 as a new grounded punishment.
It was a policy, as some people mentioned, that we didn't do that previously, but this is a change in the direction.
Hey yo, what the fuck was that?
As some people mentioned.
That's blinding as fuck. Holy shit. That's kind of cool though.
A change in the direction.
What move is this? This is a 2 input. Yeah, this is a 2 input. Is that like Reina's down 2? Hold on. Yep. Alright, so she has a new extension. New extension. Which is down 2 1 plus 2. What the fuck is this?
Direction.
Okay, so it's down 2 into cats! Literally, down 2 1 plus 2. Okay.
That said, you can still choose to turn this off if you want to. In addition to that, we mentioned that we didn't do that previously, but this is a change in the direction.
Oh my god, 48 damage! Wait, how fast is down 2? I-15. I-15 in heat enhanced to do how much damage again? 48. 48 damage. God damn.
That said, you can still choose to turn this off if you want to.
Oh, thank goodness! It's you can turn it off. Where is this? Can be turned off in the settings. That's all I care about. Yes, thank you. I can remove these punishment shits.
In addition to what Nakatsu's talking about, there's the version displayed above the timer. And so that's another thing that you can choose to turn off if you want to. Timer. In addition to what that said, you can still choose to turn this off if you want to. In addition to what
can transition into stance. What's the name of this sentence called? Is this one, right? Yep. Unsoku. Okay.
What Nakatsu's talking about, there's the version displayed.
Could she always charge that up? Active top. Asuka. I don't even know what the input for this is. Let me look at the hands. Maybe I can guess from there.
If you want to. In addition to what Nakatsu's talking about, there's the.
Okay, that's version. 2. That's like a 2-3. Let's see. Oh, is this one? Is it this one? Nope. 4. Nope. It's like No. Oh, it's not 4-4-2. It's 4-2. 4-2-1 plus 2. Okay. What am I looking for? This cannot be charged, right? No, it can't. Yeah, this is the move I was talking about. Full crouch or down back. You can cancel this shit now. What am I looking for? Nope. There it is. Move can be delayed. 4-4-2. Yeah, here it is. 4-4-2-3. Okay. Let's see. 4-4-2-3 now has a charge. Like can't spell chargeable for shit. There we go. Now chargeable. This is -8 on block. Now you have the ability to charge it up. Like fuck, man. All right.
And displayed above the timer. And so that's another thing that he's talking about. Is the version displayed above the timer.
That was a really good backdash. I think they might have buffed backdashing.
And so that's another thing you can choose to turn off if you want to.
実際これ自分でも遊んでみてるん
And so that's another thing that you can choose to turn off if you want to.
That looks like a new wall standing. Let's look at our wall standing inputs, unless I don't know them. Oh, this is I-20? Or is it the last move that's I-20? Okay, it's I-14. Yeah, so that means the Reina's new low, that forward neutral one, is like -13 or something. Yeah, okay. She has a new wall standing move. Okay. I-13. So it must be like I-12 then. Okay. Okay. New while standing move. But what would it even be considered as? Because if while standing 2 and 1... While standing 1 plus 2, while standing 2, and while standing 1 are already taken, what the fuck is this designated to?
The timer. And so that's another thing that you can choose to turn off if you want to.
New wall standing... I guess new wall standing 2? I'm putting a question mark there.
実際これ自分でも遊んでみてるんですけど、そんなに遊んでて、表示は気にならないっていうのと、実際カウンターヒットだとカウンターだと思ってカウンターで連続ヒット。
I should just have one open for Reina as well. This is a new mid move then.
まあ、ヒット確認したりヒットだとカウンターだと思ってカウンターで連続
You move for Soku stance. Soku. What would it even be delegated to then? I mean, shit, it looks like Unsoku stance.
連続ヒット
If okay, so that's right kick. That's Unsoku 4. Yeah, it has to be. Like 4-4 or something? Like Unsoku 4-4. Wait a minute, no, it's Unsoku 3. It's just regular Unsoku 3. Or at least that's what it looks like. Because all these other ones are relegated to like up, down, back. So yeah, I'm assuming that it's just 4-3. Or something akin to that. Like maybe just like Insoku, yeah. Okay.
まあ、ヒット確認したりっていうのも、簡単になったり、まあ、見ていて今カウンターだったんだパニッシュだったんだとかこのコンボすごいダメージ、まあ、見ていて今カウンターだったんだ
This move
パニッシュ
This high mid
も、簡単になったり、まあ、見ていて今
high mid. Yeah, it's this high mid that we were talking about. This one. Where is it? Sidestep 1-2 high mid. Wall splats. But it looks like she did it without the need for wall
簡単
splatting.
になったり、まあ、見ていて今カウンタ
She can just do it off rip.
ーだった
Interesting. I thought it was tied to sidestep, but it might actually just be a new move.
「したりっていうのも、簡単になったり、まあ、見ていて今カウンターだった
Yeah, if that's the case. If that's the case, then they changed how her one comes out.
今カウン
It's like maybe back one.
ターだったんだ
I'd assume it'd be like a back 1-2. Assuming she doesn't already have a back 1-2. Yeah, she doesn't. She doesn't have a back 1-2. Okay, this is her back 1-2. She has a back 1. Oh, but how does this work then? How does this work then? Does she have a back 1+2? Okay, what about down forward 1 is already a thing, and down forward 2 is also already a thing. Down does not have a down 1. But then if it's a down, why would it be a high, you know? Does she have an up forward? Up forward 1+2? She said up forward 2 and then up forward 1 plus 2. So it might just be up forward 1. Like up forward 1, 2. It's the safest bet I can make.
パニッシュだったんだ。
I mean, then the up input at least makes sense.
まあ見ていて今カウンターだったんだ。パニッシ
Yeah, it might be a new move, like up forward 1, 2.
ュだったんだ。このコンボすごいダメージだっていうのが分かりやすくなってるんで、まあ、観戦してる人だったり実況解説の人にとってはかなり、まあ、これはいいガイドになるんじゃないかなと思う。
大会はいいよ。
I swear, that forward 2, 1 plus 2 is going to make her so obnoxious to deal with. Like, look at how many times it's being spammed in this one fight alone, bro. It works grounded, it's a
実
tornado.
況解説の人にとってはかなり、まあ、これはいい。
Oh my days.
いいガイドになるんじゃないかなと思う。
大会はいいよ。
So Nakatsu is saying, he's been playing with this on for a while now, and can tell that it makes it a bit easy to understand because at a glance you can tell if you counter hit, and then choose for the appropriate follow-ups, or you'll know if at a glance you can tell if you counter hit, and then choose.
Can be cancelled by holding back. Alright. I'll be here.
For the appropriate follow-ups, or you'll know if you're doing more damage.
Okay, so it's not unblockable. Beautiful, it's not unblockable. Alright, amazing, amazing,
You can tell
amazing.
if you counter hit, and then choose for the appropriate follow-ups. Stand because at a glance you can tell if you counter hit, and then choose for.
And puts her in crouch. So you could down forward to that.
The appropriate follow-ups, or you'll know if you're doing more damage because of that. Also for streamers and people like that, or for commentators, it's more easy to understand what's going on to the game and touch on that.
これチャット欄がアスカの変更でざついてますね。
はい、多分ここアスカとレーナの変更。
アスカの変更で
game and touch on that.
これチャット欄がアスカの
She has had that homing
変
high.
更でざついてますね。
はい、多分ここアスカとレーナの変更もまあ分かるように
新技出ちゃって
ちょっと入れてみたので、まあ後ほどでも。
This new up forward 2 move that she keeps doing. It might not even be part of her while standing move. I think it's just an up forward 2 move.
So that's just a brief summary of changes, and it seems a lot of people in chat are talking about
じゃあこれで
changes to the
一旦
characters
動画終
themselves.
了でお願いします
So we'll end that here.
でもまあ好評ですね。
あ、よかったです。
チャット欄見ると。
そうですね。
はい。
So seems like a lot of people in chat like that. We'll leave
はい
it at that.
じゃあ戻りましょうか。
はい。
またゲーム画面の方に。はい。
でもここから皆さんお待ちかねの
そうですね。
I probably missed a move there. Again, I don't use Reina, nor do I use Asuka, so I can't really speak too much as to the new moves that are added. I'm just documenting what I'm visually seeing.
各キャラごとの、まあ、大きな変更があったキャラ
Like, if these moves have never been used on me before, then I'll document them on this list over here.
いろいろ見せたいなと思ってるんですけど、まあ、結構時間ないんですよね、あんまり。
まああとそうですね。30分弱ぐらい。
30分ぐらいはやってもいいですか。
はい。はい。
わかんないです。まあちょっとシーズン1からシーズン2にかけて結構大きな変更が入ったキャラを中心に、まあちょっとだけ、パッチノートの中身も、込みで紹介したいなと思ってます。
So with the remaining time, which Nakatsu is trying to negotiate for more for the broadcast, he wants to show off some of the characters that changed the most. So let's jump straight into that.
夜までやるか。
や僕はやってるんですよ。
俺今日有給なんだよね。マジで本当に
said,
本当に俺今日有給なんだよ。
you could do this until evening, but
ただ僕も今日誕生日かつ実は1時間しか寝てないデバフがかかってる状態なんで、夜まで持たないかもしれないです。
Nakatsu just mentioned it is his birthday, so he'd prefer not to, and we're all kind of jet lagged from the return from GDC at the moment. He hasn't slept much, so
じゃあ、
sorry.
いつも皆さんお待ちかねだと思うんで、まずはテッケンとの新キャラクターのアズセナからいきましょうか。
let's start with Azusena then.
はい、アズセナはですね、シーズン1は、リベルタドールからの攻め手をもうちょっと広げたいなっていうところで、かなりリベルタドール中の展開が変わるような変更を加えてます。
So we really want to give her some more options from Libertador, so that's one of the big changes for her.
はい、でシーズン1で
Okay, it's still +2.
実はリベルタドールに行けるようになってます。
Oh, she can go into stance from... Oh, my days. Can go into stance from running coffee into +5. +2 without stance. Okay, Azucena getting buffed. Interesting.
And you might remember that technique from her. It was quite strong at one point. And now she can go into the Libertador.
Quite strong at one point. Yeah, one of the most broken moves prior.
And she finishes it.
リベルタドールに行った後に行かないのも選べるんですけど、
You can choose not to go into the stance if you want to as well.
前入れっぱにするといけるようになります。
You just hold forward to go into the transition.
Running 3-2.
でリベルタドール中に下と LK で発生は遅いんですけどガードさせて有利な展開。
What's the name of this stance? Tekken Wiki. What's the name of that stance? Oh, she got pussy. Azucena. Oh, okay. New mid. High crushing mid. I-23. Like it's I-23. I-24. And safe on block. Oh, it's down 3. Okay. Lib. Down 3. I-24. Mid. Counter launching. Mid. +2 on block.
が作れる中段が増えてます。
She has a new mid. It's a bit slow, but you get plus frames on block by pushing down and left kick, I believe.
しかもカウンターヒットするとこれですね、コンボに行けるっていうなかなかの性能技になってます。
Plus you can go into combo on the combo. ね、これ俺もね、中津これ何してんのって言ったら、いや遅いんだよっつって、あと横移動弱いんだっけ。
あ、横移動弱い。
It's quite slow though, so hopefully you can interrupt her before that.
こんな感じで結構使い勝手の中段があったりですね。
That's quite useful for mid.
あとしゃがんだ状態でですね、ちょっと本当に夜中作ったから覚えてるのか覚えてない。ごめんなさい、ちょっと
数が多すぎる。
Sorry,
数が多すぎて
a lot of changes. He's still kind of jet lagged, so.
なんでリベルタドール中遅い中段とこう下段で卓を迫ったりすることができるようになってます。
So you have that kind of slow start up mid, but then also that low attack from the Libertador that's new. Sorry.
That's new? Wait, you're telling me she could never do that? No, don't lie to me. Does she never have the ability to... Bro, it's right there. What do you mean it's new? Alpaca low kick, whatever it's called.
I'm not good at Spanish. That low attack from the Libertador that's new. Sorry, I'm not good at Spanish. That low attack from the...
迫ったりすることができるようになってます。
So you have that kind of slow start up mid, but then also that low attack.
卓を迫ったなんでリベルタドール中遅い中段とこう下段で
I-16. It's the same. What do you mean? You lied to me. It's not new. It's probably just a mistake.
卓を迫ったりすることができるようになってます。
So you have that kind of slow start up mid, but then also that low attack from the Libertador that's new. Sorry, I'm not good at Spanish.
はい。あとは ないかな。まあ、あとはですね、これですね、この下 LP。
Down in left punch. The move you're seeing now.
Plus 7 on hit.
結構ね、
ガード
Plus 4 on block. What, that's down 1? Okay, let's see. Down 1 was buffed from -2 on block to +4. George, welcome. Hope you're doing good. What was it? Went from +4 on hit to +7. This is a counter hit launching too. Counter hit launching mid. I-20 though. This is basically not Leroy. Brian's back 1. So they gave Asusena Brian's back 1. Actually, hold on. Tekken Wiki. If I check Tekken Wiki, is Brian's back 1? Brian back 1 is... Okay, they literally turned it exact. It's literally now Brian's back 1. Into Brian back 1. I've had the worst hangover since yesterday. How much did you drink? Also, bigger question, why?
でプラ4でヒットでプラ7取れて、でしゃがんだ状態で 1RK ってこの新技追加されたんですよ。ね、しかも移行してる。
New full crouch low. Let's see. Full crouch. Down forward 3. Into back turn stance.
取れて、でしゃがんだ状態で 1RK ってこの新技追加されたんですよ。
I-17. I-17 low. Into back turn stance.
ね、しかも移行してる。移行
+5 on hit.
してるんですけど、
On hit.
マジか。
So you can see.
No, this isn't back turn. This is lib stance. Saturday, I probably drank for like 9 hours straight. What was the occasion? Also 9 hours. Oh yeah, the wedding. I forgot. Completely forgot the wedding. Yes. Completely 9 hours though. Drinking for 9 hours straight. Are you better than me, bro? I'm done with alcohol, bro. I'm sober for life. I'm alcohol sober for life. First time I've drank. This is the first time you've drank? Ever? Like in your entire life? I'm gonna die. Jesus Christ, man. 9 hours straight. You're not built. I was gonna say you're not built for alcohol, but also 9 hours straight. Yeah, I'm not gonna. First time drinking alcohol, drank for 9 hours. Yeah. It's GG's, bro. It's GG's cooked. I've never had a hangover. Like the headache and all that type of stuff. The grogginess and all that stuff. I've never had a hangover throughout all my times drinking. I think it's also just because I consume a lot of carbs before I drink. And the carbs just absorb the alcohol. So I don't get hit as hard. I don't know the reason behind it. You know. But I've just never been hit with a hangover. How does it feel? Outside, oh, you feel like you're gonna die. Is the headache that bad?
あれさっきのフレームのやつはパンチの方
ですか？
I didn't eat during the yeah, it was GG's then. If you didn't eat and you consumed that much alcohol, it's GG's. You're destined to lose. You ran into a losing battle. There was no coming out of that one. You're cooked. Give me a second. My mom's asking me for something. Gotta go give it to her. My bad. My mom was just asking me for 50 rand. So I had to go give it to her. I'm actually fine. I'm never drinking again. Honestly, it's for the best. Alright? Alcohol is not good for you. It's nothing but bad. Makes you do bad things. Makes you have bad thoughts. It does bad things to your body. Like, there's nothing good about alcohol, literally. There's nothing good. I don't know why people indulge in it. There's no good. There's no positives that ever come out of it. Ever. Yeah, just stay away from alcohol, bro. You'll be better without. You'll honestly be better without. Since I'm bedridden, I'm watching JJK. I need to watch Invincible. I've been behind on Invincible. I need to watch that shit. Oh yeah! Also, just a reminder, I'm going to be uploading the Walking Dead gameplay really soon. Really soon. Reason why is because now I have the definitive edition. So that means every single episode, literally this is everything, the entire game. All seasons, all DLCs, all of that shit. So what I'm gonna do, upload the episodes, the rest of season 1, season 2. I'm gonna record these episodes and I'm gonna drop. That's all I'm gonna do. The Walking Dead, bro. Soon enough, once I get the 2TB SSD, so I can install this game, because right now I'm chapped for space. But once I have more space, I'm gonna, oh my god, we're gonna record, edit, upload the entire Walking Dead series. I'm looking forward to this. I'm so excited. What the fuck did I just do? Take it to, okay. I accidentally closed the notes. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. I've been lied to. Jujutsu Kaisen is peak. It's not One Piece peak, but like Naruto peak. No spoilers, but I'm Kyoto Sister School exchange event. That's like what? Episode 12? Yeah, yes. It's like around, no. Episode 15, 16, somewhere around there. Yeah. They're like around episode 12 to episode 16, somewhere around there. I recommend after finishing season 1, watch the movie and then watch season 2. Episode 14 to 22, yeah, I had a feeling. Yeah, when you're done with season 1, watch the movie and then you watch season 2. Because the movie is going to give you a lot of context for season 2, and it's also going to give you even more context for when season 3 comes out. What movie? Jujutsu Kaisen 0. This one. This is a prequel to the OG series, or to Jujutsu Kaisen. Season 3 is not out yet, but like when it comes out, this movie is going to give you a lot of context towards all of that, especially when this nigga pops up, because the main character of the movie is not Yuji. Remember, it's a prequel. This is when Maki, Panda, Inumaki, this is when they're all still first year. So it takes place 2 years before season... Yeah, it takes place 2 years before season 1. So you gotta watch this shit so that you can understand what happens in season 2 and what's going to happen in season 3. At least so that when the main nigga pops up, Yuta, when Yuta pops up, you're not gonna be like, who the fuck is this nigga? And why is he so hyped? Like, what makes this nigga so important? You'd know if you watch the movie, right? So yeah, that's what you gotta do. Jujutsu Kaisen is not over yet. It's not. It's literally season 1. It's supposed to be the movie, season 1, season 2, and then season 3 is coming out, I think, this year or next year, and then whatever. Now you're thinking of Demon Slayer. Yeah, you're thinking of Demon Slayer, not JJK. The manga's over. The anime is still ongoing.
これ、ガードプライオンヒットプラ7です。
Plus 4 on block, plus 7 on hit for that punch.
なので、このしゃがんだ状態で 1RK やると、リベルタドールに行って、そこからの RP が割れないんですよ。
So you can, from crouching, push down, back, right kick, that little spin kick into the stance. And that into that punch is kind of like a normal hit combo.
なので、
sorry, not normal hits that you can't like
しゃがみ
interrupt.
に設定しなきゃいけなかった。
Pardon me, I'm jet lagged as well.
Is that what plus 8 on?
一回入れてみてください。あ、治りましたね。
Okay, so it becomes. Okay, I thought it was.
So you can see, あれさっきのフレームの
Oh, I thought it was gonna be a plus 8 on counter hit.
あれちょっと本当に衰弱してるかもしれない。
I kind of spoiled myself with something because I'm retarded and I Google shit. Yeah, it happens. It happens. I did the same thing with myself when I was watching ReZero. In case it's a manga spoiler, I won't tell you. I'm caught up. I've already finished it. There's nothing you could spoil for me.
中津が決まってるなら原さんを殴らないと殴らないですよ。
ああ、そういうこと。逆だわ。俺が殴られるのさすがに気が引けるな。
He's rather saying that if he punches Nakatsu.
Did you type a character in a character and see death? Nah. Nah. It's mainly like I'd search up a character and then I'd look up what their ability is or something like that, and then it would spoil something else for me. Like something unrelated.
His debuff will end, but I said no, Nakatsu has to punch Harada to end the debuff, so.
ちょっとごめんなさい。本当は、ここから、この後これが割れないんですけど。
So you can't interrupt that follow-up.
なぜ
What is it on counter hit though?
こんな感じでヒートを作れる。
And you can see, you can also do the heat engager.
逆にアズセナさんちょっと弱く変わっちゃった部分とかないんですか？
弱くなったところあんまなかった。
この人じゃアッパー気味なの？
かなり、はい、強くなった方ですね。
So a lot of hers were improvements and not many nerfs. So as an overall summary, she's been buffed a bit.
はい。っていう感じでアズセナはなかなか、いろんな新技だったり新しい展開含めて構えを使って攻めれるようになってます。
So as you can see, she's got several new moves and designed with more options for coming out the stance.
で、そう弱くなったところ1個だけありました。ごめんなさい。
There is one
立ち状態から
パワー the stance. So as you can see, she's got
だったり新しい展開含めて構えを使って攻めれるようになってます。
So as you can see, she's got several new moves.
Back turn orbital has stance extension? Huh?
新しい展開含めて構えを使って攻めれるようになってます。
So as you can see, she's got.
Is she -5 because she did the orbital? Or is she -5 because she did the orbital into stance?
Several new moves and designed with more options for coming out the stance.
That don't make sense to me. I went crazy one time. I spoiled Ace, Nami, and Aaron for myself. I don't know. Attack on Titan was spoiled for me. I didn't spoil myself. Imagine Tekken domain expansion in the Tekken game. I need that. Those already exist. I won't even lie. Peep this. It's literally Heihachi's Rage Art. Like, at this point, bro, at this point, we have domain expansions. Or, what's that nigga's name? Like, we've been had domain expansions, bro, since launch, bro. Since this shit came out last year, we've already had domain expansions, so it's like, yeah, it is what it is.
弱くなったところ1個だけありました。ごめんなさい。ですね、立ち状態からパワークラッシュ兼ヒート発動技っていうのを。
Gojo's one is a little weird, but Sukuna's one is fucking insane. Gojo's one is busted. It is the most busted domain in the entire series. Say for Sukuna. You could. Those are top 2. I personally would put Gojo's above, because if they popped it at the same. If they both got hit with each other's domain at the same time, I would bet more on Gojo's one than I would bet on Sukuna's one. It's just white. No, it's not. Yeah, I mean, yes. But it puts you in the center of the universe and floods you with all information known to man. Well, not even all known to man. Just floods you with all information in the universe. All at once. So you're paralyzed because your brain cannot process everything all at once. You see everything. You feel everything. Yeah, it's basically like Fullmetal Alchemist. Yeah, basically. Like being exposed to the truth. You're flooded with everything all at once. You're cooked. So yeah, I'd put more money on that one. Because your brain will literally just... What's your brain gonna do? I'm gonna go brain dead. Sukuna, oh, he can slice you up. It is what it is. That's just busted as fuck. I won't even deny it. But I've seen niggas survive that shit. Gojo, you're brain dead for a couple minutes. Up to an hour. What does it say? I think it said like what? The average human... If the average human being gets hit with the domain expansion for what? 0.2 seconds? Or was it 0.7 seconds or something like that? They go brain dead. They go in a brain dead comatose state for up to 3 to 6 months. That's a regular human. So, and that's what, 0.2 seconds? Yeah, it's GG's. It's GG's. Throw somebody in that bullshit for like a minute. They're dead. You're not surviving that shit. If Gojo is a bad guy, it's actually GG's. Facts. Literally nobody in all of Jujutsu High would be able to take care of him. He's just that broken. Gojo, quite literally, if he felt like it, and it's been stated because as you'll read, as you watch the series, you'll realize nobody glazes Gojo more than the series itself. They all glaze the ever-living fuck out of him. I remember there was something you talk about, like, if Gojo wanted to, he could take out all of Japan in an afternoon. He's that busted. They glaze him. They glaze the ever-living fuck out of him. There's nothing these people can do against him. So, yeah. He deserves the glaze, not gonna lie. He does. But sometimes they glaze him way too much. Well, for example, there'll be something like this, right? This is just an example. Oh my god. You have now fallen for my technique. My technique. Nobody has ever broken out of it. And nobody can ever break out of it. Except for Gojo Satoru. Okay. Yes. This move is unbreakable. It kills anybody that witnesses it. Except for Gojo Satoru. Okay. No one can ever dodge this attack. Except for Gojo Satoru. That one isn't actually... That's actually taken from the manga. Or from the anime, season 2. Whereas, like, this move is so fast that nobody on Earth can ever dodge it. Except for Gojo. They glaze the fuck out of that nigga, bro. So stupid. No spoilers, but I don't know how Yuji could ever surpass him. Does he ever surpass him? I mean, I guess. Gojo is very hopeful for his students. Many of them are at his level by the end of the series. You could argue only 2 surpass him. Only 2. And even then, it's debatable.
一体すぎてちょっとさすがにっていうところでこれですね。これがヒート発動技じゃなくなった。パワークラッシュはあるんですけど、
There is one nerf,
発動しま
but
す。
this applies to all characters who had that. Where
これが一番弱体化じゃないですか。
you had the power crush and a heat engager in one move. All of those have been done away with, so this is now just a power crush. それ多くのキャラありますね。
はい。そんな感じで、さっきの技、ここからガードプライオンになったので、これが割れなくなってる。これも強い手です。
Also, this is a good follow-up where you can't be interrupted.
で、これをちらつかせて、こういう下段を持っていくみたいな。
Sometimes throw in that low kick.
という感じの攻めができるようになりました。
なんかこのペースだと2キャラしか
やばいですね。ちょっとじゃあどんどんいきましょう。
ちょっと他の
盛りだくさんにやりすぎたな。
これは見せといた方がいいってやつ。
マイケル・キャラグいきますか、デビル・ジン。
やりましょう。デビル・ジンはどうしてくれるのか。
渋いとこ行くな、渋いとこ。
これこっそりに文句言ってる。So I've been telling, no one saw from behind the scenes, I've been talking to Nakatsu to do something about Devil Jin, so you know, he was my main character throughout the series.
はい、デビル・ジンもですね、まあちょっとなかなか活躍
No,
が
that
できなかったので、まあ神話
That explains why this nigga has been busted since inception. Since Tekken 5, Devil Jin has been broken. Nah, it makes sense. It's because of Michael Murray. Let's see. Toto also confused me because of Divergent Fist. It's 2 impacts with 1 strike, but somehow it's a bad habit and he needs to learn how to properly control his cursed energy. Oh yeah. 2 fists with 1 hit. I don't know why Divergent Fist was seen as such a bad move when you describe it like that. I think it just brought bad habits. It was like, the reason why he did Divergent Fist in the first place was because of a lack of curse technique control. So that's why he'd throw out an attack, he'd throw out a regular punch, and then the energy would come afterwards. That's why you're getting hit twice. But that's a bad habit, because you don't know how to output your energy correctly. So I guess that's why it was seen as such a bad move. You know? But it made sense for Yuji, because Yuji's already at Powerhouse. He already hits like a truck. So if you get hit like a truck, and then you get amplified on top of that, you get hit twice, it's a dangerous move, but I guess it's like, it's fostering bad habits, and I guess they didn't want him to do that.
So, you know, obviously we didn't see him as much as in past installments, so he's seen a few new moves and improvements.
3LP、RP、これ連続ヒットになってます。
So down forward, left punch, right punch is a natural combo.
で、中段の派生のこの RK があるので、まあ、なかなか
Did he always have that? Down forward 1-4. Interesting. Fucking wiki. Devil Jin always have that. Down forward 1-4. Debiruchi. Down forward 1. Yeah, so there was this one that everybody was like, oh, this move is so ass. And -6 on block. Yeah, this one is so ass. So now he has an extension onto it. Okay. And new move. Actually, let's say new extension. Down forward 1-4.
And with a mid option as well, so that your opponent isn't going to easily be able to duck.
近距離戦での戦い方が登場してますね。
So it should be a bit...
Let's see. -13 on block. -13 on block. But has knockdown on hit. Not a bad. It's a good mix-up.
In close quarters.
あとは結構でかいのがこの弓ガラスです。前 LK。
Also from his fly from forward left kick.
前 LK 中両パンチでこの
Oh my god, this is the one that pissed me off. Morning Crow 2 gives Devil Jin an unblockable high. No, I was right.
上段ガードフローがついてます。
He's got a...
Oh, it's 1+2. Morning Crow 1+2.
High option.
Is I-20 unblockable high.
But it is unblockable with both punches.
中段もあるので
怖いなこれ。
弱いと言われるし、強いと言われる。So if he's weak, I'm gonna get a lot of hate, and then he gets strong, I'm gonna get a lot of hate. So
暴れてる人には弱そうです。
あれは2択だよね。俺のヘイトがどっちに来るね。どっちも来るという。
強くしても来るし、弱くしても来る。
4-2-3. New move added. New extension. Let's see. 4-2-3. That is 4-2-3.
なんで、まあ、こういう後ろ前 RPLK からヒットして攻めることができます。
Can transition into Morning Crow even on hit.
So from his left right right punch left kick, I believe it is, you can use that as a basis for your attacks.
はい、あとはですね、ヒート状態も強化されてます。
Also, he's buffed a little bit in the heat state.
ヒート状態で風神ステップ中、奈落ですね。奈落 LK が追加されてます。
There's a new option from his hell sweep as well.
これが奈落ある。ステップ中、奈落ですね。奈落。
Okay. In heat has crouch dash for 3. Hell sweep with tornado. Hell sweep with the tornado.
There's a new option from his hell sweep as well.
Why does this look like it's a mod though? Bro, it looks like a mod. Literally, Hell Sweep into Morning Crow 3? That's a mod right there.
There's a new option from his hell sweep as well.
Oh man.
Okay. And it goes to combo. Heat 中ですよね。During heat.
That's 60 damage. 60 damage. With floor break. Heaven's Gate. I call it Heaven's Gate. I think it's called Hell's Gate. Either ways. So he can do an I-16 low into 60 damage into ground break. Oh my god, bro. Devil Jin's gonna be a problem. He's gonna be such a problem moving forward. I really didn't like fighting him already. Let's see. Hot take, but Toei, when they decide to cook, is levels above Mappa. I can see that one. Fairs. I wouldn't debate that one. I can't. That's fair.
ヒートの消費量とか全部これ想定済み。
もちろん。
Yeah.
これ本ちゃんのデータなんで。
So the use of the heat timer, all that stuff. I was just asking if it's the latest build, and it is.
はい、この辺が強化された点です。このぐらいのペースでいきましょうか。
はい。So those are some of the points he's been improved, and we're gonna speed it up to try to get to more characters.
次、じゃあ誰行こうかな。風間潤行きましょうか。
Jun Kazama, maybe?
Get ready for the next battle.
サクサクいかないと。
スティーブとかも持ってきてないっけ？
持ってきてないです。はい、順もですね、なかなか、展開が作れなくて、立ち状態崩すことが難しかったキャラクターになっていて、ヒート中の技が強化されています。
So up until now, it was tough for June to sometimes open up opponents. So now she has some improvements to address this during the heat state.
ヒート中に、一番大きいところで言うと、ヒートスマッシュだったら、この技がヒート中の固有技になって、タイマー消費技になって結構。
She can do! Whoa! She can do her low heat smash twice!
ヒートスマッシュだったら、この技がヒート中の固有技になって、
その代わり
ここで言うと、
for June to sometimes open up opponents. So now she has some improvements.
Oh, that's a sidestep 2. It looks like a sidestep 2. What plus 2? Sidestep 2, I-16.
To address this during the heat state.
ヒート中に、一番大きいところで言うと、ヒートスマッシュだったら、この技がヒート中の固有技になって、
What is that stance? 2 1 plus 2?
その代わりに
タイマー消費技になって
結構消費する。So you can see what was her heat smash previously is now just a move that she has access to during heat, which uses the heat timer instead.
あと、ヒートタイマーの横に強化アイコンがあるんですけども、ここが溜まると、強い技が打てるようになってます。
And there's a power up icon, I guess you guys call it install right, next to the heat timer, which gives her access to a powerful technique.
なかなかこれ。あとは前々両パンチ後ろでこういう派生がついてますね。
There's also an extension to the forward right both punches by holding back.
なのでここからこういう展開を作って前々両パンチ後ろの後に両パンチをガードさせて有利な展開を作る。
So you can put back to get there for an instant and then go into real.
What's the name of the stance actually so I name these things properly? No, it's not Izumo stance. Is it Genjutsu stance? Oh yeah, I also need to put a fucking gains and install. The only thing with Toei is that they waited until Wano and after Wano to start cooking. It's most likely because of the budget that they had. Everything from before episode 900 was really mid. Yeah, I'm assuming it's budget.
Both
punches out of that stance to
How fast is this?
Get frame advantage. Both punches.
I-20 and +6 on block. God damn.
Out of that stance for an instant and then
that shit looks damn near homing.
So you can put back to get there for an instant and then go into both punches out of that stance to get frame advantage.
でそこから出雲中にこういう下段で崩せるんですけど、
For example, during Izumo, you can do the low kick to open up opponents.
こんな感じで失礼。キックだけ。ごめんなさいね。こんな感じで。
I-20.
下段で崩せるようになってます。
This is kind of a sequence you can use to open up your opponents using low attacks.
はい、他にもいろんな変更が入ってますが、いろいろなキャラ見たいと思うので、
アイコンの質問が
I can definitely see Jun being pushed up to like not S tier, but high A tier. Definitely. When they nerfed her at first, it took her from like S tier down to B tier. I think she's gonna bump up to A tier, if not S tier again.
これはですね、風間の新規ってものが上昇してマックス状態になると、3つの技が今日それはバーテンの旬です。
So it's a new mechanic. They're talking about that little icon which has access
100になると
to 3
こういう
different
状態にな
techniques.
ってマックス状態で下と両パンチ、これが強化されると出雲中に
or during Izumo.
中だから、まあ、さっきの、
下段キック
下段キック
スマッシュ、
まあ、これも強化されてダメージ上がったんで
That low kick, the damage is
ヒート中の有効になるんですか？
いやこれはまあ、これも強化されてダメージ上がったんで
That low kick, the damage is
ヒート中の有効になるんですか？
Wano, when you started in 2018, they involved with the times. Oh yeah, true. That as well. But I genuinely do think it was just mainly because of budget. What the fuck is going on? Running out of space. Likely ban evader. Oh, okay.
いやこれは他のキャラクターと一緒で、ヒートと関係ないものになります。
So it's a separate mechanic from Hito, like other characters.
マックス大見状態だね。
はい。
ミキの音楽に。
そうですね。指令が追加されて神々しい感じになってます。はい。
まあ、相変わらずチャットで強い強いって言ってるけど、だからパチノーツ入れしたくないね。
いやまあ、
なんでまあ
自分が使ったらよかったですよね。
自分は風間の力をうまく使って立ち回って、強化状態にして、どんどん崩していくみたいなちょっといろんな、攻め手が増えてます。
Yeah, so basically, you know, she just has these new additions to help her open up opponents. 次のキャラクター。
はい。一番大きく変わったのはザフィーナ。
あ、じゃあザフィーナ行きましょう。
ザフィーナ。
Let's go to Zafina. I think she's changed maybe the most out of many of the characters.
ゲンヤさん見てるかな？
見てるんじゃないですか。
録画を見るんじゃないか。
懐かしいな、昔セブンで絶対ザフィーナ追加しないよってよくゲンヤさんいじめてたな。
難しいんだよね、このキャラね。
まあザフィーナはですね、本当なんていうんですかね、一回ちょっと
Big one, gains install. Some fucking reason she gets an install. Let's see. Let me just quickly take this. Document it for my friend Chris, because I know he definitely want to hear more of this. You should do an anime openings tournament. How would I even organize that? I definitely wouldn't mind, but like, how would I organize it?
作り直しに近いリワークみたいなことしてます。
シーズン2で。
すみませんね、元の
So
設
she's
定が
pretty
悪かったね。
reworked for
2代目ザフィーナですね、これは。
そうだね。
二代目になります
6の時にちょっと俺がいろいろミスりまして。
はい。で、まあ、何を強くしたかっていうと、アザゼルの力っていうものをフォーカスして、まあ、それらの関連の技を非常に強くしてます。
So her buffs for season 2, she's been quite reworked, and mainly these focus on the Azazel's power that she's able to concentrate and use in newer ways.
はい。で、後ろ両パンチ、これ非常にリーチが長く横にも強い技が。
Back and then both punches.
Back 1 plus 2. I-19 mid with Azazel. Self-harm and minus 6 on block.
Long reach.
はい。
これかっこいいね。
フォーミングしかもガードをされても問題ない。
でも自分の
That's some range on her.
And then both punches. Long reach.
はい。
これかっこいいね。
フォーミングしかもガードをされても問題ない。
でも自分の体力を犠牲にしてるわけ
そうですね。
ですね。
自称して出します。
Long range. You use your own life gauge,
調子に乗ってやってるとどんどん自分の体力が上が
but
って
you have to be careful.
ほぼイーブンです。
That's a lot of chip damage. Let's see, I got a side, unless you want to do it with Twitch polls, then that's cooked. The side I have, they just pick one and it's better. Alright, let's do the site one. But let's do it tomorrow. Tomorrow's what, Tuesday, right? Yeah, let's do it tomorrow. Today is just straight Tekken Talk. Literally, I've been streaming for 5 hours, and we've literally just been only going through this entire Tekken Talk. Look at all these notes. Look at all these notes. This is from what I've been watching, and we're not even done yet.
吉光さんね、くるくる
なんで、はい、自称引きつらずの力を使った技を、振り回していくスタイルですね。で、前両パンチ、こちらも実はリーチが伸びてます。
前両パン、はい、and then forward both punches is the range has been extended.
こちら横に強くな
They extended the range for forward 1+2. Okay. Range extended for forward 1+2. Buffed Demon Paw. Quite literally. Send the name thingy to the Discord, so I don't forget after the Discord stream ends.
Yeah. It's not very good sideways, but it does a lot of damage.
あとですね、リターンが高い技なんですね。
It's not very good. Is the range has been extended.
こちら横に強くない代わりにリターンが高い技なんですね。
It's not very good sideways, but it does a lot of damage.
あとですね、この技あるんですけども、実はこれシーズン1でガード攪拌があったんですけど、ガード攪拌なくなって発生も14から13になってます。
In this move, the startup was increased from or decreased from 14 to 13, and used to be punishable on block, but not anymore.
はい、なんでこれ実は
Now it's safe.
この技あるんですけども、
Down 4-3-1. Let's see. Down 4-3-1 went from I-14 to I-13. Also went from punishable. Actually, hold on. Let me search now. How minus was it for down 4-3-1 for Zafina? Nope. Oh, it's down 4-1. Yeah, it's this one. Went from -12 to -9. Down 4-1. Yeah. Down 4-1 goes from -5, from -12 to -9.
実はこれシーズン1でガード攪拌があったんですけど、ガード攪拌なくなって発生も14から13になってます。
In this move, the startup was increased from or decreased from 14 to 13, and used to be punishable on block, but not anymore.
はい、なんでこれ実はライトの攪拌に使えたりしますね。
So you can use this against hop kicks if you're quick enough.
なるほど。攪拌でヒート発動ができるので。
And it's a heat engage. 強い。いいな。
なかなか使い勝手がいい技になってます。
It's pretty useful.
はい。
あと香水つけすぎゲージがある。
そうですね。はい、こちらもヒートを発動するとこちらたまるんですけど、この状態でモードスケアクロー中に3両キックってやるとこんな感じで。
Stop it, man! What the Oh, man! Who's behind this fucking development team? Low heat smash.
So that's her power up.
モードスケアクロー中に3両キックってやるとこんな感じで。
Can be done multiple times. Scarecrow. What is it? Scarecrow down 3 plus 4? Down 4-3 plus 4.
でモードスケアクロー中に3両キックってやるとこんな感じで。状態でモードスケアクロー中に3両キックって
I-19 low mid
やると こんな感じで、
So that's her power up that we were just looking at, that icon. During that, in Scarecrow, you do
両キック
three, both kicks. Not three, sorry, down forward, both kicks. And this attack is performed.
例えばこういうのガードさせて使うと非常に使い勝手いいですね。
And so it's good to.
She can do. So as long as her install is full, she gets an infinite amount of low heat smashes. So they said, let's remove the fact that she has a low heat smash. Or let's remove the fact that it is a low heat smash and give it to her naturally as long as she has install.
Keep your opponent out, get in a Scarecrow,
スラッシュガードさせたとかに
and then hit with a low attack.
Do you not realize? Okay, you know what? Never mind.
Keep your opponent out, get in a Scarecrow,
スラッシュガードさせたとかに
and then hit with a low attack. So from the slash kick is a very viable option. Hit with a low attack. So from the slash kick is a very viable option.
はい、あとはですね、この先ほど紹介した後ろ両パンチですね。これが、ヒット、この強化状態
Scarecrow. Did she not have Scarecrow back 1+2? There it is. No. That's Scarecrow 1+2.
状態の時、この先ほど紹介した後ろ両パンチですね。これが、ヒット、この強化状態の時に両パンチを押すと、はい、あとはですね、この
Slash kick is a very viable option. And hit with a low attack. So from the slash kick is
I-16 low. I-16 low with knockback. Knockdown.
a very viable option. Attack. Good to keep your opponent out, get in a Scarecrow,
スラッシュガードさせたとかに
and then hit with a low attack. So from the slash kick is a very viable. option.
はい、あとはですね、この先ほど紹介した後ろ両パンチですね。これが、ヒット、この強化状態の時に両パンチを押すと、かっけえ、こんな感じでアザゼの力を使ってマイナスフレームを有利フレームに変えて削りを取れると。
So in this powered up state, this particular move we just talked about gets stronger too. You have less negative frames on block, and you do a bit of chip damage.
はい、あとはですね、強化状態中にこのパワークラッシュあるんですけども、実際、相手の攻撃を受け止めると中段パワークラッシュなんですけど、角反がなくなってます、マイナス9で。
You can see in a powered up state, this power crush is no longer punishable.
She might be the only character in the game with a safe power crushing mid. Not even a power crushing high. Safe power crushing mid. That hits grounded. Safe power crushing mid that hits grounded.
When you're in the powered up state.
まあこんな感じですかね。
And it has a mid extension.
So you have these kind of options. かっこいいね。
はい。という感じでアザゼルの力をふんだんに使いつつ自分も自称するのでご注意っていうようなキャラになってます。
So you have access to really cool Azazel's powers.
Bro, may this bitch not see the light of day in Tekken. As much as I love Zafina, may she not see the light of day in Tekken 9? And if so, remove the fucking Azazel arm from her. What are you doing?
But you do life damage to yourself.
はい。あともう何キャラいけます？あと2キャラぐらい。
Time for 2 more characters if we go quickly.
キングとかいきます？
あ、
使用率高い。キング。
キングはまあ確かにね使ってる。
Let's go to King since he's quite popular, right?
間違えた。
Everyone's complaining, Steve, other people, whoever their character is, right?
Get ready for the next battle.
キングはですね、ジャガースプリントの遊びの拡充しつつ、投げの強化を行っていて、弱体化した点でいうと、これですね、この技がさすがにちょっと守りの要素として強すぎたので、まず弱くなったところに。
So you can see, first we'll start off with what's been weakened with him, which is the stance here.
硬直が10フレーム伸びているのと、攻撃を受け止めた時のダメージがもともと 50% だったのが 100% ダメージを受けるようになっています。
And he used to only received 50% of the damage of the attack, or now he receives 100% of that damage.
はい。で、代わりにといってはなんですけども、新技の LKRPRP ですね。
This is a new attack. He has now a left kick, right punch, right punch.
はい。
I'll have to double check this one because I'm pretty sure 322 was in Tekken 5, but I just need to double check.
はい。これがですね。
How fast is this? Let's see. I-15.
はめることができて、ジャガースプリントに。
Mid, mid, high.
はめることができて。
Oh, high, mid, mid.
You can also hold, and then you can also go into Jaguar Sprint.
で、2発目カウンターで、連続ヒットになるので。
If the second hit hits, then it is a normal combo, natural combo.
こんな感じで、攻めにも使う。使えますよ。
And you can use it up to follow up sequence of attacks.
あとは立ち途中 RPRP でここからもジャガースプリントに行こう。
Yo, Rustu, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good.
Sequence of attacks.
あとは立ち途中 RPRP.
His wall rising. Oh my god. Bro, I've been doing face reveal. The main reason why I wasn't like streaming with my face on my Twitch or on my channel was just because it was too hot. It was too hot to wear some clothes. So I didn't want to show my face on camera because I'm not streaming naked, you know? King, let's see. Wall standing 2-2. L excuse? Literally, that's what it was. It was just too hot to wear clothes. I was just like, yeah, I'm gonna stream naked, but obviously TOS, so I had to turn off the camera.
RP でここからもジャガースプリントに行こう。
While standing right punch now, lets you transition
I'd still watch you. Yeah, Twitch would be watching me as well. Ban me
to
immediately.
the Jaguar sprint.
後ろを入れとくと、行かないっていう選択肢も取れます。
You can also hold back to not sprint.
で、
Let's see.
ジャガースプリントで一定量走ると、ちょっと赤いエフェクトが出るんですけど、この時から出せるジャガースプリント中の技がそれぞれ強化されています。
And you'll notice he changes color slightly after running a few steps. During that, and you have access to his normal moves from sprint, but they're powered up versions after you see that.
無料のアップデートですよね。もちろん無料です。これヒート中は、常にパワーアップ版が出ます。ヒート中は常にパワーアップ版が出ます。
Also during heat, regard.
Oh my!
ヒート中は、
Jaguar Sprint 1 charged gives tornado. I'm documenting everything I've seen, everything I've noticed from these Tekken Talks, so I can go through them and see my overall opinion about this. Right now, Man Tings, yeah? It's not looking good. It's not looking good at all. They gave Zafina and Jun an install. They gave Devil Jin's unseeable Hell Sweep. Well, this is Heat specific though. But his Hell Sweep can now do 60 damage. And Floor Break. Azucena, I don't care about her changes. Her changes are okay. They gave her Brian's back 1, so that's fine. Reina got buffed. Her buffs, not that bad. Asuka, she looks like she's going to be more obnoxious now. And then Anna. I'm neutral on Anna. I need to see her in play before I give my opinion. But for the most part, it's okay. There are some problem moves here and there, like 2 or 3. But overall, she's okay. The fact that they're buffing King is my biggest problem. He's the one character that does not need buffs. Him, Jin, Dragunov, Yoshimitsu, Nina, Alyssa. Those are 6 characters that needed to get nerfed. I don't know why he's getting buffed.
Also during heat, regardless of how long you've ran, the power up will happen.
で、あとは投げの優位性を向上するっていうところで、ですね、ヒート状態であれば、普段のこの、走ってからこれとジャイアントスイングはホーミングじゃないんですけど、ヒート中はホーミングになります。
Heat中の、
はい。
And during heat only, the giant swing and shining wizard will be homing now. You can see the effect.
But why? What? Who does this? Okay, I'm not gonna say who does it benefit because it benefits King mains, but like, we're trying to move away from homing grabs. That's literally why we had the whole update where it's like, oh, you can now sidestep command grabs. Only for you to then buff King to give his 10-frame grab, the giant swing. You're giving him his 10-frame grab homing properties. Both Shining Wizard and Giant Swing have a 1+2 animation break, but Giant Swing is a 1 break. And I can't even sidestep my options anymore. I have to eat them shits.
Added.
こんな感じで、はい、ホーミングになって投げが通りやすくなります。
So it'll be easier to throw.
あとは壁投げですね。これジャガースプリントに行ってここ追撃確定するようになりました。非常に強いです。
Also throwing into the wall, you can follow up with the Jaguar sprint.
Is it back 1+2 or is it just back 1+2? Hold on.
The wall, you can follow up with the Jaguar Sprint.
ここ追撃確定する。
So it'll be easier to throw.
あとは壁投げですね。これ
Oh, it's back 1+2. Okay. Oh my god, man.
これジャガースプリント見てここ追撃確定するようになりました。非常に強いです。
Also throwing into the wall, you can follow up with the Jaguar Sprint.
Every single follow-up?
Also throwing into the wall, you can follow up with the Jaguar Sprint.
Oh my god. There's no way.
人気だな。
はい。かなりプロレスライクな投げ技だったり壁投げとかが強くなったりしているのと、新技もジャガースプリントに行きやすい技が追加されていて、機動力が増しつつ投げも豊富に仕掛けられるようになっています。代わりに今この辺が弱くなってます。
So basically his throw game is improved, Jaguar Sprint, many transitions.
His throw game improved. Michael Murray needs... Whoever's behind the balancing for Tekken 8 needs to be fired.
But that stance where you receive your opponent's attacks and then go into that stance has been weakened.
あとせっかくなんでもう一個だけ見せたいのが、
One more.
シーズン
They said, we're gonna nerf muscle armor and then buff everything else.
2かこれ全キャラクターなんですけども、投げを仕掛けた側が相手に投げを抜けられた場合、投げ抜けダメージが相手に入るようになっています。
おお。
抜けられるとダメージが入る。
キングの相手にダメージ。キング。
ジンの体力見ててください。
Look at Jin's life gauge.
こういった感じで回復可能と。
And then this one was the decision that everybody got angry over. The fact that now you take chip damage for throw breaking. Mind you, this is the update where they said they wanted to improve defense. They're punishing you for actively defending yourself. Oh, I broke the throw, right? I made a calculated reflex. My reflexes kicked in. Oh, I saw it was going to be a one break. I broke it. And now I still take damage for it. It doesn't matter if the damage is insignificant. It's the fact that I'm taking damage for breaking a throw. Either I guessed correctly or I made the right choice in breaking based on reflexes, right? Because I saw a 2 grab come out and I pressed 2 to break it. Me actively practicing defense, I'm getting punished for it. So not only am I taking defense on my actual like regular attacks, or I'm taking damage in the neutral from attacks, certain attacks, now I'm taking chip damage for breaking throws. But this is an update that's meant to focus on defense, right? And they did nothing but show us offensive attacks. It was just a buzzword. Defense is just a buzzword. We've been lied to. Damage on throw breaks.
投げを仕掛けた側が相手のガードを読み勝って投げを仕掛けているので、なるほど。回復可能体力でダメージが入る。
So it does a slight damage to your opponent even if they throw escape, but it's recoverable damage.
はい、これがシーズン2全体の。
What was the chat saying during this? Shit, I can't see them. I need to see what the chat was saying during this. We're adding chip damage to throw breaks. I need to see what people were saying during this. They were most likely getting banned too. Oh my days. They were most likely getting banned for whatever criticisms they were saying regarding the fact that they're now taking chip damage from fucking throw breaks. Who thought that was a good idea? Chip damage. Whatever.
挑戦に関わる変更ですね。
キングだけじゃないですよね。
はい、全キャ
That's
ラクタ
not just King, but all.
This game is cooked. Why? Great. Amazing. Nah, that's crazy. Delete King. Why? I don't even play this game, but this is hilarious.
Characters.
はい。以上ですかね。
It's so over. Damage on break, Soul Calibur. I mean, again, developers from Soul Calibur or not developers, but people who worked on Soul Calibur are working on Tekken right now, which now makes a lot of sense. Whenever there's a bad decision, my brain always goes back to that.
あれどうでしょう。
あとワンキャラいく？
いきますよ。
何が
なんかスティーブって言ってるやつ多いな。スティーブはね、ちょっとね、ごめんなさいね、もう徹夜でしたけど、スティーブは。
レイナがあるか。
レイナさっき対戦でしたから。
They're actually dumb.
ジンとか。吉光ありますが。
吉光行こうよ。
吉光あります
let's do 吉光。
吉光使ってる人は少ないけど、使われてる側の視点もあるから。
Get ready for the next
人
battle.
間なんだな。
まあ吉光はですね、まあなんだろう、もともとシーズンかなり強かったので、主に2点弱体化が入っていて、
was quite strong.
はい。
There's two major areas where he was nerfed.
一つがまあ妖刀を使った各種攻撃のダメージと体力回復量が減ったっていうのが一つ。
So less damage and less health recovered when using the sword.
なので吉光がコンボを決めてるとなぜかものすごい体力回復していってたと思うんですけど、それがかなり回復しないようになった。
You might have had the image that just doing a combo gave Yoshi back so much health, and that's been
あ
adjusted.
と皆さん気になってる吉光ブレードなんですけど、硬直が伸びてます。
And longer recovery on the flash now.
はい、硬直が5フレーム伸びたので。
Oh my god, they nerfed Flash with recovery! Which was something that should have happened months ago, but I'm happy that better now than never. Let's see. Flash with recovery. That right there was necessary. This nigga talking about face reveal. He doesn't know about pre-summer Discord. Pre-summer Discord? What the fuck was I doing pre-summer? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, pre-summer Discord?
はシーズン1よりしやすくなってます。
So it's easier for opponents to counter on a whiffed flash.
なるほど。
これかなり好評。
はい。その代わりに、神話地雷馬ですね。吉光のこの下と両パンチで出る地雷馬。ここは結構、この技を使える展開が作れるようになってて、新技の QLPLP ですね。これがヒット時に、
He's had a few power-ups though.
What the fuck was that?
これがヒット時に、
He's had a few power-ups though.
Up forward 1-1. Let me put this shit in normal speed.
これがヒット時に、
He's had a few power-ups though. This new move, up forward, left punch.
Up forward, new move. Up forward, 1-1. What are the properties for this?
So, this new move, up forward, left punch. So,
mid. And how fast is it?
これがヒット時に、
He's had a few power-ups though.
I-17 mid. I-17 mid. Second hits grounded. Goes into flea stance. And forces crouch.
This new move, up forward, left punch, now goes into flee.
はい、地雷馬にヒット時いけるんですけども、これカウンターで今浮きましたよね。
It launched on counter.
はい、カウンターで浮くようになってます。地雷馬からの両パンチがカウンターヒットでコンボ指導になってます。
So both punches during flee now goes into combo.
あと、
Hold on. So, Flea 1+2 only launches on counter hit.
は
I don't know, know if I want to document that because I don't know how true that is.
あれさまり方だっけ下段のくるってやつ。あれさまり方だっけ
I hate the fact that he was plus on that.
そうこれねそうだヒート発動技どれ例えばこれしゃがみ帰着で吉光悪さできるんじゃないかなと思うんですけど
So people are kind of wondering what would happen with Yoshimitsu now that you can go crouching after
開いばかなり出せる
engager.
までのタイミング遅らせないと出せないので先行力効かないので
But for this move, it's one where
こんな感じ
buffering is
今
not
入れてますけど
available, so that you can't just easily mix your opponent up with a samurai cutter after
待ってからじゃないと出ない
Bro, mix up?
Yeah,
There was no mix up.
for
It would
recovery.
just be definitive. The move would come out at 3 frames. There's nothing you can do. It would even catch hop
というと
kicks.
ころがまあいろいろあるんですけど、地雷馬が強くなってる代わりに、ブレードだったり体力の回復量とかが調整されて、バランスを取られて
So, you know, obviously he has some cool new stuff, but some of the things that really stood out, like health recovery and Blade, Flash, were adjusted.
So we're not going to address his wall carrier. We're not going to address his Oki. We're just going to address the damage and his flash.
もう時間だな。いろんな。
ね、いろいろね用意したんだけどちょっと時間が。
原さん今日有給でいつまでもできるか。
まあでもなん
Bro, make his forward 1 plus 2 launch punishable.
変えても
じゃあラスト
ラスト行こう。
ジンいきますか。
ジンいいね。
ジンいいね。
じゃあ最後じゃない。
これラスト。これ本当の
人口の
This is really the
フ
last
ァイナル
one.
ファイナルラストですか。
We'll do Jin because he's had quite a bit of changes
さ
too.
投げ
ゴールデンファイナルラストですよこれ。
投げ抜けダメージって回復可能ダメージだからあれで KO になんない。
なりません。言い忘れました。
ここは今までのルールと一緒だから大丈夫ですよ。
So the throw escape damage is recovery. So obviously you're not going to KO someone with that.
はい。ジンはですね、ジンもすごい強かったので、特に小技が強かったので、小技が軒並みちょっと弱体化が入ってます。
So Jin was quite strong, so a lot of his really useful pokes have been toned down a bit.
例えば、代表的な逆アンツあるけど、これマイナス9だったのマイナス10になって
This was minus 9, is now minus 10.
で、2RP、この下段、これのカウンターがトルネードじゃなくなってます。コンボいけなくなりました。
So you can't go to combo anymore in this.
あとですね、これですね。
Let's see. 214 is now minus 10. Hallelujah. Right? Because Jin literally was abusive with that move. So 214 minus 10. Up forward 2. Also minus 10. Down 2. The Hitler of all moves. Down 2 no longer counter hit launches. If that's the case, what the fuck does it do now?
トルネードじゃなくなってます。
Still plus 4. Remains plus 4 even on counter hit.
コンボいけなくなりました。
So you can't go to combo anymore in this.
あとですね、これですね、この QRP、これもマイ
Why did it look like the damage was
ナ
buffed?
ス10に
What?
なってて確定反撃みたいな。
A forward RP is now minus 12? 12. 10. Sorry, 10. 10.
その代わりに斬新だったり踏み込みステップヒート状態などの要素を強化してます。
That said, he does have some cool new stuff.
Range nerfed.
From Zanshin and also
などの要素を強化してます。
Oh my god, bro. Okay. War running 3. Transitions to Zen stance.
That said, he does have some cool new stuff.
At plus 12! Oh no, y'all trip plus 12 into Zen stance.
From Zanshin and also
スラッ
from
シュ
his
キッ
step
ク
in.
から前を入れておくことで斬新にいけたり、
So after the slash, you can hold forward to go into Zanshin.
しゃがんだ状態で、この 3RK が発生が速くなってます。
The while crouching down forward right kick has a bit more reach now.
これ実際20
Okay. Full crouch, down forward 4. Launches now. On top of that, range buffed.
24か5だったのが21になってます。
And its startup is from, it was 24, now 21.
あと同じく
Buffed from I-24 to I-21.
これも24か5だったのが21に速くなってるので、
This
ペダ
one
の使い
well
方が良くなりました。
was 24, now down to 21, so his lows are a bit better. Besides down 2.
あとは、あとヒート状態ですね。ヒート状態で、前々両パンチというものが追加されて
During heat, he has forward both punches.
そうですね。
Not this one, the flying one.
これですね。
Oh my god, okay. In heat, gets forward, 1 plus 2 is plus 5. Plus 5 on block. Damn near homing.
Punches. Not this one, the flying one.
That looks homing.
Punches. Not this one. The flying one.
I-25. I-25. I-25 mid.
これですね。
Transitions into Zen stance.
The one where he kind of spins.
ここから構えに行けるようになってます。
And then go into the stance. And then go into
gives Jin unstaggerable hell sweep only minus 14.
The stance. 難しい
いや、今のでもう違うのやろうかなと思って。
かっこいいね、相変わらず。
はい。あとは、しゃがみ状態。あとはですね、あと斬新中のこの RP が切りもみが追加されてまして、こんな感じで切りもみが起こせる。
See, during Zanshin, right punch goes into the strong tailspin now.
なので、
ヒート中のみで。
いや、これは普通にいけますね。ちょっと
前からであればちょっと。
こんな感じでコンボができたりします。
So you can see it leads to different combo routes.
はい。っていう感じで、結構他にもいろいろ入ってるんですけど、ジンも弱く小技弱くなりつつも、そのデビルパワーを使ったり、いろんな、斬新含めた展開が作れるようになってて、シーズン1より どんどん楽しくなってるんじゃないかと思ってるので、おすすめのキャラクターですね。
So a lot of its useful pokes and convenient stuff was nerfed, but some of his powers from stances and things have made a little bit more fun.
総じて言うとナーフがあっても新しいおもちゃは用意されているっていう。
I don't think you can seriously look at this and respect any Jin player moving forward. I genuinely don't think you could look at this and respect any Jin player moving forward. I feel like the more devil abilities they add to Jin, the less respectable he becomes. Because now it feels like he's running around with more gimmicks. Like, what the fuck do you mean his wall running 3 transitions into Zen stance at plus 12? He runs at you, hits you with the mid, and goes into plus 12. His full crouch down forward 4 now launches. Its range was buffed. Its speed was buffed. And then he gets forward 1+2, which is basically Lars's Den 3. At plus 5. On block. Into Zen stance. And then when he's in Zen, he either can hit you with his mids, his one button electrics, or he can hit you with the non-staggerable hell sweep into a mid. That, yeah, it's only plus 14 on block. But it's not even launch punishable. But it most likely will sweep you into a floor break. I don't think you can respect Jins. The more devil moves they add to him, the less respectable he becomes.
そうですね。
I swear, like right there! Den 3!
まあこういう
So he gets forward 1+2. He gets 2 versions of Lars's Den 3.
切りもみも追加されてて、まあ、かなりジンも楽しくなってます。
はい。
So although he's been nerfed, you can tell there's some
Down forward 2. Transition into Den 3. I'm calling it that. Lars Den 3. Just plus 9 on block, plus 9 on hit. Plus 4 on block. No, plus 5 on block.
まあ、かなりジンも楽しくなってます。
はい。
So although he's been nerfed, you can tell there's some fun new stuff to try out.
はい。という感じでちょっとたくさん持ってきましたがなかなか紹介できずすいませんが、あと1週間後なので、
はい、もうしばらくますから。
まあそうだね。
So sorry we could only get to a few characters today, but 1 week later you're going to have access to it yourself. So we hope you're looking forward to it.
それまでぜひランクマッチリセットがありますんで、第2リセットありますので、
はい、
はい、自身の最高段位を更新していただいて、シーズン2に備えていただければなと思います。
落ちた状態でシーズン2迎えても行ったところまでの記録は、ね、
そうですね。
残るんで、はい。
So I was just mentioning, continue playing ranked up because even if you end up, at a lower rank than you were previously, the end of the season will look at your highest rank achieved. So you shouldn't worry about it. Try your best.
はい。
はい。睡眠不足。デバフ気味でたどたどしくてすみませんでした。
はい。じゃあ
カレーというデバフ。
最後にワントピックスだけ。We have
one topic.
One more topic.
じゃあスライドの方に。はい。4月1日に、シーズン2のパスが発売になります。で、シーズン2では、6つの DLC が登場予定でございます。
So going to the pass, which is going to be going on sale April 1st, but these are the contents we're looking at for the pass so far.
はい。で、パスを買っていただくと、各コンテンツが72時間すべて、早期アクセスができるようになりますので、いち早く、触ってみたいよという方はぜひ4月1日に、パスをお買い求めください。
3月末 PDT.
はい、はい。
So for those of you who have access to the pass, that gives you 72 hours early access to these characters when they're released. So that's April 1st or the 31st of March in PDT.
はい。 で、前回のトークライブの時にですね、この先の、ハテナになっている部分の情報を一つだけ発表しました。でそれが何かというと、夏以降の、残り3キャラクター中の一つが、鉄拳のオリジナルの新キャラクターですよという話はさせていただきました。
And so, in the previous talk live, we did go through that these characters, when they're going to be released, summer, etc. And that also one of these characters is a brand new Tekken original character that we've never seen before.
はい、で、そこから、いろんな反響というかフィードバックをいただきまして、で、我々も、今後どうやって発表していこうかっていうのを、検討はしたんですが、結論から言うと、そうですね、原田さんからいただくのがいいかもしれないですね。
So, I know this is a point of discussion that many people are, looking at, and Tora is going to be giving us a little bit more information up to date.
はい、意見はまだ厳密に言うといつでも募集中なので、意見は言い続けてほしいんですけど、前回のリキャップからいくともともとファンに直接って意味でいろんなイベントで一つずつ発表していくっていうのは、鉄拳が割と先行して作った形で、コミュニティの人にもすごく受け入れられてたんですけど、コロナ禍以降ですね、割と早めに発表してほしい、全部出してほしいって意見も増えてきて、今、そこの意見は実際のところは拮抗しているところです。
So, what I was just mentioned that up until now, we've had the method in which we would kind of announce them, a little bit at a time, giving them a very dramatic unveiling at various events, and many people who have been with the franchise for a long time really enjoyed that. That said, we do realize there is the opinion of many people who want to just know the names straight up right away, and that change seems especially prevalent, post-COVID, from COVID and on.
で、もちろんマイケルの方も、マイケルの個人のツイッターで、アンケート取ったりしたら、サーベイでは割と全部発表してほしいのが多くて、ただあれ母数の問題と選択肢実は上下変えるだけであれ実は結果結構変わったりすると、この辺俺ちょっと統計は私非常に詳しいので、そうなんですよ、一つのそうですね、俺がやって順番変えたりするとまた変わったりするみたいな結果なんで、ある程度他にもいろんな取り方してて、我々拮抗してることは間違いないプラス全部発表性が増えてきているっていう事実は間違いないかなと思ってます。
So the opinion on this is split, and depending on how you ask, like he was mentioning my personal X account, I did a poll where I kind of messed up on the options on which one was displayed first, and that kind of gives a different impression depending on how you lay out the survey itself. I did it quite quickly after the talk live. He said depending on if he did it on his X with a different layout, it might have changed the details. And then also, X is just one barometer where we're trying to gauge the opinions of everyone as a whole. So this is not like we're not listening. It's just we're trying to get a broad sampling of the audience.
言い訳じゃなくて説明ね、これはで、ちなみに、非公開のものを確かに買えないよなと思ってる人は増えてきているのでおっしゃる通りなんですけど、さっきから何回も言ってるように前まではそうじゃなかったです。あえてなんで漏洩するんだ、なんでネタバレするんだ、楽しみなくなるから言うなの方が圧倒的に多かったんです。だから今それ変わってきたねという説明をしてるだけです。というわけでちょっとやり方を今、今回は急遽、少し変えた部分を出して今後どうするかまた今検討中なんですけど、ちょっと今日情報があります。
So he's just he's saying that he's not trying to brush off the opinions of those who voted in that way. We definitely realize that there is a change in opinions looking overall. He's just trying to explain the insight into this decision. And we do have a little bit to talk about today as a result of that.
はい、というわけで、画面出す。
はい、じゃあ行きましょうか。はい。
はい、というわけで、これよく見てもらうと分かるんですけど、結構実は割と増えてきてる意見で一番多かったのはリターニングキャラクターいわゆる復活キャラですね、復活キャラなのか新キャラなのかゲストなのか、そうこのなんか結構折衷案じゃないですけど、これ意外と多かったんですよ、コメントではそれが分からないっていうのが一番あれで、そうだね、他はトレーラー見たりして楽しみたいからっていう、ファンの方も迷ってる人も多いので、そういう意味で言うとそこは教えてほしいってことだったんで、これ色のカラーのヒントとともに、
これ色が
そうですね、復活キャラなのか、オリジナルの新キャラなのかゲストなのかを分かるようにしました。
はい。
And so we made some changes to this slide so you can see what's coming with a higher degree of fidelity. One of the things that was interesting when we were asking people's opinion on this matter was, whether you like the traditional route we've taken or if you want to know all of them at the same time. Outside of that, the people who said that they would like to know at least whether it's a returning character or not was actually quite a lot. So we decided to try to add that aspect to the slide. Also, you notice the coloring of this might give you some hints as well.
Look, I'm calling it right now. Dark blue is Lei Wulong. Literally. Hold on. Tekken 7 Season 2 DLC. Watch. Look at this. Look at this. Right? Season 1. Or this was Season 2. Red, Ana. Right? We have red for Ana. Then we have blue, purple, and then this is a new character, so we're not even going to count this. If they're going in order like they did with Tekken 7, then we're literally red, blue, purple. We're not getting Marduk. So it's red, blue, purple, and then a new character. I believe it's Lei Wulong. Lei Wulong has the stances, which is the direction that they're trying to go into. Lei Wulong's aggressive, and he's a rushdown. So I think Lei Wulong definitely fits what they're trying to talk about. The fact that Lei Wulong in Tekken 7 had the 7 different stances, or he had 13 stances, and I think 6 of them, no wait, was it 5? I think it was 5. 5 of them had heat smashes attached to them. So yeah, it's most likely that he's going, or rage drives, had 5 rage drives attached to them, so it's most likely going to be Lei. And then Armor King, because Armor King is Armor King, he sells well. He was the best-selling DLC of Tekken 7, and also the purple background, it just fits. It just fits. So it's most likely going to be Anna, Lei Wulong, Armor King, new challenger next season. We're going to probably get like Julia, maybe Marduk, maybe Gonryu, returning character, get a new character, or what is this called? Guest character. You know, that's what I'm thinking. But I'm putting money on the fact that Lei Wulong is going to be. I'm putting money on the fact that Lei Wulong is going to be season 2, second character coming in summer. Which is around, what, June, July? Somewhere around there. We already have Zafina. Gonryu is purple. So it could be, it's Kunimitsu, because purple, Kunimitsu is associated with the color purple. So it's Kunimitsu, Gonryu, which is unlikely. Or, wait, Kunimitsu, Gonryu, or Armor King. Armor King is the most likely contender for that one. For Kumram was red, didn't really fit the color. Josie is more of a goldish yellow. And who else are we thinking of? Like, look at this. Kunimitsu is purple. So yeah, who else are we thinking of? I think that's everyone. So it's most likely going to be Lei Wulong. Calling it right now. It is what it is. I'm excited. That's my boy. I'm gonna have so much fun being a terrorist for Tekken 8. I'm gonna be the biggest terrorist in EU. But this is the Tekken Talk. Let's see what else.
そうですね。パックマン45周年。
そうですね。45周年で
完全新規の
かなり実は凝ったステージで、
ギミック盛りだくさんです。
BGM 結構頑張りました。でリミック頑張りました。なんで結構楽しみなステージになるかなと思います。
はい。
And so you can see the stage is made pretty much public, right? So something based on the 45th anniversary of Pac-Man. It's not a rework of anything from the past. It's brand new. The soundtrack to it is actually pretty bomb. And then it also has some interesting stage gimmicks to it as well. So we hope you look forward to that.
はい。でコメント
Maybe an arcade. It's probably gonna be something arcade related.
見てると、これ今回ね初めてフィードバック見たんで、この状態では割とこの現状はこの設置は割と好評ですね。これぐらいでいいんだよっていう意見の方がなんかちゃんと今精査してないですけど多くは感じますね。
Interesting to see the comments. People kind of like this way of approaching it because it's not showing everything at once, and still trying to keep that method of all the cool reveals, but at the same time giving people a little bit more clarity before they buy the pass.
なのでよりディティールはもう見えてきたと思いますので、あとはトレーラーを楽しみだったり、
イベントごとにまたトレーラーが公開され、そして情報も少しずつ足されていってという感じで、できるだけ早いタイミングで公開できるようにしたいなと思ってるんですが、はい。
絵を用意しなきゃいけないんで。
そうですね。
So that said, hopefully you've got a little bit more detail from this, and we'll be trying to provide the biggest reveals we can at some shows moving forward. That said, we'll try to announce these characters individually as soon as we can, as soon as everything's ready.
Okay, the Season 2 Character Pass only includes the characters. It doesn't include the stage. Keep that in mind. Let's see. Character Pass does not include the stage.
Early access. And also this gets early access as well. So you can choose the one with the stages or the one with just the characters, and both will give you early access.
はい。そして、シーズン1も、新しいパスを発売いたします。シーズン1で発売済みのダウンロードコンテンツ、プラス、カスタマイズアイテムをひとまとめにした、シーズン1キャラクターのステージパスというものを発売いたします。
Also, this brand new I assume most everyone watching the stream already has the game and the first season characters, but this is a brand new pass for people who don't yet, which includes the characters, the stages, and some customization items as well.
はい。で、今販売中の、デラックスエディションアップグレードパックと、アルティメットパックに関しては、
with base game and the 3 characters at an attractive price point.
はい。また
Okay, so the deluxe edition, base game, season 1 character pass, season 2 character pass. Wait, this is the deluxe. This is the ultimate pack. Okay, so ultimate pack gives you... Okay. So this is what I'm gonna buy. The ultimate pack. It's cheap as fuck too. Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
また季節時々、セールの方もやっていきますので、いいタイミングで皆さんご購入いただいて、あるいは、友達に勧めていただいて、ぜひ、鉄拳へと盛り上がっていければなというふうに考えております。
And we plan to continue doing our sales and things moving forward as well. So if you don't have the game, please look out for those timings. And also, hopefully, if you have any friends that you want to get into the game, that would be a good time to talk to them about that as well.
No, it wouldn't. Tekken 8's cooked. It's cooked. But anyways, let us close this. And let's look at everything that they add. God damn, I wrote a lot. Okay, so overall, they want to make Tekken move towards more aggression. They intend on keeping the aggressive nature that we have right now. They recognize that the heat system was too oppressive, making it hard for defense to shine. They recognize that while aggressive is fun, it can create some unfair situations, like Kuma, like Jin, like Yoshi. Most of the negative criticisms came from veterans, people who have been playing Tekken 7 and before. They are unsure of how to cater or who to cater to when it comes to balancing, whether they want to cater to casuals or veterans. Currently believe that Tekken is moving in the right place though. They made the game to feel like even a newcomer can win if they try, which I have my disagreements. I probably will post a clip of that on screen later after this whole TLDR segment. Let's see. Michael Murray is behind the patch notes, which I feel some type of way about it because Michael Murray is a Raijin, not to rank shame, but I'm rank shaming. He's a Raijin Nina player. So it's like when you're in Raijin, I don't know if you're well equipped to make balancing decisions, especially for people that are going to be in beginner, intermediate, and high level play. I, being God of Destruction, I don't think a Raijin should be giving opinions on how I should be playing. I don't think I should be giving opinions on how pro players should be playing, you know? There's degrees of skill level, but it is what it is. And then right now it feels like Tekken is moving towards Soul Calibur type of gameplay, which makes sense because a lot of the people that were behind Soul Calibur 6 hopped onto the Tekken team and are behind Tekken 8. So it feels very much like whenever a bad change comes, then I'm like, that's why. Overall changes, it seems like they're changing the game mechanics to fit future DLCs. This is my personal opinion, where it feels like the game is changing to fit what the DLC player will have, rather than adjusting the DLC player to fit within the current game. What I mean by this is, oh, now heat system allows you to do the full crouch mix-up. The only reason why they did this was because of Ana. Right now they want to make Ana's full crouch mix-up shine even more with this change. I feel the same thing is happening with the ability to have heat burst from stances, which makes me believe even more that Lei Wulong is going to be added in the future. Lei Wulong had, 13 stances, most likely that his 5 stances, the Divine Gates, the Tiger, Panther, Snake, all that, Crane, all that. I genuinely do believe that they're adding it now so that when Lei Wulong comes out, Lei Wulong will be able to access heat from all of those stances. That's just my general opinion. Feel free to disagree. I am open to all opinions. They're buffering. They're adding the ability to buffer sidesteps, which could be good, could be bad. Not really sure. Have to play to experience that one. They might buff backdashing, because they did talk about constantly buffing lateral movement. So that makes, in my head, that tells me they're buffing backdashes. But I'm not too sure about that one as of yet. Being able to sidestep into the foreground or sidestep right if you're on player 1, sidestep right from crouch, which is something that has never been in any Tekken game. But now they're adding it, which apparently to them, the reason why it was like a coding issue. So they worked around it. They found a way to work around it, and now we're finally able to do that, which is something that is amazing, especially for certain characters. Being able to sidestep right is just godsend, right? Especially if you're on like player 2 and you're fighting Kazuya. Like being able to sidestep into the foreground, or fighting anybody who was primarily sidestep left, right? Or sidewalk left. Being able to sidestep into the foreground really does help you against them. What else? Being able to see the combo count, the damage, and then also all that accessibility stuff, like seeing whether or not the move is a counter and all that stuff. Personally, I don't feel too good about it, because that allows characters like King to be piloted even easier. And as we get down, you'll see King got buffed. So this feels like an indirect buff for characters like him, where now you can do down forward 2. You'll see the fact that it's a counter, and then follow up on the down forward 1 into his combo. I'm not a fan of that. I'm glad that they give you the ability to remove it in the settings. Personally, I'm going to remove it because it feels like it's going to be a lot of cluster on my screen, and I don't want to deal with that, right? I want my screen to be as smooth or as empty as possible. Like, if it were up to me, I would even remove the health bars. That's just me. It seems like they're improving training mode overall. For example, giving you the ability to go into like an infinite stage while you're in a closed map stage by pressing the reset button and pressing up, sends you into this infinite map, which is like 300 meters. They said it was 4 times larger than the biggest map, so 4 times larger than Colosseum. Feel free to practice your infinite combos over there and then immediately go back into your closed stages. I really enjoy that. That is a good thing. I do really like the fact that they are moving towards the idea of improving your training mode, right? Because that's where most people spend their time. I think I have like 1,200 hours, and I can guarantee you at least 50, if not 60% of it was spent in training room, mainly just because it was hard to find matches in Africa 3, but that's besides the point. I spent a lot of my time in the lab, and them improving the lab really does help me out, helps a lot of people out. So that's, overall, that's a big change right there. One change that I don't see why they did it, which was very much unnecessary, was the fact that key charges, for as long as we've known key charges, have always guaranteed your next move gives you a counter hit, but in return, you cannot block any following move, right? So seeing them change that to where now key charging no longer guarantees a counter hit, but it buffs your next move. Your follow-up move after key charging will be buffed by 150%. 150 sounds insane to me, right? Imagine if that also functions for heat smashes. For example, King's heat smash does like 61 damage. 61 damage on top of 150 on top of that. Feels too much for me, but yeah, I don't know why they decided to nerf key charging when only like, what, 3 characters benefited from the full crouch mix-up. You'd say maybe 3 or 4. Huareng, Lee, Xiaoyu, maybe Yoshimitsu. Those are the 4 characters you actually really see take advantage of a full crouch mix-up. So I don't know why they thought it was drastic enough for them to nerf it universally. It doesn't make sense for me. I have to see it in play, but I'm not really a fan of it. Again, that's just me. They also decided to realign all launchers because of the instance of, oh, sometimes you'd sidestep somebody, you'd launch them, and then it would be a full crouch launcher, or it'd be an off-axis launcher, which then led to combo drops, etc., etc. Personally, the person that benefits the most from this was Eddie, because Eddie's neutral stance, his Genga stance, no, depending on which side he was whether he was this side or this side in the Ginga stance, if he launched you, it would immediately cause an off-axis combo. So it benefits him the most. And as an Eddie main, I benefit from it. But it feels like it does take a little bit of character expression from certain characters. But they did say that you can still perform an off-axis combo. You just now have to be like next to them instead of like, instead of being like at 1 o'clock, you have to now be like at 3 o'clock, in order to perform an off-axis combo. I don't know how I feel about that. I know Fang and Eddie benefit from that the most. A character that really does not benefit from it at all is Leroy, because Leroy could always do it. Leroy's down forward 2, 1+2 would always realign their opponent while they're in the air, no matter what side, unless he was like directly next to you. And even then, kind of. So he doesn't benefit from that at all. It's kind of just a snooze move on from him. But yeah, good luck with that one if you use a character that enjoys character expression through off-axis combos. And then the one that is the most controversial one, after they said, oh, we're going to be buffing defense moving forward. This is the most controversial one, where if you break a grab, you still take damage. Breaking grabs now deals chip damage. Reason why? I don't know. That's an indirect buff to King though. Which, again, the damage isn't significant. It was like, what, 2 damage? It was like 2 to 5 damage of recoverable health. But like the fact that you're getting punished for being defensive, right? I hone my skills, I go into the lab, I practice throw breaks for hours and hours and hours. I hop into a ranked match, somebody grabs me, I break the grab, and I still take damage. I'm getting punished for active defense. So that's why it's the most controversial of the changes moving forward into Season 2. Hopefully they change that after seeing the universal reception. Go on Twitter, literally. Tekken Twitter is in shambles right now because of everybody being like, yo, what the fuck? I take damage for breaking throws and I take damage for getting hit by the throw. What the fuck do you want me to do, right? But anyways, it is what it is. Heat has been buffed. They said that you will now be able to recover 30%, which is like roughly 54 health, of actual damage inflicted, which I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's non-recoverable health or if that is recoverable health, but you can now use heat for defensive properties. Instead of just, oh, pop heat, heat smash, now I can pop heat, oh, somebody launched me after I popped heat, and now I can use it to regain some health. Don't know how I feel about that one. Waiting to see it in action before I give my true opinion, but that one is going to be kind of interesting to see. It does remove a little bit of character uniqueness for characters like Lei Wulong. When Lei Wulong's in drunken stance and he drinks, he regains unrecoverable health. Well, it will be unrecoverable health. And Yoshimitsu, being in that like meditation stance into 1+2, he regains 7% unrecoverable health. So for them to now add 30%, kind of removes that uniqueness, but I guess they can still be unique because now they can use it outside of heat. It is what it is. Also, the ability to do the full crouch mix-ups, right? For example, Yoshimitsu's back 2-2, it's +14, or it's an I-14 move that puts him in +17 full crouch mix-up. It is what it is. That is now a thing that exists. Moving on to that, there are now buffing stances, which is allowing you to heat engage or heat activate from stances. Like I said here, it's most likely there to accommodate characters like Lei Wulong. Obviously, it's not only Lei Wulong, but Lei Wulong is definitely going to benefit the most, seeing that, again, he is a character that has 13 different stances. Most likely, let's say 7 or 8 of them will benefit from him being able to heat activate from them. That's just my opinion on it though. Again, also unsure if that works for back turn, because back turn is technically a stance, but like it's also not. So it'd be weird if you could heat engage while my opponent's behind me. Not too sure about that one. But moving on, there is a lot to document about different characters. I want to go from least to most, or least changes to the most ones. Anna is going to be last place. Yeah. So no Yoshimitsu. Thank goodness. they're nerfing his damage, they're nerfing the amount of health he recovers from his sword, which happens while he flashes you with no sword stance or in heat. Flash has had its whiff recovery nerfed, so hopefully it's like Clive's one. Clive, Asuka, Leroy, whenever they parry, you know, now it's even longer and you can launch punish him. Thank goodness for that one. New move, up forward 1-1. It's I-17 mid-mid. The second move hits grounded. And goes into flee stance. Forces crouch. Seems like it forces crouch on hits and on block. And then Yoshimitsu is going to be one of the characters that cannot fully take advantage of the heat engage into plus 17 full crouch mix-up. He won't be able to now back 2-2 into unblockable hell sweep, which is thank goodness, right? Moving onwards, we have Jin. Jin looks like his 2-1-4 is now going to be minus 10. It's no longer going to be safe. His up forward 2 is also going to be minus 10. His down 2, which was the most drastic one, I don't know if it's still going to be launch punishable, but his down 2 no longer counter hit launches. Satan has been killed. Right, so down forward 2 no longer counter hit launches. It remains plus 4 even on counter hits, and its range has also been nerfed. His he gets a new move, which is a while rising 3. Oh, not while rising. While running 3 into Zen stance at plus 12. Leave it as it may. To each their own, right? In heat, he gets a forward 1+2, which is a move that is plus 5 on block. It's I-25 mid, transitions into Zen stance, and then while in Zen stance, because he's in heat, Jin gets access to an unstaggerable hell sweep, which is a hell sweep into a mid, and it's only minus 14 after the mid extension. On top of that, Jin gets his Zen 2. Remember his homing power crush high that also heat engage? They removed the heat engage, but now it tail spins for combo extensions or combos. Hope to see how you guys manage to play around with that. It is what it is. And then his down forward 2 can get a Den 3. Remember Lars's Den 3 that everybody complained about when he got it? The homing mid into plus 5. Jin gets that. So it's going to be plus 9 on hits, plus 5 on block, and it also tail spins. Another character that I want to talk about is Devil Jin, because Devil Jin's one isn't too much. Devil Jin's new extension, down forward 1, down forward 4. It's minus 13 on block, has knockdown on hits. So now he can do down forward 1-2 or down forward 1-3. He has Morning Crow 1+2, which gives Devil Jin an I-20 unblockable high, which is very similar to... It's actually not even very similar. It has the exact same animation as his Heat Morning Crow Heat Smash. You know, the grab Heat Smash. It's the exact same animation. This one is an unblockable high. Doesn't do a lot of damage, but it's there in order to add onto his mix-up for reasons, I guess. He gets an extension to his forward 2-3. Oh, he gets an extension to his forward 2, which is forward 2-3. Can transition into Morning Crow even on hits. And then in heat, he gets crouch dash, forward 3, hell sweep with tornado. I'm not gonna lie, the combo looks like it was straight out of a mod. Looks really cool. The combo does 60 damage and has floor break, because you can end it off with Heaven's Gate, or is it Hell's Gate? I call it a Heaven's Gate, but yeah, moving on. Jun, she can now do that low heat smash, or that's once she goes into stance and she does the low heat smash, it's no longer a heat smash, and she can do it multiple times, 2 times from what we've seen. The input is Genjutsu stance 2, 1+2. It's I-20. She gets sidestep 2, which is an I-16 mid, which has knockdown and wall splat. She gets forward 1+2. If you hold back, then she goes into the little meditation stance, the one where she can heal from it. While in that stance, she gets 1+2, which is an I-20 move, which is plus 6 on block. It's really good. She gets an install, and when the install is full, the holy beams that she gets seems like they do more damage, and she gets more moves, We haven't seen what those moves will be, but that's something that is there. Zafina also gets an install. She gets back 1+2, which is an I-19 mid with Azazel's arm. It looks like it would be very difficult to step, but it might be steppable. Does self-harm. It's -6 for her on block. Has a long range, does chip damage to her opponents, has a mid extension when the install is there. That leaves her +4 on block. Range extended for her forward 1+2, which means she basically gets a buffed Demon Paw. Her down forward 4-1 gets buffed from I-14 to I-13, and it goes from -12 to -9. It is now safe. Her low heat smash can now be done multiple times, just like with Jun's. Seems like it can be done 2 times. While in Scarecrow down forward 3+4, it's an I-19 low mid. Can be done as long as she has install, and it has insane pushback for wall splats, and it seems like it can wall splat you from range 3. Range 3+. New move Scarecrow back 1+2, which is an I-16 low. Knockback and knockdown. It's the one where she like pokes at you like this. It's a little low. Most likely launch punishable on block. I can guarantee it's gonna be launch punishable on block. And then her install gives her, and this is the one that I feel the most iffy about. Her install gives her +9 safe power crush. Her power crush, you know that little one where she like hits you with the mid and it can hit grounded, the special mid. It is now safe on block at -9, and it has a mid extension, which is also -9. It has Azazel. The mid extension only happens when, again, she's an install, and a safe mid power crush. Not a fan. Not a fan at all. King. This is the one I was the most upset about, because personally, I don't think King needed to be buffed at all. King is the one character out of like 5. I'd say Dragunov, Nina, Yoshi, Alyssa, King. Those are the 5 characters that I think needed to get nerfed severely. The fact that King got massive buffs rubs me the wrong way. So King's Jaguar Sprint can now be charged the longer he runs, which enhances his moves. The Jaguar Sprint into thingy while it's charged up is now a launch with Tornado. Muscle Armor has been nerfed. It no longer negates. It's no longer like a power crush where I negate damage. Now it's just, oh, I don't stagger into whatever. Now you take full damage, but you just don't stagger. He got a new move, which is 3-2-2. I'm pretty sure this was in Tekken 5. I could be wrong. I will check, and I will pull up the clip for you guys to witness now if it is there. It's an I-15 high mid. It can be charged into +9 on block. And after you do +9 on block, you can transition into Jaguar Sprint. And it's automatically charged Jaguar Sprint. So, that's something. While standing 2-2 can also be transitioned into Jaguar Sprint. You have to hold back not to go into the JS. Giant Swing and Shining Wizard are now homing in Heat. Why? I'm not even going to give my opinion on that one. Moving on. Back 1+2 at the grab. Back 1+2 grab at the wall now guarantees Jaguar Sprint follow-up. So, hey, King got more buffs for some reason. And then on top of the fact that breaking grabs now adds chip damage. And also the UI thing that allows you to counter hit confirm. With counter hit down forward 2-1. So King gets all these buffs, plus a UI buff, and the grab break buff. Do with that as you may. Who else have we done? We've done Jun. Reina. We've seen from the exhibition match that we saw she has some new moves. Mind you, I don't use Reina, so I can't. Maybe there were some moves that were added that I didn't notice, but these are the ones that I openly noticed, where it was like, oh, Reina has never done this against me in a match, so this is new. She got a new low, which looks like it's a forward neutral 3, -12 to -13 on block, can transition into Sentai stance. She gets a new extension to her down forward 2, 1+2. Oh no, not her down 4-2. Her down 2 1+2. It's I-15. In heat, it gets enhanced and does 48 damage. Can transition into Unsoku stance. It does insane amounts of pushback and wall splat, probably wall breaks as well. And then she also gets a new move while she's in Unsoku stance, which looks like it will be Unsoku 3. It looks like it's gonna be a safe mid. As for Asuka, who was also in the exhibition match, her Power Crush no longer heat engages, which is a universal nerf. She gets a new move which looks like it's like up forward 2-1 or up forward 1-2. It's a high mid. Wall splats can be cancelled by holding down back, but if she does that into her next mix up, then she's launch punishable, which is great. She gets a new grounded move or new grounded follow up, which is 4-2 1+2, which is also a tornado. This move right here is going to be obnoxious as fuck. Obnoxious as fuck. 4-2 1+2 looks like it's going to be AIDS to deal with. That's a monkey mode move right there. And then she gets a new full crouch move. She gets a new full crouch move, which is a mid. Full crouch down forward 3 can be charged for chip damage and wall splats. And then forward 2-3 is now chargeable. Azucena, see, can go into stance from running coffee. Her while running 3-2, if you hold forward, she goes from +2 into +5 into stance, into Labrador. I think that's what her stance is called. I don't know what it's called, but I'm just gonna call it lib. I'm just gonna call it lib stance. Goes +5 into lib stance. Lib stance now has down 3, which is an I-24 high crushing counter hit launching mid. It's +2 on block. And see, she gets down forward 1. Oh, down forward 1 was buffed from +2 on block to +4. It went from +4 on hits to +7 on hit. So basically, she ended up getting Brian's back 1. Literally, it's identical to Brian's back 1 given to Azucena, which is great. She gets a full crouch down forward 3, which is an I-17 low into lib stance, +5 on hits. Unsure how minus it is on block yet. Back turn, she gets her orbital into lib stance, which is -5 on block. Not sure if that was always a thing, but it's something that I didn't notice. And then her heat engage is removed from her power crush, which, again, it's a universal change. Who else is missing? We did Jin, Yoshi, King, Zafina, Jin, Devil Jin, Senna, Reina, Asuka, Anna. Let me just drink because I'm a little parched. Do well to hydrate. I'm out of drink. I am out of drink. And I need to eat after this. I'm probably going to end stream after this. Clear his throat. Second. Because while I'm here, I'm taking a break. Okay. Now, Anna's one was the most extensive of the things that I noticed. I decided to personally document moves that I thought were gonna be problematic, so I didn't document everything that is there. There's combo routes videos that you can find online, but these were the moves that I thought were interesting enough to note, to say, oh, these are the plus frames, these are the startups, and these are the inputs, etc, etc. So we have her I-14 mid heat engager, which is her 1+2, it's her butt slam. Considering that, I think it was -17 in Tekken 7, so most likely it's also going to be launch punishable in Tekken 8. Pretty cool though. Her heat smash applies a debuff. Her debuff basically is to which all her regular attacks deal normal chip damage. It lasts forever. The only way to get rid of the debuff is to deal damage to Anna. So if she is always on your case, constantly attacking, and you have that debuff, you're just eating chip damage forever. So keep that in mind, that while you have chip, you need to fight back. Do not hold back. Do not turtle against her while you're debuffed. Let's see. In heat, her bazooka low is now safe on block at -5. I said plus at the wall, but I'm lying. I think I'm incorrect on this one. It's -5 for her at the wall. So it's very safe. Very, very safe. She gets an I-12 homing high, just like with Nina's, what is it? Is it back 222? Gets an I-20 full crouch 2, which is a launching low, tornadoes, -21 on block, but does not stagger. Has an extension in heat that is also a launch in order to catch people who are trying to backstab or backdash the initial sweep. Which, I guess the only way to really punish this being I-20 is to hop kick this. If you have a character that hop kicks, that's your only way to deal with this problem. I-20 full crouch 1, which is a heat engaging mid. Also, because it's I-20, in order to option select, you can hop kick both of these options, which is great. It's a heat engager, which allows her to also heat dash out of it into a full combo. She gets down forward 2-1-4, which is an I-13 mid high. The last move is +14 on counter hit into a guaranteed butt slam heat engager. The 4 can be ducked because it's a high, and it can also be jab interrupted, I think. Wait, thinking of the wrong move. I'm thinking of this one, the next one, my fault. You cannot jab interrupt it. It is better for you to just dick jab, right? If she goes down forward 1-2-4, just down forward 1-2 dick jab. That will be your best option to deal with that problem. That way you don't get hit by the counter hit high, and there's nothing she can do from there onwards. She has down forward 1-2, down forward 1-2-4, which goes into one of her new stances, which is hammer stance. It looks like a sway. And yes, if she goes down forward 1-2-3, she'll go down forward 1-2-3 back into Chaos Judgment, which is the stance we're all familiar with, the stance that has an automatic low parrying, automatic launching low parry. So that's pretty cool. I have no problems with that right now. She has an I-15 forward 3-2, which is a natural mid heat engager, -7 on block, forces crouch, and does chip damage. I don't know why I said minus. She has sidestep 1, which is 11 on block, -11 on block, which is good to punish. And then she has sidestep 2, which is I-20 low, 0 on hits, +14 on counter hit, which I think she's in crouch afterwards. Didn't really pay attention to that one. But yeah, this sidestep 2 looks identical to her full crouch down forward 2. So you really have to be keen with that one. Most likely going to be -12, -13 on block, so you have to find a way to discern between Kazuya's. It's like with Kazuya's down forward 2 and while standing 2. Kind of have to peep with that one. Let's see. She gets forward 2, which is an I-17 homing high. It's +4 on block. But on top of that, then she has her mid. You know, the forward 3-2. So she does mix you up with that one. You have to really be careful with that. It is what it is. +4 on block. You can try to sidestep after that, but be careful. She might just 2-2-2 back 2-2-2 homing high. Good luck. Right? She has up forward 3-1, which is I-23 mid into a debuff bazooka. It's +4 on block and does chip damage. Again, with that one, good luck. It seems like it might be linear, but it's Tekken 8, so I don't know how linear is. Her down back 4. She has a down back 4. It's I-17 +8 on hits and +13 on counter hits. Can transition into her hammer chance stance, which is the sway that I was talking about, and guarantees hammer stance 1 or hammer chance 1 if she hits you with counter hit, which is an I-13 heat engager. We're gonna get to that later on. She has wall running 3, which is an I-16 slide into bazooka. It wall breaks, and in heat, it does 64 damage, but it is low parryable. I think it's a bit of a problem because of the fact that it is safe on block, does push back. It's a safe on block low that does push back, and the pushback is insane as well. But yeah, and it does chip damage, and it's like it's a problem. I think this one is a problematic move. Even though you can low parry it, the fact that it's I-16, it's an unseeable low. You're not dealing with that. Good luck. And we already talked about her up forward 3. And then her heat smash is an I-13 for some reason. It's I-13, high crushing, it wall splats, and it applies debuff. It's 51 damage. And it seems like it does debuff on block and on hit. Good luck with that one. And then she has an I-20 mid heat. Oh, she has an I-20 mid power crush. Also, good luck with that one. Honestly, that one's not really much of a problem. It seems like it's going to be around -13 on block. Roughly. -13. And then we get into bazooka, which gives you the debuff. Again, we've elaborated that it does chip damage universally, infinitely, until she takes damage. She has 3 stances, which is Hammer Chance, the Pleasure Time, which is the name of the one where she has the bazooka. I call it Lucky Tom, because that's the name of, or Lovely Tom, because that's what the name of the bazooka is. And then she has Chaos Judgment, which is basically her crane stance into the launching Hell Sweep. We all know Chaos Judgment. If you don't, it was a dangerous move, but it was a dangerous stance, but yeah. Okay, on top of that, Chaos Judgment, like I said, auto low parries, and it launches. Lovely Tom is not necessarily has a debuff. So this one, actually, I can remove. This, I think, might be false information. I do not want to lie to y'all. And then Hammer Chance can enter stance with forward 3. It has an I-13 high heat engager, which is guaranteed after down back 4 on counter hit. You can also heat dash out of that. She has a high 15 mid, which is 59 damage and ends with the bazooka. Does chip damage as well. She has an I-15, her 2-2, which will put her into Pleasure Time or Lovely Tom stance. Do with that as you will. And then she also has an I-15 mid-high, which is an I-15 mid-high. What do you want me? What do you want me to say? You know, she has Chaos Judgment. We didn't get to see anything from the Tekken Talk about that move. Lovely Tom. All we saw about it is that while she's in stance, she has 2 variations. She has Lovely Tom with Pleasure Time 1 and Pleasure Time 2. Pleasure Time 1 applies a debuff, right? And it only does like 54 damage. 53 damage. And then it's I-11. Lovely or Pleasure Time 2 is a mid that does 61 damage and is just a mid. That's all it does. They both do a lot of pushback on hits. They both wall splat / wall break. So keep that in mind. Insane push-ups. But that is everything in terms of characters and overall buffs. And then at the end of it, this is the post Tekken Talk, where they decided to talk about announcing. It seems like they're going to be releasing 3 characters, returning characters, which is Anna and 2 characters, and then a new character who's coming with their own stage, and then we're getting a Pac-Man stage, which might be like arcade inspired. It is what it is. My speculation as to who the 2 recurring characters are, based on what we saw, they had colors to hint as to who they were. The next DLC character was blue. Only person that can be is Lei Wulong. I'm putting money on that. It's Lei Wulong. Okay? Because of the heat system, stances, stance rushdown. Lei Wulong just fits into Tekken 8. He's born for it. He's built for it. So, 1,000,000%, it's Lei Wulong. As for the purple can definitely be either Kunimitsu which not too sure about that one. Armor King, which makes sense because Armor King was the best-selling DLC of Tekken 7, incredibly popular, so it's most likely going to be Armor King or Ganryu. That's just meme pics, right? And then it seems like the character pass does not include the stages, so keep that in mind. But there is a variation of it that comes with the stages. The deluxe edition does not come with the stages. The ultimate edition does come with the stages, so keep that in mind. But that was the entire Tekken Talk that happened today and yesterday, because there were two of them. The one that was like 15 minutes and then the 2-hour one. That's all of this comprised into this little document that you guys can watch. Sorry that it was so long. This was my TLDR. I'm going to post my uncensored, my reaction, full reaction in the next video. This is basically a TLDR for what's going to happen. That said, let me know what you think. Personally, wallahi, Season 2 is cooked, but I'm gonna still play it to see what's there. I'm gonna try it for a little bit, see how much I like it, see if I don't like it, drop the game, because personally, it's not looking... Big Man Tings, yeah? It's not looking good, bruv. So, I personally might just be dropping it until Season 2 and Lei Wulong comes out, because he's the only person that's keeping me attached to this game. And yeah, it is what it is. That's it. If you like what you saw, like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you can always be notified every single time I live stream. Take care of yourself, drink water, be ever wonderful, and I will see you all tomorrow when I live stream, alright?